Chapter 1. The Shift to the Fifth Dimension. Getting ready for the shift. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have sensed the evolution of your consciousness from the moment that you became fourth-dimensional beings, and we have tracked your progress. We previously noted in a transmission that you are now in the upper echelons of the fourth dimension. So where is there to go from where you are? Is there more evolving that you can do before you shift to the fifth dimension? The answer is absolutely yes. What you are doing at this time is preparing yourself for the waves of energy that are coming. You are preparing yourselves physically, mentally, emotionally, and of course, energetically. Now, many of you wonder what you are supposed to be doing. You wonder what your mission is, but something as simple as readying yourself for the shift doesn't seem big enough somehow. Just know that as you ready yourself, you make yourself better at assisting others. You who are awakened are going to be the ones who help the others, the ones who have slept through all of this. And the more prepared you are, the better you'll be at helping the others. So how do you do it? How do you prepare yourselves for these waves of energy? You do it by consciously holding a higher vibration. You do it by grounding yourself. You do it by connecting with nature. You do it by channeling. You do it by seeking out your fifth dimensional abilities and honing those skills as you find them. You do it by eating a lighter diet, hydrating yourselves, and letting go of things like alcohol. You do it by opening yourselves up to receive the higher frequency energies and grounding them in your physical body. As you prepare yourself for this massive influx of energy that is coming, you do so more consciously than you think. You are making these changes because what you know deep down inside you need to do. This isn't your first rodeo, and it won't be your last, and by the way, you are also learning from beings like us, and your openness to receive our transmissions is serving you very well. You are making the shift possible. We have begun to discover the significance within humanity's ascension, and it is quite remarkable to us that all you who are awakened are not able at this point to feel your significance in the process of ascension. It is a beautiful process, and one that has brought most of you forth. You were incarnated for the purpose of being a part of the shift in consciousness, and yet most of you are not acknowledging yourselves as the ones who are holding the frequency for the rest of humanity. It is quite an undertaking, but you sometimes look at your lives and you think you're not doing much. Think about how little your spirit guides you, and by do, we mean in terms of taking action, and yet recognize the significance of their presence with you. Without them, it would be nearly impossible for all of you to awaken and live lives of joy. And by the same token, it would be nearly impossible for humanity to ascend without your presence on planet Earth. Without those of you who know what is happening, this ascension probably would not occur, but because of the work that you do on yourselves and because of the compassion that you hold in your hearts, humanity is making the shift in consciousness. But most of you still think that there's something more you should be doing, and some of you even point to the lack of a perfect life as proof that you're not being very effective here. But getting everything that you want in the physical realm would just be a distraction to becoming what you came here to become. The more you accept your rules as the leaders, the guides, the way-showers, the healers, and the ones who absorb the majority of the energy, the easier your lives will become. Listen to us when we say that you are significant and that you, the ones who receive our messages and the messages from other beings, you are the ones responsible for the tipping point of humanity's consciousness that makes the shift possible. The most joyous shift possible. You are taking yourselves to a place where you have never been before, and the experience of moving through the fourth dimension is one that you will always hold fondly in your memory. Once you have ascended, you will look back upon yourselves during these times, and you will celebrate yourselves for the strength, the courage, and the perseverance that it took to make it to the apex of your journey of consciousness. You are doing so much in such a short period of linear time, and your ability to steer and navigate through the intensity of all of it that you had to feel, and all that you had to face is a testament to the human spirit. This is a time when you could be giving up and going back to leading the third-dimensional type of life. You could easily choose to drown yourself in all the distractions and all the numbing agents that you have available to you. But instead, you continue on, and we want to celebrate the human spirit at this time. Because on this journey that seems like it's been going on for ages, there are very few moments that we see you all taking to celebrate yourselves. We know that there's always more for you to accomplish, and you have the sense that the journey is far from over. So why then would you want to stop working so hard and becoming fifth-dimensional? Why would you ever want to just celebrate who you are and all that you have become? Well, the answer is simple. Your ascension is a guarantee. But how you'll do it is entirely up to you. Nothing is set in stone. You are creating the experience of the shift. You are creating your own personal experience, and you are co-creative as a collective. You have passed every possible milestone with so much strength and courage, and you can let go of any ideas that you have about needing to be somewhere other than where you are. Because as you accept that you have made it this far and you celebrate yourselves for that accomplishment, you will continue to persevere, and you will allow this shift to occur in the most joyous ways possible. Your role in the event. In the event that has been talked about and written about so much, have you considered what your role will be? Have you taken into consideration that as much of you are anticipating such an event, that not everyone will experience it in the same way? This is true for all of life, so why would this event be any different? When you have a massive influx of high-frequency energy that must be felt and experienced by every single living being on the planet, there is certain to be a bit of shock that is also experienced. There will be people who will not know what to do with themselves. They will not know how to handle that much energy. Now, as we have stated previously, you will have much smaller events leading up to one big event, and those smaller events can and will acclimate you to these energies. But there are those of you who will consciously and actively receive the energies of the smaller events, and there are those who will continue to remain shut down and will not be acclimating themselves. Therefore, those of you who are awake will need to take an active role in helping others. You who are typically the ones who take care of other people are going to be called upon yet again to be of service. You are going to recognize where you are needed, and you are going to know exactly what to do. You already have a sense that you have a bigger purpose for being here. And for those of you who have been wondering what that purpose is, this will be an opportunity. It will be an opportunity for you to shine, to finally feel like you're fulfilling your purpose for being here at this time. And as always, you will be happy to help. Now, in the meantime, live your lives and focus on receiving. Focus on integrating and acclimating to those higher frequency energies that are coming more quickly and with greater magnitude than ever before. Feel the shift. You are the first humans on planet Earth to start and eventually complete the shift in consciousness to the fifth dimension. You have no idea the enormity of this particular task, because to you it is just life. It has been life as you have known it, and yet you can see how different this experience is for humanity than at any other point in human history. This is an advancement that goes far beyond what you are able to achieve with your technology. This is a complete game changer, and so of course it is challenging. You wouldn't want it any other way. You wouldn't experience what a big difference the fifth dimension will be unless you first had the experiences that you are having. You wouldn't be able to feel the enormity of the shift without the experience of the third and fourth dimension. Now, the key component in all of this is that you feel it. If you are not feeling it, then you are simply not taking the time to tune into the energies that you now have access to. You might be too busy focusing on the predictions and thinking about how much time you have left before the shift occurs. If you don't tune in and feel the enormity of what you are experiencing, you will miss out, and we don't want you to do that. What we do suggest is that you put away your electronic devices and that you stop looking for more predictions to corroborate the other predictions, and instead, just sit back, close your eyes, breathe, and feel for the enormity of the shift. That is the only way you are ever going to truly enjoy it. It is coming, and once it's completed, you won't be able to go back and do it again. So tune into it now and enjoy the ride. Integrating your fifth dimensional selves. Now is the time for those of you who are awakened to fully integrate the versions of yourself from past lives who have lived in the fifth dimension. Many of you believe that you began your incarnational cycle in one of the lower dimensions and are now ascending, but you come down dimensionally from source before you begin the ascension process. So you have all been 12-dimensional beings, 9-dimensional beings, 6-dimensional beings, and of course, 5th-dimensional beings. And you have existed in all the dimensions we did not mention as well. Now, many of you also are new to the idea that you have incarnated in other parts of the galaxy. Just because there has never been a 5th-dimensional version of humanity on planet Earth does not mean that you haven't been able to incarnate in other parts of the galaxy as 5th-dimensional beings. You have, and you are downloading the information, abilities, and wisdom from those lifetimes. You are integrating those aspects of who you are into your now moment because it is relevant to what you are doing as ascended beings. This integration process will be pleasant in comparison to some of the past lives that you've integrated from planet Earth and the third dimension. Now that you're aware of this process, you can expect to be more tuned in to the fifth dimensional energies around you, and you can expect to have an easier time in your ascension process. We also recommend that you welcome those aspects of who you are and who you have been into your hearts. They will give you a sense of wholeness. You will feel more complete, and you will have a better understanding of what you are moving into as you cross over from the third dimension to the fifth dimension. As much as these beings have to offer you, nothing will fully prepare you for the experience, because this experiencing of shifting upwards is so new and wonderful, and we are very proud to be part of this experience with you. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Sensing your way through the shift. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. You have taken yourselves to the point in your evolution where you are much more capable of sensing what is happening and determining for yourselves where you need to go, which direction to take, and what to do. The heightened sensitivity or intuition is the result of many downloads of codes and information that you have been receiving over the past several years. You are more receptive to energy and better able to feel the subtle differences in vibration. This has all led you to a place where you can now let go of the attachment that most of you have to figuring everything out, analyzing and deducing. These are the ways of the mind, and the mind is the tool of the ego, which is of course your third dimensional operating system. Your sensitivity, which used to seem like a detrimental trait, is now one of your more prized assets. As you step even closer to the fifth dimensional threshold, your ability to sense will be utilized more and more to determine which timeline to take, which beings to trust, and what you need to do in your personal lives to bring you into the fifth dimensional frequency range. There is no stopping you now, and we are feeling very comfortable with the way humanity is evolving, but we cannot make you trust these instincts and these sensitivities that you are becoming more and more aware of. So we will just encourage you to sink even deeper within your feeling state, so that you may sharpen your ability to sense what is right for you in the moment, what is right for humanity, and what is best possible path to your ascension. We, along with many other beings, are very proud to say that we can sense your readiness to be more empowered to take this shift to the next level. Your infinite and eternal nature. You have an eternal and infinite nature that defies your physical existence, where everything is finite. You are the extension of source energy that has chosen the unique path that you are on, and you have at your disposal access to all that you have ever lived, all that you have ever experienced, not just what you can remember from this one lifetime. So it serves you to stop limiting yourselves by thinking about what you have been able to accomplish in this one lifetime, what skills and traits you have in this one lifetime. And instead, you can allow yourself to bring forth aspects of who you have been as an eternal and ever-expanding being. You will never stop becoming more of the source energy being that you truly are, and that is another reason why limiting yourselves in any way makes very little sense. Physically speaking, of course, there are built-in limitations, but even those are changing with the shift in consciousness. And as you feel less and less attached to your physical bodies, and accept more and more that you are being of consciousness, you will be able to experience new heights in this lifetime and in the here and now. Don't wait for ascension to be complete before you begin to recognize yourself as your higher self, as an individual and a collective, and as an infinite and eternal being of love and light. Now is the time to awaken the truth of who you are and let go of the thoughts that tell you that you are only this or only that. We suggest that you feel for the infinite and eternal nature of who you really are. And when you do, you will feel expansive. You will know that you are changing and shifting in the present, and that you are allowing in so many more experiences that you had previously allowed yourself to even dream of. The ascension of the plants and animals. You are ascending with the plants and animals on your planet, along with the planet herself. This is a universal shift, which also means that every being, every speck of consciousness is ascending. Now, you are going to notice shifts occurring in the animals that you know and in the animals that you see, that you encounter. You'll also notice that the plant medicines on your world become stronger. We are talking about the herbs here, the flower essence, and even the fruits and vegetables that you eat. You are going to get more out of eating fruits and vegetables than you previously did, because they will have shifted, and the shift will affect their energy and, of course, their vibration. Humans are going to be the last ones to complete the shift. Those of you whose senses have made a point of connecting with more animals and eating more fruits and vegetables, as well as connecting more with Mother Earth. You can sense the power in that connection. You can feel the energy coming off of her, and you notice how quickly and easily you can raise your vibration while in nature. Now, we tell you this because you can use this information to help you make more informed decisions about what you partake in. You want to use all the tools at your disposal physically and non-physically. Feel the vibrations coming off the animals as you interact with them. You will think that you have changed or that your relationship to the animal has changed, but in reality, you are sensing their movement forward. They have been holding a higher vibration on the planet along with the plants and even the minerals, and now they are leading the way to the fifth dimension. So be very selective about how much time you spend with computers, phones, and other electronics, and how much time you spend with the beings that are leading this ascension journey. The shift begins with you. You have a tenacity about you that has served humankind very well. There have been times when humanity has almost been wiped out, and yet there you are, more than 7 billion of you now. The accomplishment of your numbers should not be underestimated or unacknowledged. There is so much life on planet Earth, and with much more life there is more source energy. The spark of divinity that is within every living being on planet Earth is helping you shift. You can access more of who you are by tuning into the energies that are all around you. As empaths, you often tune yourselves to what a person or a group of people is offering. But what if instead you were to tune yourself to the divinity in each and every living being on planet Earth? What if you were able to activate divinity within others, and then feel all that energy on your planet? Why not give it a shot? See if you can activate more of the divinity within all fellow humans. Feel the divinity within yourself first. Reach for the center of your heart and access more of the source energy that you truly are. With that energy moving through you, you hold more of the source energy perspective, and you are more likely to activate within others that knowing of who they really are. This is a great awakening, and each of you who is awakened holds the key within you for all of humanity. It only takes one of you to fully realize the shift in consciousness. The urgency to get to 5D. You have the feeling within you of urgency when it comes to getting to the fifth dimensional experiences that you want to have. Part of the reason why you feel this urgency is because you have been promised that life in the fifth dimension will be easier and more fun. Now, the part of this process that seems like a paradox is that getting to the fifth dimension requires you to love where you are right now. Even though you know where you are going is better, you must find a way to embrace everything that is within your reality and that is within you. You are even being asked to embrace things that happened years and years ago, lifetimes and lifetimes in your past. It is also important for you to recognize that there is nothing wrong with the dimension you are in. It's all about experience after all, and that's why you incarnate. That's why you leave source energy dimension. So embrace experience for the sake of experience, and know that every experience that you create for yourselves will bring you closer to the fifth dimension. When you look at yourselves and you think that you have a lot evolving left to do, you are both right and at the same time being too hard on yourselves. You will always be evolving, so there is no end to what you'll become. But the first aspect of your current reality that you want to embrace is yourself as you are. Embrace yourself and everything about yourself in the here and now, not because it's necessary in order for you to get to the fifth dimension, but because in so doing you access more of the unconditional love that you truly are. You don't have to wait until you get to the fifth dimension to know yourself more and more as a source energy being, a creator being, and an agent of unconditional love. Give in to your now, and you will allow in all that you have been promised. The plan of ascension to 5D. You are awakening parts of yourselves that need to be felt, experienced, forgiven, and embraced. The process of awakening these aspects of you often includes creating something in your lives that you would not consciously create. Therefore, many of you call into question whether you are in fact the creators of your reality. You wonder why you would create such havoc in your lives. You wonder why you would ever bring yourselves to circumstance, conditions, and events that would bring you to your knees. But all of it is a part of a bigger plan that you have for yourself in this lifetime. It is a bigger plan than any of the plans that you have made for yourself. It is the plan to ascend to the fifth dimension. Knowing full well that you would have to face all that would be awakened within you, you set out on the journey of this lifetime. And what a journey it has been. So many peaks and valleys that many of you who are doing the work have considered at one time or another that you would just rather die than continue living on this planet in this dimension. You have wondered why or how you could create such circumstance in your lives, but when you stop questioning yourselves and your motives, you can tune into the energies of the fifth dimension. You do so every time you allow yourself to feel something, even if it's negative. Every time you recognize another part of yourself that has come up within you, and you embrace that part of yourself, you take another step forward on this journey. Every time you forgive another person in your life for having wronged you, you are actually forgiving yourself. Anything that you see in your life or on your world is something that you have done yourself. That's how many lifetimes you have lived. This plan is intricate and complex as all plans need to be that involve evoking such a myriad of emotional states. But we know who you are, and we know you will persevere. We know that you awakened ones will continue to reintegrate yourselves to become whole again and to ascend to the fifth dimension. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. The best timeline for ascension. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. You have awakened within you a timeline for ascension. You have determined for yourself the best feeling timeline, and now it is a matter of actualizing that timeline. It is one thing to create something, and it is another to experience it. The awakening process is one that involves experiencing quite a bit of what you do not want. You have experienced what you do not want over hundreds of lifetimes on planet Earth. That is to say, most of you have experienced what you do not want over hundreds of lifetimes. Not all of you have had the same number of lifetimes on this planet or in this universe. Now, as you take the information from all of your lifetimes, including this one, and you sift through all of it, you come up with the best possible timeline for ascension for all of humanity. Every single person that is on the planet with you is a part of your ascension experience, whether they know it or not, whether they are on the side of the light or the dark. So you are, as a collective, coming up with this best possible timeline. And imagine how easy it would be to manifest that experience if you could convince everyone to vibrate in harmony with it. Well, here's the next best thing. When you want for humanity what is best for humanity, and you vibrate in harmony for that particular outcome, you are working with the collective energy of humanity. Whether the rest of your human cohorts know it or not, there is a best possible timeline for ascension, and they are in favor of that at the level of their highest selves. That means they are contributing energy and desire to being on that timeline. You can tap into that. You can feel for the best possible timeline for ascension, and with the collective energy of humanity, you can bring it about. The more of you who do this, of course, the better. Your ascension. It has taken quite a bit of your time to get you where you are today as a human collective. You have traveled on Earth as a species for millions of years, and you are in a place where you can feel the change in the air. You can feel yourself shifting and evolving, but in the past lives you could not detect the movement forward because you were moving at a snail's pace. Now that things are heating up and speeding up, you are aware of your ascension. You are aware of the feeling of it. It is not just a story that you have been telling yourselves. You can almost taste it. The ride now is about continuing to gain momentum from the little victories that you experience in your life. Many of you who are receiving this transmission have come a long way in this one lifetime as well. You have endured quite a bit, and you have capitulated yourselves into this moment of awakening. Your ascension is happening because of you. It is happening because as a collective, you have decided you are ready. It is time to stop playing the third-dimensional game and to raise the level of your consciousness so that you can play a new game. As you remove the veil that exists between your consciousness and the fifth dimension, realize that you will still know who you are. You will recognize yourself, and you will celebrate your accomplishment. Now, as you give this a pat on your back, we also want to encourage you to listen more to what's going on inside of you, because you have programming inside of you to handle ascension, and you are equipped to do this, and you are ready. Listen to the feelings. Listen to your heart. Listen to joy and excitement. Brace yourselves for the more that you are exposing yourselves to. This is a time for you to let go of all that has been holding you back, especially the limitations you place on yourselves in order to fit in order to be like everyone else. You who are receiving this transmission are the leaders in the ascension process, which is why you have awakened before most of the human race. It's not something to shrink from, it's something to embrace, and it's something to feel proud of. Feel the fifth dimension in your hearts. You have taken some giant leaps forward in recent weeks, and we are impressed by how you have made such progress while continuing to face the challenges of the third dimensional paradigm that you continue to operate within. You haven't received much relief from outside sources. You are still facing the same challenges that you have been for eons of your time on planet Earth. And we acknowledge that times are actually getting even more difficult for you to stay in because of what you know about where you are heading, because so many of you know the truth about what is already available to humans, just not to the masses. You know that free energy exists. You know that it would be easy and fast for all of you to experience a cleaner world. You know that there is plenty for everyone, and yet still so many go without. And this is how the world operates as you continue to be, as a reflection of the third dimensional mind. This is why it is so important for all of you to get out of your minds. This is why it is so important for you to experience the fifth dimension now as a feeling state. As more and more of you experience deep states of meditation, connections with beings in higher dimensions, and being in the flow of the fifth dimensional energy that is all around you, you are creating and maintaining a grid of energy that will soon override that of the third dimensional mind construct that you have been living. It's time for you to spread your wings and fly without waiting for the announcements to be made, without waiting for full disclosure, mass arrest, redistribution of wealth, revaluing of currency, and everything else that you have been waiting for. It's time for all of you to lead the way with your hearts and burst free from the third dimensional construct that is still somewhat appealing to the mind. Experience the shift. It is wonderful to acknowledge yourselves for all of the wonderful movement forward you have made. You have journeyed so far in one lifetime that you all deserve to be rewarded for your achievements. We sometimes marvel at how much you overcome and how much you persevere. The fact that all of you are still on planet Earth is a testament to your strength and your power. We are here to tell you that things are going to get easier. We often hear you asking, when will this be over? When will I be free from the situation? When will this shift be completed? And we want to encourage you to create your own experiences of all of this. One of the ways that you make the journey more enjoyable is by looking for things around you that are going right, that are working out, and that have the ability to put a smile on your face. You all deserve to take breaks from all of the hard ascension work that you've been doing. We want all of you to rest and recuperate as often as you can. Most of all, we encourage you to be present. It is in your being present that all this happens more quickly, more efficiently, and more enjoyably. You get to determine your own path from this point forward. When you decide that you want to be of service to the collective, you are. When you realize that you can be of service to the collective and enjoy your journey, that's when you are really onto something. So we encourage you to congratulate yourself for having made it this far, to acknowledge yourself for still being on planet Earth and enduring all that you had to endure with these shifting energies. And we want you to relax. We suggest that you allow the energies of the shift to do what they do while you enjoy more sunsets, while you take more time for yourselves, and while you spend more time with your loved ones. Let those of us who are here to help you give you what you need while you take on less responsibility, and see yourselves more as experiencers of the shift than those who are responsible for making it happen. How far you have come. If you have taken the time to consider how far you have come in your personal lives, then you know how long and how far you have come as a human collective. The expansion of your consciousness is tied with the expansion of the human collective consciousness, and the experience of that expansion is very gradual. It's sometimes challenging for you to acknowledge it because you are right in the middle of it, and it's also easy to see how much further you have to go. However, this is a time for you to consider the difference between being the awakened version of yourself that you are now, and any version of yourself that has come before you who has not yet been able to even acknowledge that they were an aspect of source energy. Once you make that acknowledgement, you can find greater areas for you to grow from and grow into. In your discovery of the shift that you are part of, you made numerous declarations about when you wanted to get there, when you wanted to finalize your shift, how you wanted to do it, and what you wanted to be living on the other side of. And that has taken your eyes off the present moment at times and all that you have accomplished in the present. This is a moment for you to look at how far you've come, because the experience of your expansion depends upon your acknowledgement of yourself. If you continue to see only the things that you need to work on, then you're not going to enjoy your experience. If you look for areas that need improvement because you think you must in order to make the shift, you're not going to enjoy the experience. If instead you look at yourself and you recognize how powerful the experience of awakening is, you will take yourself to the next level joyously. And this journey that you're on is all about finding the opportunities for joy within it. It is inevitable that you will make the journey, but how you do it, whether you'll go with ease and with joy in your hearts, or whether you'll struggle and strive and are hard on yourself, these are the choices that are in front of you. Make the choice that supports what it is that you want to experience, both on the remainder of your journey here to the fifth dimension, and also once you arrive. Once you arrive, you will still have expanding to do, so you might as well start enjoying this journey now. Shifting on planet Earth. In the placement of yourselves on planet Earth, you made a decision that was not entirely about yourselves. You made a decision to be on planet Earth because you wanted to be a part of something bigger. This is a significant lifetime, and Earth is a significant place to be at this time in the evolution of consciousness in this universe. Why would you choose Earth and to incarnate at this time to make such a challenging shift from dimension to dimension? Well, you all had your reasons. But the fact of the matter is that you are being here as an act of service. You are all taking on more than your fair share of the workload, and as we have said, it is a monumental task. It is not one to be taken lightly. And you are supported on your journey. Even though you signed up for a monumental challenge, you knew you would not be doing it alone. And this is where we come in. This is where your guides come in. This is where the angels and archangels come in. What you are doing here is nothing short of bringing this universe to a higher frequency state, and that is tantamount to creating a new universe. You are here creating a better universe, and you are doing so from the trenches, vibrationally and energetically. You are doing so by facing emotions and traumas that none of your egos would sign up to face. Therefore, we know in fact that you all deserve praise and acknowledgement. You deserve it from us, and you deserve it from yourselves. Awakening on this planet is and has been an enormous challenge to face. We salute all of you, and we assure you that you have help. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. The expansion of your consciousness. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. Reaching beyond where you've ever been before is a surefire way to bring yourselves to a higher state of consciousness. Everything that you experience on your world gives you cause to reach beyond. It brings you a sense of joy, excitement, and purpose to take yourselves to new levels and to experience new things. In order to do that, you must expand your consciousness, because at the current moment your consciousness is in different harmony with what you are experiencing. There is a direct correlation. So to have new experiences and to experience yourself in a new way, the expansion of your consciousness is a requirement. It's not the result of you going somewhere you've never gone before. It is the prerequisite. So how do you consciously expand your consciousness? First of all, recognize that this is something that naturally occurs, just as a child naturally grows into an adult without having to think about it. So does the consciousness naturally expand without having to try to do it. However, finding the world that you are living in to be mundane or boring is bound to give you cause for increased desire. The desire that you feel is the nudge. It is the push. The expansion occurs when you let go, when you relax. It requires you to give in to the current set of circumstance in order for you to move past them and into the new realm that you are creating. The desire is the accelerant. The desire summons energy. The energy is delivered always, and then there is the minor task of your part of relaxing and letting in, and so you can feel and experience an expansion of your consciousness. That expansion includes more of the reality that you experience and gives you the feeling of satisfaction that you seek. The satisfaction comes from knowing that you wanted to reach beyond where you've ever been before. You set out to do so, and you created and allowed that experience to happen. The expansion of your consciousness is not a trivial thing to be overlooked in all of this. It is the name of the game. It is where it's at, and you can experience it consciously as you let go of all that you cling to, including your identity. You are wonderful at allowing this to occur while you simply determine to enjoy that life that you have, while also recognizing that you will always be reaching for more. Becoming the Earth Council. We are the future from your perspective. There is a planetary evolution that is occurring in the Arcturian star system, as well as in your solar system, and we are the future from the perspective of the physical beings in our star system. What that means is you have an Earth Council that is a part of your future as physical beings. You are becoming the masters who will someday guide physical beings, and those physical beings will exist in what will be your past. The Earth Council will benefit from everything that you are living right now as you continue to expand and evolve into the beautiful teachers, guides, and leaders that you are becoming. As you continue on in your ascension journey, more and more are waking up to the experience of themselves as light workers, and that experience is what propels you on into a future where you'll all be service-oriented. This experience that you are having of becoming is spurred on by the lives that you are living now. And therefore, everything that you are living now can be seen as not only being of service to you, but it is also of service to those that will benefit from your experience as physical beings. Every challenge that you face is an opportunity for mastery, and every time that you master something, you put it in your guidebook. You are developing your own teaching, and you are accessing more and more of the wisdom that comes from experience every single day. We cannot fully explain how satisfying it will be for you to help other physical beings through their challenges when you are members of the Earth Council. It may not seem very exciting from where you are right now, but that is because you are right where you are supposed to be right now. Trust us when we say, however, that our experience of helping you and helping the physical Arcturians in our system is beyond satisfying. It is downright blissful. Your journey of ascension. You have taken yourselves to a place where there is no turning back. There is no regressing or descending from where you are right now. There is only movement forward and your willingness to go with the flow. As you ascend, your consciousness expands, and that expansion brings you more awareness. You loosen your sense of self, and you include more in your consciousness that you could consider aspect of who you really are. This process breaks down barriers. And once those barriers are broken, they are not rebuilt. Everything that you are doing and experiencing is moving you forward, no matter how it might look in the circumstance of your life. So when you are questioning whether you are making progress, we suggest that you look within yourself for the answer to that question. Are you more awake now than you were a year ago, or 5 or 10 years ago? Are you able to love more of who you are? Are you more willing to be of service than you've ever been before? Even if you don't know what it is that you're supposed to do, your willingness is enough, and that intention is felt by all humanity. This ascension process is a deepening of your connection to Source, your connection to yourself, and your connection to other people and other beings. Look at how much compassion you have now, and use it as a measuring stick as well. Looking at other factors is only going to cloud the awareness that you have, the awareness of your true self. Your true self is being revealed in this process of ascension. You are breaking free from the chains that were necessary to give you a third-dimensional experience of reality. And now that you are ready to let go of your chains, you can relax more, and you can let the experience happen while you do your best to enjoy the ride. Your awakening is going to continue no matter what, and your ascension is assured. You don't have to force it, and you can stop comparing your journey to the journeys of others. Just listen to the gentle nudging that you get from within, and feel the resonance of this message. Know that we are tapping into the truth of who you are and reflecting it back to you. We are telling you what you already know, and when it rings true, you know that you have something that goes beyond what your critical and logical minds have been telling you. So take our word for it, you are doing very well, and you will continue on this journey of ascension and this journey of becoming your true self. Your shift affects all. We have begun to analyze your progress from a different perspective. We have been noticing that your ascension journey has taken you further than you anticipated before you incarnated and agreed to be part of this particular journey. When we see you activating aspects of yourself that hold energy from other parts of the galaxy and integrating those energies, we see that you have decided as a collective to do more than just your share of shifting the energies on planet Earth. You have taken on the responsibility of helping all the other star systems in your galaxy, and therefore all of the galaxies and star systems in the universe. This is a monumental undertaking. These are aspects of you that exist in other parts of the galaxy and the universe that are aiding and assisting in this journey. But it is you and your willingness to experience the past lives from these incarnations that is the result that we are witnessing in your evolutionary journey. We are seeing your energetic bodies lighting up as though they were an individual star map, and we are seeing the connections that you are making. Those connections within you are helping the other beings throughout the galaxy and beyond in ways it could not have imagined. This earthly incarnation for all of you is about being of service to the entire universe. And that is why you are getting so much help from beings like us and from physical extraterrestrials who are aiding and assisting your progress and getting you out of harm's way. This shift of yours is a very personal experience, but it is also the experience of an entire human collective, an entire galaxy, and an entire universe. And everything that you experience on the microcosmic level is having a ripple effect that is always positive as you help guide others into the light, as you help others, beings, resolve their disputes. You are masters of this universe, and we are happy to have the front row seat that we have, because we get to see all of your movements, all your progress, and all of the service that you bring with every little step forward that you take. You are worthy of the fifth dimension. There is no question that you are ready and able to experience yourselves as higher dimensional beings. What holds you back from having that experience fully is a sense that you are supposed to be earning it in some way. Perhaps you believe that you should be spending hours and hours a day meditating, and perhaps you believe that you do not perform enough acts of service to humanity to allow in the expansion of the fifth dimension. Perhaps it is something that you have done in your past that you believe prevents you from making that shift, taking the next step along the way of your journey. Whatever it is, there is a reason, and the reason is yours. The reason is your creation. It's, of course, something that was born outside of you, but it's also something that you have chosen to adopt. In other words, you have taken on a belief and made it your own because you have allowed the influence of others to supersede the quiet knowing that is within you, the quiet knowing of your divinity. As divine beings of light and love, there is nothing that could ever possibly hold you back. There is nothing that you could ever do to separate you from which you already are. There is only perspective that gives you from knowing yourself fully as a divine being of light and love that you truly are. When you operate from a place of guilt or a feeling of lack of worth, you also are not accepting the love and light that we and others are offering to you freely. You deflect it. You decide that it doesn't belong to you. Again, you are unwilling to receive something that is rightfully yours because of something that you have been taught since your birth in this lifetime. A lot of these belief systems date back centuries and even thousands of years. But you are here now to break the cycle. You are here now to step into the full knowing of who you are, and you are here to accept the truth that you already are fifth-dimensional beings. You are just wearing a veil that filters out that which is the fifth-dimensional nature, and you keep yourself shrouded in the third-dimensional energies. So how do you let it go? And how do you let in that which is rightfully yours? It's as easy as taking a few conscious, deep breaths and affirming to yourself who you really are. No more work, no more struggle, and no more releasing is necessary. Not when you are in that state, not when in the moment you accept yourselves as fifth-dimensional beings and divine beings of light and love. Relax into ascension. You have taken giant steps forward in your evolution without trying to do so consciously. You take these giant leaps forward by simply living your lives and experiencing that which you have created for yourselves. You are master creator beings, and the ultimate goal of your creations will always be to take one step closer to shifting your consciousness and to embodying more unconditional love. The way that you get there is by experiencing all of life's many opportunities for growth. When you are betrayed by someone, you might wonder why in the world you would create such a circumstance for yourself. It is a wonderful opportunity to experience yourself as one who forgives and offers unconditional love. All of the pain that you experience gives you more access to compassion for others. All of the moments when you are completely relaxed with no agenda and no intention are the moments when you allow downloads to come to you. Downloads that will assist you in holding more love and light within your physical vehicle. Now, of course, you have your spiritual practices, and we applaud you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to meditate, to tone, to do yoga, and to connect with nature, and all the other ways you have of enlightening yourself and raising your vibration. But we see you all striving and trying and making an effort, and we want you all to relax more. We want you all to enjoy more, and we want you to see the benefit in everything that you are living, as it most certainly bringing you closer to where you ultimately want to go. As we have said, you create the reality for yourself that will give you the greatest opportunity to take yourself to the next level of ascension. And the energies all around you are helping you to access more of the love within you. They are nudging you along, just as your guides are. And they are supporting you, just as your guides are. And they are influencing you just as your guides are. So you see, you have the support that you need. You have access to all the energy that you could possibly desire, and now you have the wisdom that is coming from within you, telling you when it's time to slow down, when it's time to let go of the need to do something to further your ascension process. You have your intuition, and your intuition is always guiding you towards that which is serving you most. All you have to do is listen, and when you relax and choose the path of ease, you know exactly what you need to do. And you know precisely when it is time for you to just chill out and let yourselves raise your vibration. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Your power and strength to shift. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have a tremendous amount of faith in humanity. We know how strong you are, how powerful you are, and how enlightened you are becoming to just how strong and powerful you are. Your journey is one of many, many lifetimes, and it is culminating in this one because you have already experienced everything that you wanted to experience in the third dimension. When you are able to realize how far you've come, you can also recognize yourself as masters of reality. This is not an easy place to incarnate. An awakening within this particular dimension and on this particular planet is only part of the journey. When we look at you now and we see the progress that you continue to make, we can only say that you have all the tools necessary, all the experience behind you, and all the love within you to take the final strides on your third-dimensional journey. It is a beautiful experience for all of you to take everything that you have ever done, seen, heard, felt, thought, and so on, and to bring it to a higher frequency state. Wherever you are right now in your lives and however you have been feeling, it is always to your benefit to recognize the power of this journey, the significance of what you are doing, and the mastery that it takes for you to make such a leap forward in consciousness. It will always benefit you to look within yourselves for the evidence of the shift in consciousness. Look within yourselves because you are at the center of this experience. Looking outside of yourselves for evidence is only going to trip you up. It's only going to make you question the progress that you've made, because progress cannot be measured in the external physical world. The external physical world can only reflect the progress that you're making within yourselves. And each and every day you are knowing yourselves more and more as beings of love, beings of light, and beings of source energy, and masters of this reality. We acknowledge you. We see the benefit of all that you have been living, and now we invite you to do the same. Not because it's necessary, but because it's time for all of you to begin to love yourselves more, to see your worth, and to feel the power and the strength of who you really are. Enjoying the shift. Someday you will look back at this time in your evolution as a species, and you'll wonder why you didn't enjoy this part of the journey more. You see everything is shifting, and you have an opportunity to experience that shift with a sense of awe and wonder at your participation in it. Getting there is not the main event. It is the journey that you're on that is within it so much richness and so much opportunities for a joyous ride. The eagerness that you have to get to where you know you are going is helping to keep you going through the tough times. But your ability to enhance your experience of the shift has in large part not yet been tapped into. When you think about exactly what it is that you are doing and the enormity of it, you can glean quite a bit of satisfaction from every experience that you have along your way. You are creating a new universe and a new experience of the fifth dimension. You are actualizing new technology in the physical body that is quite natural and quite capable of taking you beyond that which you can imagine. This is quite an endeavor, and hitting some potholes and running into some roadblocks along the way are a necessary part of the experience. You ultimately get to decide how you experience this journey. When you are listening to the subtle cues and messages and moving into the direction that you are being nudged into, you do have a better experience of your shift. But when you are too eager to get where you are going, you miss out on all the gems along the way. The movements of energy through you is what this ride is all about. It's an opportunity to experience what it is like to move, to shift, and to harness the energy for creative purposes. When you do engage with your shift with a sense of adventure, you are most certain to have a joyous journey. But when you are only and always about getting to the next phase, then you are giving yourselves tasks and you are making it into a job. Relax into the experience and enjoy the place where you are right now. You won't go back. You won't have another opportunity to enjoy this part of the journey, so you might as well start right here and right now. Politics and the shift. We have arrived at several conclusions about humanity and how you're going to progress forward in your shift. First of all, we have noticed that there is a great deal of attention being given to the politicians and what they are doing and how they are doing it. This is more relevant to your shift than you realize. It is necessary for you all to accept yourselves as the creators of your reality in order for you to empower yourselves enough to make the shift in consciousness. It is therefore necessary for each and every individual who is working towards assisting humanity in the shift to let go of any ideas about being victims. You are not victims, and you are not powerless to those who hold positions of power. When you act on your reactions of what is being done out there in political and international realm, you take your attention off of yourself. Therefore, it is necessary and important for all of you to let go of your obsessions with what's happening on the national and global scale. It is far more important for you to see and feel what is going on inside of you. If you use the politicians to assist you by triggering you in the ways that you need to be triggered, then you can move forward with your personal journey and your personal evolution. And that is how you create a new world. That is how you create a world where those in positions of power actually care about you. You as individuals must first demonstrate that you care more about yourselves than you do about what someone out there is doing, even if it affects you on a personal level. Letting go of your attachments to the world behaving in a way that is appropriate by your standards is a necessary step in your evolution. The shift is happening, and you are all part of it, no matter how insignificant you sometimes feel. But our recommendation is for you to feel your significance and take your power back. Demonstrate to yourselves how easy it is for you to manifest the reality that you want to experience. Do so by turning off your news and turning on your creativity, your focus, your imagination. Be absolutely certain about what you want to create, and demonstrate to yourself how easy it is in the current energies. All you need is a bit more focus on yourself and your internal process. You will see much bigger changes when you focus within than when you attempt to make changes by looking at those in power and hoping that their agenda match your own. Offering frequencies. When you offer a frequency, you put out a signal. You are constantly interacting with this universe, and you are constantly shifting. You shift from one reality to the next based on that frequency that you are emitting. Now, we know that this isn't new news to any of you, but we want to point out that the offering of the frequency is your ticket to wherever you want to go. You don't have to wait for something to manifest or to be attracted to you because of that frequency you are offering. You can go directly to where you want to go. There's no need for you to experience the linear time concept at this point. As you fine-tune your abilities, you are able to offer multiple frequencies at once. Now, how is that possible, you might wonder? Well, many offerings are combinations. In other words, if you're going out to have dinner with your friends, you could be offering a combination of frequencies that is made up of excitement, joy, love, and freedom. All of these experiences that you are having at once combine their frequencies. You combine the base frequencies of all those offerings, and when you do that, you generally have fun and a deep, meaningful experience with other people. Now, when you offer a singular frequency, you have the benefit of focus. Focusing on one thing and one thing alone magnifies the frequency offering. So if you are only offering the frequency of love, for example, your ability to sink more deeply into that experience would create an amplification of that frequency, and you would take yourself directly to that experience. Again, there is no reason for you to experience a lag time at this point with the energies that are approaching and the energies that are already here. There has been a quickening of experience, and your ability to shift timelines has become accelerated. As you continue to move forward, you are going to see more immediate results to the offering of a frequency. You are here to master this experience of reality, and you are demonstrating to yourselves just how powerful you are every time you deliberately offer a frequency and you shift to the reality of your preference. We are the Arcturian Council, and we've enjoyed connecting with you. how powerful you are. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. By the power that you access within yourselves, you are able to produce new timelines, new probabilities, and therefore new experiences. We are always going to encourage you to go within yourself to discover the power that you possess. Your power is in your ability to focus. You are focusers of energy, and you are accessing vibrations all the time. When you realize how powerful you are, and when you recognize that your power lies within you and in the present moment, that is when you will truly begin to create your reality consciously. By demonstrating to yourselves how powerful you are, and that you can be trusted with that power, you enable yourselves to experience the new timelines that you create. When you are focusing on the past or projecting out into the future similar results that you've achieved previously, you disempower yourself. You become more reactionary than creation-oriented. Creation is the name of the game. It is what you came here to do. You create and you experience. You experience, get information, and make choices about what you want to create next. Now, there are ways in which you can access your power that you have not yet discovered. These will be coming to you as downloads that you will unlock, but the power is there. The power is already within you. Accessing your power is as easy as acknowledging that you have it, focusing within yourselves and activating a vibration. If you begin by accessing vibrations for the sheer enjoyment of it, you will recognize that you create your experience in the now moment. You create an experience of the now moment, and that now moment expands it. It becomes what you call the future, and when you walk in your power, you can access any future experience you desire. And you are ready. You are ready to experience just how powerful you truly are. The fifth dimensional way. When you allow another to be as they are, to think as they think, and do as they do, you are in harmony with your world. When you are in harmony with your world, you don't see anything that anyone else is doing, thinking, or saying as a threat to you living your life as you want to live it. You see, it is your belief that someone else is going to interfere with your ability to live the life that you want to live that keeps you from living it. It is your belief that the forces outside you have more control over your life than you do, that puts you in a position where you then feel that you have to stop them, or at the very least, you have to stop them from doing something. When you are in alignment with the universe, when you are accepting what is, and when you are able to live and let live, the universe opens itself up to you. Once you take your attention off those you believe are preventing you from living the life of your dreams, new possibilities find their way to you. You can live in harmony on your world. It is possible. It is just not necessary to convince anyone else of anything. It is not necessary to stop anyone else from doing anything, and it is not necessary for everyone else to evolve. It is up to you to have the relationship with the universe that you want to have. And it all begins with simple awareness. When you are aware of your state of being, and when you are aware of your beliefs, you can do something about them. So it is one more way that all of you can wake up from the third-dimensional way of approaching reality. You can wake up to the full knowing that you are beings of infinite power who have ultimate control, and an ability to create that goes beyond anyone else's ability to get in your way. This is the fifth-dimensional way. It is the way of knowing yourself as the creator beings that you truly are, and it is the way of letting everyone else create whatever reality that they want to experience. The precipice of the shift. Bringing yourselves to this particular point in time has taken quite a bit out of you. You have many scars, many wounds, and carry with you many traumas, but they have all helped you get where you are today. And where are you today, you might wonder? You are at the precipice of a global shift in consciousness. You're at a time of awakening, not just of the human consciousness, but of the earth itself. This event was planned. It was something we all signed up for as an experience, and we want you to understand that. We want you to know that you don't need to earn your way to ascension. It is not as though you suffered your way to this point in time. Everything that you have experienced that has given you cause to feel pain, suffering, and so many other things has been also about giving yourselves the opportunity to have those experiences. You can only have those experiences from a third-dimensional interpretation of reality, and now that you are shifting, you don't need to continue to create these types of scenarios for yourself. You've moved past the desire even to create those type of scenarios. We also want you to understand that this journey is not about learning lessons. It's not about becoming better human beings. It's about giving yourselves experiences so that you can make informed decisions. Once you realize how a certain decision feels when you make it, you then give yourselves that information, which allows you to make a more informed decision next time. You are becoming more of who you are. And is also something that is preordained. It's not up for debate, and it's not in question. You're going to always feel attracted to the source energy vibration that is at your very core, and how you get there is always up to you. So now, as you stand in this point in time, it is to your benefit to draw from all the experiences that you've had in this lifetime, and in every other, to make more informed decisions about how we move forward. So invite in that information, especially before you fall asleep at night. Invite it in because it is yours and yours alone. And it serves you very well to have as much of your history at your disposal as you possibly can. Your history propels you forward into the future which is also the past. It is the past because you are returning home to the source energy that you originally emerged from. Your role in the shift. We come to you with our own agenda, but our agenda is in alignment with your desires for evolution, expansion, and growth. We benefit from your expansion because we are extensions of you. We tell you what we know to be true because we want to help. We do have compassion for you as well, and in our compassion for you, we demonstrate a love for all of humanity. There's not one of you who is less important than any other. This particular lifetime that you are living is of great importance to the shift in consciousness in the entire universe. You are the dominoes at the beginning of the formation, and we are helping to nudge you forward so that not only can your humanity experience ascension, but so that all others in the universe can have that experience. The shift is upon you. It is real, and it is happening, and your ways of experiencing it are increasing in number. One of the easiest ways for you to notice that something bigger is happening is to recognize synchronicities as they occur in your lives. We also invite you to feel the amount of compassion that you have for other humans and to see that as an indicator. And then, of course, there are beings like us who are coming through in greater numbers to support you energetically and to give you the proper nudges when we can. As you continue to move forward on your ascension process, remember that your lives are the most significant aspects of anything that you could be contributing to this collective consciousness. When you recognize that the shift happens within each one of you first, that's when you can acknowledge that things are happening, and they will continue to happen and to be reflected in the outside world. Noticing your dreams is another way to see the shift in action, as you realize how many times you are connecting with other aspects of yourselves from other lifetimes in your dreams. You demonstrate to yourself how much shifting is going on. More than anything else, we would invite you to feel for the energies that are around you. Feel for the energies that are available to you. Don't just ask for support on your journey. Feel for it, recognize it, and tap into it so that you can use it to boost yourself up in your times of need. We are here to be one of those boosts, and we are very happy to see you all coming along. Creating the fifth dimension. We are able to detect the movement of the collective consciousness of humanity. We are able to measure how big your expansion is from moment to moment, and we are pleased to announce to you that the movement forward has been quite significant since the first of the year. You are using world events as a catalyst. You are also using challenges in your personal lives to nudge you forward. The result has been a deeper connection to the fifth dimensional grid of energy on planet Earth. You are connecting to that which is of a higher frequency and is always available to you. And then you are utilizing that connection to co-create new templates for the fifth dimensional reality. You do this as a singular individual, and you do it as a collective. So what you are building right now is far more significant than anything in your lives you feel needs fixing. And it is even far, far bigger than anything that is happening in the world right now that what you would like to correct. Recognize that you are creating the new from the old. You are utilizing that which has been present on planet Earth for so many thousands of years to catapult you into a new era, a universe of your design. So this is what we invite you to do. We invite you to use the circumstance of your lives and the news reports of world events to give you that push towards continuing your creation. And we invite you to see everything that is happening as contributing more building blocks and certainly more energy. You are capable of creating something brand new. something you've never even conceived of before, from that which you've seen over and over again, playing out in your lives and on the world stage. So never look at something that is happening in your life or in your world as having any power over you. See it instead as that which inspires you to dip into the fifth dimensional energy grid and create some amazing new templates, new experiences, new timelines, and anything else that you want to create. The world is your playground, and you just got some really cool new toys. The energies of ascension. You have experienced a heightened awareness of what you have been holding on to. You have experienced much of what has been hidden rising to the surface. You have given yourselves these challenges at this time because you are ready for them, and because there is more energy to support you than you've ever had access to previously. So when you are experiencing one of your challenges and your lower frequency energy is rising to the surface, remember that it is a clearing that is occurring, and know that you are making room for higher frequency energies to come play with you. You're making room for a higher frequency version of yourself. The energies that are hitting your world right now are coming to help. They are also coming to co-create with you the new experience of the fifth dimension. They want your input. They need your input, and they would love to get some direction from you. So if you want to utilize the higher frequency energies for healing purposes, you can. If you want to access their support of you as you go through some of their clearing, you are more than welcome to utilize the energy in that way. If you want to use it to create something new, then go right ahead. But don't expect the energy to do it all for you. Don't expect to just ascend into the fifth dimension that is complete and requires no input from all of your creator beings. You are ascending into a frequency range that is going to give you greater abilities to create new experiences. But you are all the builders of this new world, and you have at your disposal more free energy, more available energy than you've ever had before. So reach out, feel into it, and let yourselves co-create something magical and wondrous. That is what's on the other side of your issues and your challenges and the lower frequency energies that you are experiencing and that you have been experiencing early on here in this new year. It's time for you to let go. It's time for you to purge and make room for more. You have our support and the support of the energies around you. We suggest that you reach out and that you feel out these energies because they are here for you. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Levels of awakening. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. Awakening is a process that takes place on many different levels. First, you'll have your mental awakening, which gives you a new framework from which to view reality. You shift your beliefs, you shift your concept of God or Source, and you shift your concept of self. That is your mental awakening. Then there is your emotional awakening. The emotional awakening puts you in greater touch with the emotions that you have been experiencing but not expressing. It puts you in touch with the emotions that have been ignorable. It puts you in touch with emotions that are stored in your cellular structure. You then move past the emotional awakening into the energetic awakening. The energetic awakening is often felt as a strange occurrence in your bodies. It is also something that you sense. It is awakening to your empathic nature. It is an awakening of the consciousness that you are and that you use to navigate through this reality. And then you have your physical awakening, which can be the most troubling of all the awakenings, because you have been taught that when this, that, or the other thing happens to your physical body, it means that you are in a gradual decline. It may mean that you need surgery or pills to cure it. This is what you have been told, but it is not the truth. It is not the truth that you need to accept. So when you have your ascension symptoms in your physical body, that is a test of your faith. It's not a test that you have to pass, but rather it's an opportunity for you to take all that you have learned in your previous awakenings and apply it to your experience of your physical body. And when you do this, you can move through the physical awakening without needing to subject yourselves to some of that, what the healthcare professionals would have you subject yourselves to. You always have the option of working energetically, emotionally, and with your thoughts to work through the physical experiences that you have of awakening. If you see them as experiences and as sensations, rather than as symptoms of a larger problem, you will be well on your way to releasing them and to being fully in your bodies, embracing your bodies, and navigating with your bodies to the fifth dimension. Wherever you are in your awakening process, you will feel an acceleration after receiving this transmission, because you will understand more clearly what you have been going through. What will you do with your power? We have begun to get excited about the way that humanity has taken so many steps forward as a collective. There is so much promise that you are showing to the rest of the galaxy, and as a result, there is quite a bit of chatter about the evolution of your consciousness. We are all excited to see where you will go once you step into the power that you have as a collective. You are not just the receivers of help from beings like us. You are not just recipients of higher frequency energies from higher dimensional realms. You are the ones who take what we give you and use it to create. There is so much innovation and creativity within the human consciousness that you are the one other species steal from. You have no idea how many of your inventions are out in space. When you come together as a collective and pool your ideas and resources, there is no telling what you will do. This much we can be certain of, however: you will go further than any other beings have gone. And the reasons we are so confident in that statement is that you have such a tremendous desire to go beyond where humanity has been able to go thus far. We are not just talking about your technology here. We are talking about the ways in which you can create using consciousness. That is the most powerful gift that you have, and when you awaken, it is one that you usually start exercising first. Therefore, all the time you have spent using your conscious to create your reality has been like sharpening a very powerful tool. And when you fully access your powers as creator beings, you are going to astound many out in the cosmos. You are the ones with all the ideas and all the desires, and soon, with the help of the energies we have given you, and that others have provided, you will be the ones accessing all of your power, and that will be a sight to see. Your unlimited power. We have the desire to see what you all are going to do when you recognize how powerful you are. We are excited to witness how you take yourselves beyond where you have ever been before, and we are absolutely thrilled to see that more and more of you are stepping into the power with grace and with joy in your heart. The use of your power is something that does not need to take away anyone else's freedom or their access to their own power. When you fully recognize this truth, you will see that the game that you've all been playing on planet Earth has been one based on many false ideas and beliefs. They are only false in the sense that they do not reflect the truest of truth, but they are true in the sense that you can activate them, and humanity certainly has. You certainly have been playing with the idea that in order for one person to have power, others must be disempowered, have less freedom, or have no freedom. But when you all recognize that the power you seek lies within you, and that everyone can be empowered by Source, by the truth of who they are, that is when you'll begin to live life in a way that you have always wanted to live it. You will access your unlimited potential, all of your abilities, and you will do so without fear. You will do so with the knowing that you would never abuse your power, and you will also recognize that you cannot abuse your power when everyone else is accessing theirs. So again, we are eager to see what that version of Earth looks like, and how humanity takes all of your genius and all your compassion and couples those with the unlimited power that you are stepping into more and more every day. And it's going to be quite a show. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. A tremendous leap forward. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have an extensive inventory of experiences from our past that gives us the ability to sense when something big is happening for all of you there on planet Earth. And we have that sense now. We recognize that the energies that you have been receiving are impacting your lives in much more positive way than they have in the past. When you receive an enormous influx of energy, oftentimes what you get is a great deal of triggered emotions coming up. But what we are seeing instead this time around is that you are utilizing the energy that you are able to download, and you are making strides forward in your lives as individuals and as a collective whole. The way that you process this energy that you receive is an indication of how well you are doing, and we see the excitement within those of you who are awakened as a very, very good sign. You are starting to really get that you are here to create something brand new, something that has never been experienced before. And it is sinking in that way to create those experiences is through the utilization of these higher frequency energies that are coming to you from all angles. What this means is that you can do less and accomplish more. It means that you can allow things to come to you. You can relax and receive, and you can let go of the trying and struggling that has been such a part of the human experience for so long. The beautiful thing for us about all of this is that we see you realizing that you have become that which you have been seeking to become, and you're acknowledging yourselves more as the creators of this entire experience. You're looking within more for the power that you have once given away, and you are seeing yourselves as empowered by those energies that you and you alone have summoned. And that is a tremendous leap forward. What you resonate with. We have the opportunity to share with you our perspective, and you have the choice as to whether you accept our perspective or not. But really, what you are doing is measuring the degree to which our transmission resonates with you, and when it does, you accept what we give you as your truth. Now, you are also constantly being bombarded by programming in society, and what programming is designed to get you to resonate with what some of you fellow humans want. Sometimes you choose consciously what you resonate with, and sometimes you don't. Sometimes you have knee-jerk reactions to what is put in front of you, and other times what you see or hear makes you think. Now, social programming is everywhere. You are being cajoled, nudged, and even browbeaten by the perspective of others, so much so that you often don't recognize for what it is. What we want you to understand is that you have an opportunity to choose your perspective before you open your door and walk outside into the world, before you turn on your computer, phone, television, whatever, before you set foot in your place of work. You want to set your own vibrational resonance for yourself. You want to know what it is that you are accepting as your truth before you encounter someone else's. Now, we want you to be open to the perspective of others. We want you to remain open to new ideas, new concepts, and new belief systems. But we also want very much for you to have set your vibrational tone very high before you encounter someone else's rhetoric. In so doing, you will change the degree to which certain things stick to you, and to the extent to which other things bounce off of you. Choose what you resonate with wisely, and always let your heart be your guide. Your mind is much easier to persuade. The heart stands firm, and it stands firm in love. Creating for the entire galaxy. We have a sense of what you've been summoning energetically, and we also have a sense of what timeline you're going to jump to next. We want to say that this is an important time in your evolution, but every time from this point forward will fall into that category. So instead, we are going to predict that you are going to make the jump to the timeline that you want to be on as a collective. This particular timeline contains the energies that you have been summoning, and so much more. In other words, once you receive some of that which you have asked for from the universe, more will be given. More will be given because you will demonstrate your ability to handle the energy that you've summoned and to create a better reality for all. Those of you who are truly awake know that you cannot just create for yourselves. You recognize the significance of being a part of a collective, and you empathize with those who are suffering. You feel their pain and you want to help. Now, in the creation of a world where everyone has enough, where there is peace and harmony on planet Earth, you are also creating that throughout the galaxy. So by wanting what you want, summoning the energy for it, and then receiving it, you are doing so much more than satisfying your ego. You are helping to create peace and harmony throughout the galaxy. You are helping end all suffering and usher in a golden age. An age where co-creating between extraterrestrials and humans will be the norm, rather than the anomaly that you sometimes hear about. You are truly the visionaries of this galaxy, and in removing your limitations and accessing the power, you will make it happen. You are, of course, and always will be love incarnate. And as you continue to remind yourselves of that truth, you step into even more power because you align yourselves with source energy. Go within and feel big. It is the ideal time for all of you to be considering where you would like to be in your lives. There is so much available to you now that hasn't been previously, but you need to be clear about what you want. And being clear about what you want has become a challenge for those of you who feel that you're simply waiting for the shift to complete. The world outside doesn't seem to be offering what it is that you want, and that is by design. Those of you who are awakened are meant to go within. You are meant to seek out the unknown, the undiscovered. And you are meant to be the ones who create that which is new, that which is not being experienced by most individuals. So again, in order to do that, you need to feel prompted to go within. And that prompting to go within sometimes comes from the feeling that there is nothing in your world today that is calling you. You've already done it all, maybe not in this lifetime, but in all your previous lifetimes put together. Plus this lifetime, you've done it all. That's why it is time to create something new. That's why you need to be the dreamers. You need to be the ones with a big imagination. And as you dream big, you feel big. There is so much for you to feel now, even if there is less calling you into action at this time. And the only way for you to access all those big feelings is to go within. Feel around. Breathe into your heart center. Breathe in the higher frequency energies. Give yourselves access to that which is of a higher frequency, that which is coming from the higher realms, and that which wants very much to play with you, to co-create with you. It's all right there waiting for you and access it, and that means putting away the distractions, going within, and accessing that which has never been before. But you're not going to find it out there. You're going to find it within you. Co-creating the new earth. We have begun the process of taking your desires for what you would like to experience in the fifth dimension, and using that information, we have created a vibrational experience that you can tap into now. We know that many of you are excited about stepping into the fifth dimensional framework and experiencing the fifth dimensional earth. We also know that you are feeling impatient, but you're in a very important phase now as you create the experience of the fifth dimension that you want to have. And so we have been working with you on co-creating fifth dimensional experiences that you can tap into vibrationally while you are still there in the fourth dimension. We want you to know that you do not need to fully shift in order to start experiencing some of what you have created. We want to give you hope and also experience. Those of you who are ready to tap into what you have already created will be able to use that information to refine your desires. You will always be building and rebuilding. And this is one of the ways you can start to experience what it will be like to be fully fifth dimensional. There are others, of course, and we're not the only ones working with you and for you. But we want you to know that everything that you're doing now is helping to create that reality that you want to experience. And you're all doing a beautiful job of accessing in your own way that which you need in order to continue this process of growth and creation. And we are so thrilled and honored to be co-creators with you on the new earth of the fifth dimensional human experience. The vibrations supporting your actions. We have taken what we can from what we observe you doing, but we also take into consideration the vibration that you are holding when you are doing the things you do. Therefore, your actions are not as significant to us as you might think. It is easier for us to see how the action could be taken. The circumstance don't always dictate what actions you will take. It is usually your vibrations that does so, and that vibration is hidden for most of you. So when you see someone doing something you don't understand, and especially if it's something that is hurting another person, it's difficult for you to wrap your minds around why that person would do that thing. But we see the vibration that is supporting the action, that is fueling it, and that often continues even after the action is taken. So we can see how actions don't have the effect that you often want them to have. They don't correct a vibration that is off. And so usually, what you have is a mess that has been created from taking the action, and you are still in the vibration that you were trying to avoid in the first place by taking that action. So a good practice is to notice what vibrations you are running as you are deciding what to do, and an even better practice is to notice the vibrations that are supporting the actions as you are taking them. And then you will also want to take the temperature of your vibration, so to speak, after you have taken the action. You want to notice these things because eventually you will recognize that you want to act out of joy, love, a sense of peace, a sense of freedom or excitement. And you don't want to act out of fear, anger, despair, or a feeling of lack. Action often seems like the easiest step to take, but it is also the most futile, unless it is, of course, supported by a higher frequency vibration. You can always feel for your vibration, but you can't always take an action. You can always adjust your vibration, but oftentimes there is no action to take. So take that into consideration the next time you are considering taking an action. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Those in power and you. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. In your attempt to take back control over your lives, you've often forgotten that any power someone else has over you has been given to them by you. You do not have to defeat anyone or overthrow any organization or government or corporation to take back your power. You just need to stop giving it away. Now we know that you incarnated on the heels of thousands of years of humans giving away their power, and in that sense you didn't create what you incarnated into. But in another sense you did, in your previous lifetimes. So that the state of affairs you are in nationally and globally has everything to do with you. Why would you create an experience of living among oppressors? How does that serve you? Well, it gives you the opportunity to know what it's like to feel disempowered so that you can move back into the sense of power. But again, you are not going to get there by force. You're not even going to get there through political activism. You're going to get there by accessing the power that is within you. The power of Source exists within each and every one of you, and the power to create your reality also exists within each one of you. Creating through accessing higher frequency vibrations is the fifth dimensional way. Taking up arms against your oppressor is the third dimensional way. When we say stop giving your power away, what we are really saying to you is stop resisting those who are in power. Remember that this is a co-creation, that you put them in power, and that you did so because you wanted to experience what it was like to move from that position of feeling disempowered to awakening to the realization that you are all powerful beings. You wanted to experience the powerful surge of energy that can only come from within. To do or not to do. You are the best judges of what is right to do. We do not advise that you go looking to someone else to tell you what to do or not to do. Instead, we suggest that you look within yourselves and wait until something comes to you. We suggest that you use the ability that you have to feel into the vibration of something. This is going to come in very handy as you move forward here into a time when you are going to have lots of different options. The more you choose for yourself what it is that you want to participate in, the more you empower yourself. Let go of the idea that someone out there knows better than you know for yourself. This is why religions have such a mass appeal. Most people want to be told what to do and what not to do. It makes it easier if you have a judge somewhere in the sky condoning some things and condemning others. Makes the choice that much simpler, doesn't it? But as you have come to realize that Source energy is within you and that you are Source, you must also realize that you are the one determining what is right for you and what is not right for you. And you're also the ones who get to decide whether, when something is not for you, you then condemn it. You don't have to condemn anything just because it's not right for you. When you feel and sense a vibrational mismatch, that's all you have to make note of and act accordingly. You also have the opinion of doing nothing at all at times. In fact, doing nothing can be one of the more challenging things that you experience in your life. But when you are in a state of non-action, you are more likely to receive. And one of the things that you can receive while in a state of non-action is inspiration. So it is our recommendation that you don't do anything out of a sense of obligation or duty. Let yourself feel into all the options available to you. And if the option is to do nothing, well, simply embrace it. Appreciate and celebrate your now. You have the beautiful opportunity in every moment that you are alive to appreciate something about what you are experiencing. You have an experience of polarity, and there's always be the side of the spectrum that is pleasing to you and the side of the spectrum that is not so pleasing at all. So it is up to you to decide for yourself how you want to experience life. It is up to you to determine which end of the spectrum you want to be on. When you are focusing on what does not please you or what downright disgusts you, you are always going to be able to find more. When you listen instead to your heart, you will notice that there is always more beauty, always more love, always more opportunity for laughter. Laughter gives you relief from the other side of the spectrum. You have that ability to stand in a moment where things have gone horribly wrong and make light of the situation. Think about that expression for a moment. Make light of the situation. You have the ability to bring more light to every situation and to focus on that light that is within. Every possible moment that you take that approach, you are deciding for yourselves what type of life you want to lead, what type of future you want to create. More importantly, however, you will be focused in the now moment when you are allowing yourselves to appreciate something or when you are making light and bringing light to an otherwise dark scenario. We encourage you to find that which is worth celebrating and appreciating in your lives, and we want you to recognize that every moment has some kind of beauty within it, and every moment that you are present and grounded in your physical bodies is an opportunity to experience more joy, more peace, and more harmony with the world as it is now. That's the way you ascend to an even better one, not by finding fault with the world as it is and rallying the troops to try and fix it. Enjoy your lives as best you can and enjoy the journey to that which is going to be so much better than that you can even imagine. Ascending beyond the mind. When you are able to conceive of something in your mind, you are, of course, only getting a fraction of the story around that which you are conceiving. There is always so much more available to you than what your mind is able to conjure up, and this is why we encourage you to listen to your heart. Your mind is third and fourth dimensional, but through your heart you have access to source energy in all 13 dimensions. You are here to exceed the capabilities of the mind, and that is why we are suggesting that you let go of thoughts. As you release your attachment to thoughts and things, you open yourselves up to a new dimension of reality. The fifth dimension is a dimension of depth. It is a dimension of feeling, and it is the inevitable expansion from where you are now to where you are going. People don't like it when they are told to let go, because people on earth don't want to prove something to themselves. Many of you, most of you, want to prove that you can do it with your minds and with your actions. But that's just the thing. You can only do so much with those tools of the third dimension. It's time to open yourselves up from within and to explore how much more there is in this universe than what you can conjure and conceive with that physical mind of yours. We welcome you to dream bigger than you've ever dreamt before, and we invite you to make that dream a feeling, a dream of reaching out into the unknown, and a dream of leaving that which you have been attached to behind. Let yourselves soar. Let yourselves experience more and become fascinated by what you have yet to experience on any level of your beingness, and that certainly includes a level of your physical minds. You are the creators of the fifth dimension. We have encountered many beings from many different worlds and different dimensions throughout evolutionary history, and we are impressed by what humanity has shown us. We would never compare you to any other species or race because you are unique, and one of the many ways in which you are unique is your ability to design. You have within you a creativity that is quite masterful. You often think of other beings, higher dimensional beings, as having more input in the creation of this universe and your planet and solar system. But without you, without your input, the new version of the universe that is being created would not exist. One of the reasons why you encounter so many challenges and have had so much to endure in your time there on planet Earth is because you needed something from which to create a better and more magical fifth dimension. The fifth dimension is a frequency state. It is not a place. However, you are creating your experience at reality at fifth dimensional beings, so in that sense, you are creating the fifth dimension. You are creating the structure, the design, the qualities, and the potential for growth within it. You are magnificent creator beings and problem solvers, and this is why you throw so many challenges at yourself. Of course, you have help. You have beings like us and your guides and higher dimensional beings to inspire you, but you are the ones taking the inspiration, taking the energy, taking the codes and information that you are sent, and using all of it to create something brand new, something never before experienced. You humans are at the heart of this universal shift in consciousness, and we are all excited to experience your creations, your version of the fifth dimensional reality. We are here to assist you. We are here as your helpers and your cheerleaders, and to bear witness to your incredible creations. The big questions. You have begun to search for the answers to questions that you would not have been asking 5 or 10 years ago. This is a very good thing. It is important for you to have the desire to know who you are, where you came from, and what you are supposed to be doing. We invite you to explore the answers to these questions in a different way than you've been looking up until now. Who you are is something that you determine for yourself. You get to decide who you are going to be. For you to decide once and for all would be to limit yourself. So instead, decide who you are going to be in the moment and let that be enough. Let that answer propel you into the next moment and the next. Be sure of one thing, however. Be sure that you do not allow yourselves to be defined by anyone else. And please do not limit yourselves. You are too multifaceted to be satisfied by a single answer to that question. Now, where you are from. This question really depends upon how you look at who you are. You are all from Source. We all are. If you are talking about our star system, you have all been to many different star systems and had many incarnations. So you can know yourself as Pleiadian, Arcturian, Sirian, Cassiopean, Lyran, Andromedan, and so many more. Again, do not limit yourself. Now, as far as what you're supposed to do goes, this is also something that we want you to determine for yourselves, and we suggest that you also do so from moment to moment. Check in with yourself to determine what it is that is most appropriate for you to be doing. Don't limit yourselves when it comes to what you can do, and be aware of what you are capable of doing is always expanding and being refined. Continue to ask questions and be sure that you allow the answers to be flexible. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Choosing and creating timelines. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. You have an ability within you to project your consciousness to a timeline that you want to investigate before bringing your physical self to it. You are doing this without realizing that you are doing it, but now is the time for you to begin to do it consciously. You want to be in control of which timeline you are choosing, and you are capable of making that decision for yourself consciously. Your higher selves and your oversouls know this now. So you're going to be encouraged to project your consciousness onto several different timelines to investigate for yourself what lies ahead on those particular timelines. More importantly, you are going to be able to tell by how you feel whether you want to align with them or not. Now, the data that you bring back with you after each one of these projections can and will be used to create new timelines, because that is what you are here to do. You are not here to just choose from the options available to you. You are also here to take from your experiences that which pleases you and excites you. And then you are to create new experiences, new opportunities, and of course, new timelines. You are doing this for everyone, as each new timeline is available to all of you. So how do you do it consciously then? How do you project your consciousness onto a timeline and explore it? First of all, recognize that these timelines exist as probabilities all around you. See if you begin by stretching your consciousness, as we have already discussed. Then you can move to the next level of this consciousness journey, by taking your consciousness into one of these probabilities. See them as portals that exist all around you, portals that you can travel down, get a glimpse of what they contain, and then come back from. This is the new way that you create your reality. Choose the timeline whose vibration you want to experience most of the time, and know that you will continue to have opportunities to choose again, and again, and again. Accessing infinite resources. You have brought yourselves to a point in your evolution where you can take what you are given and do so much more with it. You are no longer dependent upon resources coming from outside of you in order to get where you want to go. You have a direct connection to the part of yourself that is most creative. Therefore, no matter what your resources are right now, you can get to where you want to go and you can live the life you want to live. This is a new challenge for you. Many of you are waiting for a reevaluation of your currency and a redistribution of resources before you even dare to dream about creating a life that you want to create. But as you are awakened beings who understand that you create your reality, you must recognize that you have access to so much more than just physical resources. When you take into account that everything in your world, every physical object is a symbol and nothing more, then you can grant yourselves access to the keys to the kingdom. The feeling that you want to have is the key, and when you realize this, you also free yourself up from whatever the conditions are of your current life. Here's what we suggest. Put yourself in a comfortable and a relaxed position at least once a day. Then take into consideration something that you want to be living in your life. Feel the vibration of that which you want to be living, and then open your heart to access the stream of source energy that comes to you from your heart center. Use that energy to create the experience you want to be feeling. Let yourself have the experience now. Don't wait. Don't even wait for what you have created to come to you before you start living it, experientially, because you have so much more access now than you have ever had before to the creative energy of Source. Shifting out of survival mode. You are approaching a very pivotal point in your human history. You are moving from a time of knowing yourselves as the ones who operate from survival mode to the ones who create an entire world and an entire new universe. The theme of survival has been present on planet Earth since the very beginning. You have known yourselves as mortal beings, and you have known yourselves as those who needed certain natural resources to live. You have known yourselves as temporary visitors to your planet, and now you are shifting to becoming the ones who will create whatever they need, and more importantly, whatever they desire. The times in which you have experienced death and loss in your past lives have been a big part of this experience of shifting. Because in order for you to move past survival mode, you need to face all of the trauma and tragedy of loss of life from your previous lifetimes. Many of you have faced those fears head on and have done a wonderful job of integrating those aspects of yourself. Once you recognize that you are whole now, and that you have always been, you will shed the fear of death completely, and you will no longer need it. As you shift to the fifth dimension, you will become the creators of yourself as well, and you can create yourselves to be whatever you want to be. There will be no need for death in order to start over, to become something new. You will create, and you will recreate, and you will not need to think about survival anymore. That shift alone is worth everything that you've endured along this path, but there is so much more that can open itself up to you when you no longer need to think about your need for survival. You are the change makers. You have listened and you have received, and you have opened yourself up to so much information, and many of you are waiting and wondering, because so much has been spoken and written about, and yet very little has changed on planet Earth. There have been promises that have been made about changes and new systems of government, new economics, and a complete lack of borders. And you listen, and you read, and you wait. We suggest that you don't wait any longer for the changes to occur. Instead, we invite you to usher in those changes yourself by creating for yourselves that which you want to experience. We are not suggesting that you all drop out of society altogether, but what we are suggesting is that you begin to live as though the changes have already taken place. Stop giving your attention to leaders in government, politicians. Stop pretending that they have control and power over you. Do not believe for a second that you all need to do is vote and write people in. The changes begin with you. You are the change makers. You are the ones who believe us when we talk about a new earth, when we talk about peace, harmony, equality. You know that everyone on planet Earth can be properly fed, clothed, and housed easily. When you let go of your resistance to the way things have been and the way things are, and you do more than just believe, that's when you will see the change occurring. And that's when you will become the powerful versions of yourself that you have always knew you would be in this lifetime. Take back your power. Empower yourselves and start making the changes happen from within yourselves and from within your communities. Reality Creation 101. It is a perfect time for all of you to stand on your own 2 feet and look out into this universe, claiming it as your creation. We also suggest that you see the universe as a projection of your consciousness that is also colored by the lens of your perception of it. We know that you have heard about these truths before, but what you may not have considered is which aspect of you has been doing the creating of your reality. And you may also be unclear about how much of the circumstances that you have been living were predetermined by your prior to your birth. It is true that when the ego gets a hold of this information, it wants what it wants. Like a kid in a candy store, the ego runs wild and sets out to create everything that it's ever wanted. And that approach to creating your reality does serve you. That is why that information is given to the ego, but what you really want to do, what you really want to demonstrate to yourself is your ability to create your experience of reality in the way that you want to create it. Everything is about your perception of it and what you are willing to make out of it. Given your circumstance, how can you shift your perception of reality right now to actually change it? You are changing your experience of it and therefore creating it. Now, your higher self has been the aspect of you that has been creating your reality, at times in conjunction with the ego and at times in spite of it. What can you do then to create your reality in the truest and fullest meaning of that statement? You can merge your ego with your higher self, and you can become the reality you are creating. When you see yourself in a state of oneness, you truly have everything that you, on all levels of your being, could ever desire. The higher mind. It is a wonderful time for you to assess the degree to which you are willing to surrender to the unknown. What you are stepping into as you ascend is letting go of control. You are, in a sense, leaving the physical mind behind. And as you know, the physical mind likes to know everything. The higher mind is not concerned with knowing everything, including the past and the future. The higher mind is essential for helping you choose between all of the many options that you have before you, but you will not be coming to a time when you will ever need to know more than what is right in front of you. You are creating and then experiencing, but you are not going to be creating from the known. And so you will need to give up control and embrace the vibrational truth of what you are moving towards. If you attempt to micromanage your creations, you will feel frustration. You will know what it is like to be truly limited, and you will eventually throw up your arms in despair. When you step into a creation of your own, you must be willing to trust yourself. You must be willing to trust in your ability to offer vibration. You must be willing to trust in this universe and its ability to deliver you something that you've never seen or known about before. Letting go and surrendering control are truly liberating acts of freedom. And once you free yourself from the confines of the physical mind and the known, you will open yourself to the experience as it will blow you away. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Building a new Earth. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. This is an opportune time for you to look at everything that you value in your life, because you are on the verge of some very big changes. You want to be sure that you have your priorities in order when your change in time comes. It is very important for you to know what you stand for, what you believe in, and what your abilities are. Many of you are reaching for new abilities and overlooking the abilities that you have. And when it comes to your belief, you are often focusing on the ones you want to change rather than the ones that serve you. When you are clear about what it is that makes you tick, what is important to you, and what you are hoping for in your lives, you will be able to make assessment. You will be able to determine whether your actions are in harmony or opposition to what you prioritize, what you value, what you believe in, and what you believe you are capable of. We want you to be prepared to build from the changes that are coming. And it is important for you to know what it is that you want and what it is that you have to contribute to as you look to create a new world. As we have said, you are able to shift timelines more easily than ever, and with those shifts come the changes that we are talking about. And when change is upon you, it is important for you to know where your priorities lie. It will also be very important for each of you to value yourselves. If you don't know what your strengths are, ask someone who loves you. Oftentimes you overlook your strengths and abilities because they are so second nature to you. But we promise you, every single one of you has something important and special to offer in the creation of a new Earth. You create your reality. This is a time for all of you to reflect upon the lives that you have led up to this moment. It is a time for you to examine decisions that you have made and where you have been able to overcome obstacles. Now is the time for all of you to begin to accept that from this point forward, the life that you will be living will be your creation. The life that you will live from this point forward has nothing to do with a blueprint that was in place before you incarnated. You are awakened creator beings who understand vibration, and that is all you need to put yourselves on that timeline that you want to be on to manifest circumstance, events, and people in your lives. It is time for you to react less and create more. When you are comfortable, calm, and relaxed, that is the ideal time for you to create. When you are reaching for something that you feel you need in order to complete yourself, that is a time for you to process. It is important for you to know the difference and notice the difference between processing and creating. You have so much life to live, so much value to the shift in consciousness, and so much to teach others who have not yet the understanding that you have of what is happening. As you practice creating your reality, realize that you are showing others how to do it as well. You are leading the way. You are the pioneers who have looked beyond the physical, beyond the solar system, and beyond yourselves to not only what is possible, but what is highly probable for you to experience in this lifetime. There is no need for you to create anything that you don't want to experience. Awareness is the key. Be aware of the vibration that you are offering. Be aware of whether it is time to process or to create, and be aware of how your being serves to others. That is when you are at your most powerful. That is when you have the most support and when you are the most creative. Physical recalibrations. You've been able to take in so much in recent months and years that your systems need to be recalibrated in order to handle the energy, the codes, and the information that you are downloading. All of you are different. There are not two individuals, even twins, who are exactly the same physically. There are several factors involved in why you are different, but that is not the point of this transmission. What we are here to tell you is that the recalibrations that are occurring in your physical bodies have repercussions of how you feel physically. You may be inspired to make changes to your diet, to the amount of water that you drink, and your sleep schedule is probably going to be affected as well. Some of you are sleeping for longer periods. Some of you simply cannot sleep as much as you would like. Again, you are all different. And you are also different energies that are available to each of you. You have all different needs for different codes, different DNA upgrades, and so on. So you cannot compare your experience to someone else's, and you cannot define what is normal in this day and age. There simply is no normal experience. Now those of you who are awake have an advantage. The advantage that you have is that you know what you are experiencing is for your highest good. What is important, however, is that you listen to your bodies, and that you listen to the impulses that you are getting. We want you to pay attention to what your intuition is telling you. Seek out any supplements that you feel inspired to seek out. If people in your life keep telling you about a particular supplement, remember that it is you sending you the message. You're very clever like that. And your guides will do what they do as well, shifting your attention, turning your head, perking you up when a conversation is happening. And so we advise you to listen to these subtle nudges that you are getting to help yourselves through this challenging time of the physical recalibration that is necessary for you to be the recipients of all that is coming your way. You are here to experience change, and some of the changes that you are experiencing are more pleasant than others. But you always have the option of making things more pleasant for yourself. Humanity's ascension journey. There are many possibilities in front of the human collective right now. There is not one future that has been set in stone for all of you. There is not one path to your ascension. You are the ones deciding how you want to move forward in this period of evolution. And you will continue to explore different possibilities with your consciousness before you take yourselves to any of these probable realities with your physical bodies. As you entertain different possibilities, you gain knowledge from exploring those paths, and you bring that information back with you. The same is true for you in your personal lives. You may not know it consciously, but you do these type of exploratory missions when it comes to the choices that you have in front of you. You are benefiting from all of these possibilities, even if you never explore them physically. You are the foundation of what you are creating from. You will bring forth more of yourselves as you continue on your journey. That much is for certain. If you feel stuck, or if you feel that humanity is stuck in its evolution, look within yourselves. Look at the foundation from which everything is springing forward. See what more you can bring to the experience of your personal evolution and the evolution of humanity. Don't wait for something outside of you to happen that is going to light a fire under you, so that you are then pulling forth more of who you are in a desperate state. Bring that more of you forward from a desire to experience more, to give more, to shine more of your light. If each and every one of you does this, you will for sure take the human collective on a most enjoyable route to the fifth dimension. As always, it is up to you. It is your journey to create. And if you are aware of this message, then you can consider this to be a calling. You can consider this to be an invitation for you to assist humanity in taking that path to ascension that is filled with joy, with ease, and with love. Making connections. We have let you all into our frequency range through these transmissions. We have created a doorway that all of you can walk through at any time. This is not a temporary arrangement. You have permanent access, and we are pleased to offer to you freely and without hesitation. When you are ready to make a connection like the ones that we have made with all of you, the circumstance of your life will take you directly to the being or beings whose connection you will benefit from. Your accessing of the doorways is a byproduct of your willingness to look within yourself, and to be more honest with yourselves about who you are, who you have been, and what you feel. We give you access because we know that in our frequency you feel more complete. All frequencies are yours. They are all aspects of you. When you look within yourself and you see or feel something that you don't like, that you would rather not experience, and you shut yourself off from it, that is going to limit the number of ways you can connect and the number of beings you can connect to. When you operate as a whole being who is capable of looking at and experiencing all many aspects, you are welcoming in those of us who exist in other realms and dimensions, and you are saying that you are ready to play with us. If you want to have more contact with beings that are out there, so to speak, then allow yourself more contact with what is within you, with all aspects of who you are. When you try to fix something within yourself, it is the same as ignoring it or not acknowledging it in any way. Living with all aspects of yourself is a state of unconditional love, compassion, acceptance, and even respect. It is a way to coexist and connect with all beings, regardless of what dimension they exist in. We are happy to be part of your spiritual family and to help illuminate more of those aspects of who you are so we can offer our love in the hopes that you will do the same. The truth shall set you free. When you say one thing but mean another, you are not just deceiving the other person or people that you are communicating with. You are showing a lack of respect for yourself. Your authenticity is part of the truth of who you are, and the truth of who you are is not to be diminished or covered up in any way. You are here to know yourselves more fully, and in order to do that, you must be willing to accept yourselves as you are. The practice of lying or not telling the whole truth is quite disempowering. Usually it is an attempt to gain an advantage of some sort, but it is misguided, and you are not gaining anything by not being true to yourself and others. Listen to the words that you speak and listen for the resonance of them. Feel for it. See if it harmonizes with what you actually feel inside of you. Do the same with the thoughts that you think. The thoughts that you think are important because they tell you a story. You must decide which story you want to tell. The story that you often tell is the one that others have fed you, and the story may or may not have been true from that person's perspective. Getting to the heart of who you are and what you are and expressing that is a fast track to ascension. It is also the most liberating path of ascension. Your words carry weight, and your thoughts often reflect the vibrations you are holding. Make sure all of it lines up so that you have an authentic experience of yourself. It is the only way for you to progress and to progress without pain. If you experience shame and self-judgment, now would be the time for you to let go of those experiences and let in more of your authentic self. The truth of who you are could not be more beautiful, and to offer anything less than that is to rob yourselves of the delicious experience of the fullness of who you are. Always be true to yourself and speak your truth, and let the chips fall where they may. We guarantee you that the truth shall set you free. We are at the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Your sixth sense. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have observed an ability within the human race to find a way to project your consciousness out and to feel with your sixth sense. And we've also noticed that you don't realize what you are doing it most of the time. You mostly utilize this ability subconsciously, and it is an ability that you don't even realize that you have. So how can you benefit from the utilization of this ability, and how can you use it more consciously? We believe that it all starts with a willingness to accept that you are much more powerful than you give yourselves credit for. You must be willing to trust that you are capable of more than what you have witnessed yourselves doing, saying, thinking, and being. This projection of your consciousness is accomplished with just a little bit of focus, and if you focus with intention and deliberately, you can receive much more than what you can perceive with your five senses. Taking in the information that comes back to you from the projection of your consciousness is something that you'll get better at understanding. You'll have interpretations at times that you question. You'll wonder how much of it is real and how much of it is your imagination, and you will be right at times to question your interpretation. But eventually this experience will become automatic and it will be intentional. Right now, your experience of this ability is that you just know things and you don't know why or how. Or you pick up on a vibration, the vibration is pushing you away from something or moving you towards it. But even that experience is something you can second guess with your mind. We invite you to practice by quieting your mind and sending your conscience out to explore a possibility, to explore an opportunity, to explore a situation that already is present in your life, and see what information you get back. See what you can pick up with your sixth sense of yours. You don't have to tell anyone about it. You don't have to act upon it. For now, just work on receiving the information and trusting it, and use it to form your decision-making. Use it to help you determine the vibration of something, and use it because it is your ability and it is your birthright. It is time for all of you to step into the power that you have within you. Determine your own path. We are giving a bit of a map to all of you. It is a map that is filled with options for you to take. You are the ones who are deciding which journeys you are going to take, how you're going to take them, and how long you're going to take in getting to where you are going. We simply provide the map. When you have an agenda and a very specific destination, and often look for a very precise way of getting to where you are going, you want the fastest way. You want the easiest way. You want the way that is filled with the most certainty along your path. But when you cling too tightly to your agenda, you do not allow for the detours to take you to even more marvelous places than you could possibly imagine. Your hearts are like a compass, and your minds provide blinders that only allow you to see in one particular direction at a time. We have given you a type of framework that you can use to take yourselves beyond where the map indicates. Your journeys are not set in stone, and the more flexible you are, the better. The more able you are to bring yourselves to the understanding that this is not a race, the more fun you will have along the way. Your attitude is much more important than how quickly you get to where you are going. You believe in certain routes more than others, and you often put out all your faith into the known, into the well-traveled roads. But you have the ability to create brand new routes, and you are also capable of going off all unknown paths to blaze the trail for others. We can only nudge you in a direction, but we are not interested in controlling anything about your journey. See if you can say the same thing about yourself, and if you cannot, then it is time for you to open yourselves to more than what you see in front of you, more than what you can determine is possible, and more than what we can even guide you towards. Your experience of reality is shifting. You have experienced but a fraction of what your consciousness is capable of perceiving. This means that your awakening is also about experiencing more. It is primarily about awakening to the fact that you are source energy, but then you also get to awaken to the fullness and richness of reality. You get to experience it in its true form. The first thing that you will notice as you begin to see and feel more will be the differences in your ability to perceive with the five senses. As you open yourselves up to these experiences, you can expect to encounter layers upon layers of this reality that will excite you, that will inspire you, that will give you a newfound appreciation for your planet. The richness and fullness of the reality that you experience is in direct proportion to the amount of consciousness that you have awakened. And this is one of the reasons why being present is so important. In being present, you are able to perceive that which is right in front of you, and you are able to perceive it from a perspective that can only be experienced as you operate as your whole self or higher self. Becoming one with the experience of your reality, becoming the observer and the observed, is one of those mind-blowing experiences that you never forget. As you expand your consciousness, you expand your sense of self to include more and more of this reality, and that is something else that you awaken to. You awaken to the fact that you are the reality that you experience. You are not in it, it is you. It is you projected out and reflected back. And when you know this to be true without a shadow of a doubt, you are then able to create what you want to experience. You are able to go where you want to go, and you are able to be what you want to be. It all starts with a willingness to be present and to stretch your five senses beyond what you've been able to use them for previously. And as you're grounded in your physical bodies, you give yourselves the best possible experience of reality. The expansion that occurs is a natural byproduct of existence, but you can hasten the experience of expansion and you can accelerate your expansion, and you do so by shifting the way you experience reality. Your ability to create your reality. When you have doubts about your ability to create the experiences that you want to have, you are not taking into consideration the totality of who you are. You are looking at the situation from the narrow perception of the mind and the ego. The mind and the ego tell you that you're only capable of doing so much. You especially base your ability to create your reality upon the past, and that is one of the ways in which you limit yourself. There is an exception that you then create around what you want to create and what you can experience. The ability is there. It is within each and every one of you. There is no question that you can create whatever experience you want to have. However, you look at the facts a bit too much, and you don't give yourself enough time to let your creations come to you. And so the doubt builds, and the doubt prevents you from experiencing that which you've already created, that which was already on the way to you. This is why we recommend that you create for the fun of it, and that you create with a sense of joy and eagerness, rather than a sense of desperation and neediness. When you approach your creative process from a place of wonder and awe on all that is available to you, you put yourselves on a path, and that path leads to everything that you want to experience in your lives. There is no one right way to live, and there is no one right way to create your reality. You do have several opportunities to acknowledge yourselves and your abilities, but you sometimes dismiss that which you've created, and you don't give yourselves the credit that you deserve. If someone gives you something, you don't necessarily see it as your creation, but it most certainly is. So facing your doubts and your fears about your reality to create your reality will ultimately result in your full acceptance of the conscious creator being that you are. That result will come from your willingness to explore why you doubt yourselves, why you doubt your ability, and as you deconstruct those thoughts and those beliefs, you will ultimately get to the core of who you are. You will uncover the truth that you are a source energy being creating everything that you experience. When you raise your vibration, you put yourself in harmony with the higher self that you already are, and from that place you can create anything that you want. You can decide what you want to experience, and you can watch as the doubts melt away. Take the pressure off of yourselves. We've been looking at the various ways in which you are handling the stresses in your lives, and we have noticed something that we would like to point out to all of you. You often find that you are in a place where you put pressure on yourselves, and that pressure is coming from within you. The stress that you experience then is created from your own stance, your own goals that you've set for yourselves. It is not as though there is something else outside of you putting the pressure on you that results in the stress that you experience. You are literally doing it to yourselves and creating problems for yourselves where you need not experience such things. When we observe you, we often wonder what the benefit is of putting the pressure on yourself and experiencing the stress. And our conclusion is that you are attempting to avoid a much more painful experience, a much more painful realization. So let us say that you are putting pressure on yourselves to accomplish something, like a goal, because you believe that in the accomplishing of that goal, you will feel better about yourself. And if it looks like you're not going to be able to accomplish the goal, you experience more and more stress. Look at the areas in your lives where you're putting pressure on yourselves to succeed at something. Let go of that particular goal and instead give yourselves the unconditional love and the unconditional acknowledgement that you deserve. In other words, stop trying to prove to yourself that you are good or that you are good enough to be worthy of something or someone. You can always tell when you are putting that pressure on yourselves to succeed because you find yourselves in a constant state of anxiety, in a constant state of worry and even panic. You find yourselves fighting against the clock and the calendar rather than relaxing into the present. You need not prove yourself to anyone, including yourselves. We desire for you that you will release yourself from the pressure that we see so that you can release yourself from the stress that you then experience. And we will continue to offer you our unconditional love in the hopes that you will offer it to yourselves. There is nothing that you need to prove or accomplish in this lifetime, or in any other. Feel the relief that comes from knowing this and from taking the pressure off of yourself, and you will begin to enjoy this beautiful journey that you are on. Create beyond thought. There is only your creation and what you decide to do with it. You have at your disposal a tremendous amount of creative energy, and you utilize but a fraction of it. This lack of accessing the creative energy that is available to you stems from your willingness to play a smaller version of this game. When you refuse to go beyond your capacity to think and believe what is possible, you limit yourselves and you limit your access to the creative energy that is always flowing to you and through you. When you fully embrace the creative life force energy that you truly are, you will have much more available to you to work with, and then you can create on a much bigger scale. We see all of you wanting to create a better world, not just for yourselves, but for all beings on planet Earth. And we know that you are capable of accessing the creative life force energy to exist in that world. But your thoughts and your beliefs often get in the way. Therefore, we suggest that you create outside of thought and outside of belief. We suggest that you work with energy that you can feel, energy that you can tap into, and energy that you can use to create your reality. When you create, when you're in that process, let go of preconceived notions about what is possible and exist purely in the realm of infinite possibilities. Demonstrate to yourself how powerful you are by accessing the energy at the core of your beingness, and let it show you just how powerful you are. When you attempt to create with the known, with what the mind can perceive, you limit yourselves. When you access creative life force energy by focusing on who you really are, you can create anything, you can experience anything, and you can become anything. Accessing this energy is as easy as reminding yourself of who you really are and feeling for it within yourselves, within the palms of your hands and within the core of your beingness. And once you do, you can relax and know that the energy you are accessing is absolutely going to go where you want it to go. You can relax into the knowing that in the moment you are creating precisely what you want, even if it goes beyond what your minds are capable of perceiving. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Experience, perception, and creation. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. You have within you the greatest resource that you could ever possibly imagine. That resource is your own personal experience of life. You are deriving nuggets of wisdom from every experience that you have. You are experiencing machines, and you will never stop. When you process an experience that is uniquely yours, it is moved through your very specific perception, and all of your experiences are affecting that perception. So you have a wide array of experiences to choose from when you are defining your reality. You can select which of your experiences you want to amplify and to have more of, and you can toss the others aside. Once you have an experience, you don't ever need to have it again. History is not doomed to repeat itself in your life. You are the decider. You are the one who chooses which experiences you want to activate within you, and therefore you choose your perception of reality. You choose how you filter every experience. When you are in the midst of an experience, you can easily forget that you have this power within you. You may feel like you have no choice but to interpret it through your usual perceptual lens, but you always have a choice. And you empower yourselves by making choices. You certainly empower yourselves by activating the experience that you would like to have again. Of course, the next time you have that experience, it will be different, because you will be different. So you get to build upon your experiences and create something brand new. You are not just the experiencer. You are also the creator. And when you want to create something, we suggest that you get very particular about what experience you draw from. We invite you to build upon the experiences that are life-affirming and pull more source energy through you. And once you discover that you have the ability to choose what you experience and how you experience it, you have everything that you need to create a brand new reality for yourself. Go beyond thought. In your execution of a perfectly laid out plan, you often feel a sense of satisfaction, a sense of accomplishment. From our perspective, however, when things do not go according to plan, you have many more opportunities to seize. You are only capable of seeing a certain percentage of what is available to you to perceive, so your minds are not capable of foreseeing all the different possible ways in which things can go better for you than you had originally planned. Planning can limit you, and we want to see you expand. The way towards expansion is throwing all your plans out the window and being open to accepting the magical and mysterious wonders that the universe has in store for you. Letting go of control in your plans doesn't mean you are surrendering your status as a conscious creator being. It just means that you're creating more than you can possibly understand, than you could possibly conceive of in your physical minds. When you create with energy and vibration, there is no limit to what you can achieve, to what you can see, and to what you can feel. We invite you to play a bigger game than you've ever played before. Play with all the cards in the deck, rather than just the ones you can see on the table in front of you. You don't have to be able to imagine the best possible scenario in order for you to be living in the best possible scenario. There was a time when you first learned about the power of your thought, and at that time you believed that thought was the answer. You believed that thought was everything, but thoughts can only take you so far. And once you have demonstrated to yourself that you can create with a very limited amount of thoughts you have access to, you're going to want more. And we promise you that the more you want is available to you. It only requires you to let go of the old ways and embrace the new. Embrace the energies that are settling in on planet Earth and welcome your new ability to work with these energies. Welcome your ability to create that which has never been before, and open your arms wide for all that the universe has in store for you. There are no mistakes. There are no mistakes being made by any of you or by humanity as a collective. You are never making a mistake when you make a choice that doesn't work out the way you had hoped it would. You are exploring, and you will forever be exploring. And as an explorer, the outcome is not as important as what you discover along the way. So as you make a choice, you make a discovery. And if you are paying attention, you will feel the vibrational ramifications of the choice you have made. That vibration is information that you can use to steer yourself in a direction that is more to your liking. There is no real outcome because there is no finality to your experience of self. You may have chapters that you go through, periods of exploring one thing or another, but they are not the end of anything. You are accessing more energy whenever you make a choice, and for that simple reason alone, none of your choices could possibly be mistakes. It is through movement of energy that more energy gets summoned and accessed, and by making a choice and taking steps towards something, you are certainly accessing more energy. The energy that you access is you, and therefore everything leads to and results in your evolution. Everything, no matter what it is. It's not up to you to determine what the right choices are so that you may make them and stay on the right track. It is much more important for you to live your lives and have experiences than it is for you to achieve some sort of perfection. So think back to anything in your life that you would call a mistake, anything that you feel regret about, and reframe it. See it for what it really is. It's an opportunity for you to know more of who you are, to feel more energy flowing through you, and it's an opportunity for you to make a new choice. When you stop making choices for yourself, that's when you really get into trouble. When you refer to a book or a teaching or religion to make all your choices for you, that's when you begin to thwart that energy that's so natural, that wants to flow so freely, and that wants you to get out there and make some choices. This is a free will universe, and you get to decide what direction you move in for the purpose of exploring more of this beautiful universe, which is ultimately just you exploring you. Chapters 3. Processing your emotions and raising your vibrations. Feel proud of who you are. We are so very proud of each of you, and we want very much for you to feel pride as well. We want you to feel that pride, not because of an accomplishment, but because of the recognition of who you are. You don't need a reason to feel good about who you are. You don't need to give yourselves a performance review. You deserve to feel good about yourselves because you are there, facing tremendous challenges on planet Earth and accessing more of who you are every day. You often look at other people and compare yourselves to them, or you look at the goals for yourself, and you compare where you are in relationship to them. And these are the ways in which you determine whether you have any reason at all to feel proud of yourself. But what if you could access pride that was not egocentric or narcissistic, and definitely not conditional? What if you could access pride because you are an acknowledgement of who you are? And yes, we recognize that sometimes you forget. Sometimes you come from a very egoic, mind-oriented, and survival-based approach to life. But you have to realize that all of these mechanisms are there to give you a human experience. They don't take away from the fact that you are source energy beings. You are unconditional love. If you want to feel good about some aspect of yourself, why not choose those two instead of how you measure up to others who are making in the same field as you, instead of how much money you make, where you live, what kind of car you drive, and so on? There's so much good within you, and you can feel very good about what is inside of you. We encourage you to do so. We encourage you to look within for the feeling of who you are. Stop looking outside of yourselves or for the evidence in the physical realm. All the evidence you need is right there within you, waiting for you to feel it. And when you do, you'll have every reason imaginable to feel proud of who you are. Exploring the depths of the human collective consciousness. We have begun exploring the depths of the human collective consciousness to see how far you have gone in your collective history. We have been enjoying the process of discovering the extremes of polarized experience that you have explored as a human collective. You have all played a part in the creation of these experiences, and so you all deserve credit for the expansion that has occurred as a result. You knew that you needed to go to extremes in order to create something magnificent. You knew that you needed the energy that is generated from going to the depths, and you did. And now here you are, ready to make the biggest leap forward in human history. The biggest leap possible, and yes, you are seeing some of the depths of your consciousness as a collective for one last examination. Fear is a very creative and destructive force in this universe. You get very creative when you are in fear. And when you act from fear, you can do a lot of damage. But without that fear, you would not have access to love. You can take all these experiences in every aspect of the human collective consciousness to the fifth dimension, but you will never experience them in quite the same way. You will have a greater sense of who you really are as a source energy being, and therefore nothing will faze you in the way that it did when you were third-dimensional beings, going to these depths and these extremes of polarity. So you literally will have nothing to be afraid of as a fifth-dimensional being, but you will still recall what it was like to be able to face something so incredibly terrifying and walk away from it stronger as a result. You are going to miss that about the third dimension, as much as you are excited about leaving it all behind. All that you are really leaving behind is the myth that you are anything but full-fledged source energy beings. And no matter how far you go into the depths, that spark of divinity was always with you. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Get excited. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have been excited for all of you for quite some time, and we have noticed that you all have been getting excited. You've been getting excited because you feel yourselves getting closer to some very big change in your world. We want to remind all of you that in spite of the shifts that occur in your solar system with the other planets and the moon, none of that is as powerful as you all are as individuals and as a collective. Don't look for confirmation for your excitement with a full moon, a supermoon, a blood moon, or an eclipse. Don't look for where Venus is relative to any other planet to affirm what you know at the very core of your beingness. You are the ones making the changes, and you can always find yourself jumping to another timeline, a better timeline. You can always find yourself creating a new reality and then living that reality. You don't have to wait for someone else's prediction. You don't have to wait for the planets to align for you to align your own energy with that which you want to experience in this world, and for the entire solar system and galaxy. You are a part of something very big, but you are also at the center of it. Because there are so many different energies from all across the galaxy and even the universe there on planet Earth, you are at the heart of this shift in consciousness. And the excitement that you feel is warranted, but you also get to create journeys that you want to be on. You don't have to wait for something big to happen outside of you to create something big inside of you and for you and the rest of humanity. Practice exercising the power that you feel within you. Practice using the power because you are on the verge of releasing so many limitations. Now is the time to hone your skills as conscious creators. Gaining knowledge and wisdom. We have the knowledge of having ascended to the ninth dimension. Experience has given us our wisdom. It is because we have moved through so many experiences that we have the perspective that we have. Your lives are filled with challenges. You are faced with problems, situations that seem beyond any scope of your control. You have the opportunity to experience so much more, however. And when you let those experiences in, you are going to have so much more knowledge, so much more wisdom. The world as it is right now can look like a scary place. Certainly there are things that happen in your world that you would never wish upon anyone. And yet they are there. They exist as possibilities. We recommend that you live your lives without fearing those unwanted experiences. And if you have to tell yourselves that having those experiences will bring you to a state of greater wisdom, then do that. Remind yourself that everything you experience has some value for you. Everything brings you further along in your journey. It is only by shrinking from different experiences and hiding from various emotions that you keep yourself from growing, from gaining knowledge and wisdom. When you demonstrate to yourself that you are bigger and more powerful than anything that your world has in store for you, that is when you achieve mastery. And when you achieve mastery, you feel more confident. When you feel more confident, you create the reality you want to experience with more ease and more joy. So you see, there is nothing here that is worth fearing, that is worth shying away from. There is nothing that you truly want to protect yourselves from. And in that embracing of all that is in front of you and all that is possible, you take on the perspective of Source, and you become who you really are. A beautiful shift in consciousness. We have been deciphering the communication that we receive from each of you who reaches out to us, and we are seeing an underlying theme. You want to experience more of what life has to offer you, and you're getting tired of waiting. There is so much more for you to experience, and some of you have even gotten taste and glimpse of what it is out there. But you cannot seem to grasp it. You cannot seem to hold on. And so you want the floodgates to be opened. You want to receive, and you want to receive everything all at once. But here's what we suggest instead. We suggest that you savor those moments where you feel connected, those moments where you feel powerful, those moments where you feel fifth dimensional. Savor them and feel the vibration of them. Let your glimpses into the fifth dimension inform you, and you will not be disappointed by what is available to you in the here and now. You cannot be disappointed when you are in the mode of appreciation. Think of how much easier life is for you now as compared to 100 or 200 years ago on planet Earth, and it will get easier and it will get better, and you will have those experiences that you want to have. In the here and now, the most important thing you could be doing is looking around for the gifts that you've already received and appreciating. The more you look for experience outside of yourself at this time, the more you're going to feel disappointed, and the more you cultivate an inner world that includes everything that you want to feel, the happier you will be. You are the ones bringing the greatest change that planet Earth has ever seen. If you try to rush that experience, you're going to diminish it. But if you savor every step along the path of this journey, you're going to bring about a beautiful shift in consciousness. Creating monumental changes. We have all the necessary perspectives to help all of you create a harmonious world for everyone. We can see how it is possible, even before you shift your consciousness, to live on a planet, sharing the land, sharing the resources, while still holding different perspective. We see the possibilities, but we are not carrying the emotional baggage that many are on planet Earth. The emotional baggage we are referring to is that which leads to actions that are taken against each other. You can have it both ways. You can have it all ways, but first you have to recognize that there is so much importance in processing those emotions that are within you. Even if the world leaders are not, you still can, and you can create your change in your world by taking care of your own business. You see, everything that you do, say, think, and feel, it all has ripple effects, and right now you have the ability to affect more change on your world than you would ever give yourself credit for. When you see the state of the world at large and you wonder how you could possibly make a difference, the answer always lies within you. You make the difference in your own personal life every time you choose to feel that emotion, express it to someone else, and start that chain reaction. You are informing the universe of the world that you want to live in by what you do and what you do not do. As you feel your emotions and process the ones that especially need processing, you send out the message loud and clear. And the universe must reflect back to you the inner world that you are creating. Each and every one of you who is awake has the ability to do so, much more without even leaving your homes, without even reaching out to anyone else. Process those lower frequency emotions as they come up within you, and recognize the change you are creating through such a simple act, because it is monumental. Holding a higher vibration. We've observed that the human collective is able to sustain a vibration longer as a collective than you are as individuals. When you work together to hold a vibration, you are able to feed off of each other. When you are working alone, it is harder for you to maintain the vibration that you seek to hold. One of the reasons for this is that with other people holding the vibration with you, you have their physical bodies there emanating the same vibration. You become like a tuning fork, and this collective energy, of course, has a bigger impact on the entire universe. So what is reflected back to you is bigger than if you were working by yourself to maintain a certain frequency. Now, we are always encouraging you to pay attention to your own vibration, your own frequency, and we will continue to do so. You certainly benefit from practicing holding a vibration for yourself, by yourself, and to create something unique that is yours and yours alone to experience. We just want to recognize that you have the support in the physical realm, whether you realize it or not. Something that we hear from many of you when we connect with you is that you feel isolated and alone. You feel that there is no one around you in your community that is on the same wavelength as you. This is one of the reasons you have the internet to connect to you. You can find people in other parts of the world that you resonate with, and you can connect with those people and work together on holding a higher vibration for the whole of humanity and for a specific cause. Now, the more people that you invite to join you in this endeavor, the longer you'll be able to hold that vibration. You don't need close proximity in order to feel the effects of the vibration that someone else is holding. You just need to be tuned to that person, and you know that you can do this because you've been doing it. You've been reaching out to one another by telephone for quite some time, and now you have many other ways of reaching out to one another, connecting, feeling this vibration, and offering that vibration with a purpose. We want you to know how powerful you are as individuals as well. So again, do not mistake this as us saying that you are only powerful when you're connecting with others and holding a vibration. We've just noticed that it's easier for you to hold that vibration for a longer period of time. So we are encouraging you to do just that. Processing for the collective. You have the capacity within you to feel whatever someone else is feeling. You have the ability to empathize with another. You also have the ability to take on something for an entire human collective, to feel the emotion that others in the collective are unwilling or unable to feel. And by processing these emotions that others in the collective are avoiding or suppressing, you are helping to move the collective along. You are adding to the already in motion process of evolution. The entire human collective consciousness would not be where it is today, were it not for the courageous beings that exist among you who are willing to do the processing for the collective. You would not be as close to shifting as you are today, and there would be much more strife on planet Earth. So why would you set it up this way? Why should it be possible for some to do the heavy lifting for the rest? You don't all come to an incarnation with the exact same background, and you certainly aren't born in the same circumstance. So those can help do, and those who are unable to help themselves receive the benefit. It may not seem fair to those of you who are doing the work and processing for the collective, but remember, it's what you signed up for. Some knew that they would be incarnating into families with opulent wealth, and others knew they would be incarnating into abject poverty. It's a decision that you make before you incarnate, and then once you get here, you experience the reality of that life. Remember that from a certain perspective, one is not better than the other. You are here to let go of those type of judgments. Certainly by feeling as much as you can all feel, you have access to more joy, more love, and more compassion. And so your personal evolution is also accelerated by your willingness to feel that which is a part of the human collective consciousness, that which others have left behind. We salute those of you who are doing this work, and we want you to know that it will get better and it will get easier. And here we are here for you if you need us. We are the Arcturian Council, and we enjoyed connecting with you. Seeing life as a gift. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. It is the best possible approach to take to your lives when you operate from the position that every moment that you spend here is a gift. Oftentimes your lives can seem like a sentence, and you have been told that your lives are a test. But what if you being here was the absolute most exciting experience you could be having? Trust us when we say that you knew you wanted the roller coaster ride of Earth before you incarnated here. Now, if you are truly grounded in your physical body and are consciously breathing, you have everything that you need to make the most of the moment that you're in. Practice mindfulness and being present. These are the approaches of the holiest of people on your planet. When you have an opportunity to experience something, and you invest all of who you are into it, that experience can become anything at all that you want it to become. This is how you create your reality. You don't create your reality just so that you can live something that you want to live in the future. You create your reality in the now moment that you are living. And then, with your consciousness, you can stretch out that moment so that it becomes your next now, and your next, and your next. We are suggesting that you begin to see life on planet Earth as a gift, and that you let go of the struggle. Releasing is a very spiritual act, but it doesn't mean giving up on living the life that you want to live. It means letting go of the idea that you are not living that life right now. Process your emotions before the shift. You are embarking upon a journey now that will take you through some experiences that you have set up for yourselves in order to elicit certain emotions. When you are in the midst of clearing and processing the emotions, please keep in mind that it is a necessary part of the process, and it is better for you to do it now rather than later. As the energies continue to bombard your planet, you are going to find it harder and harder to ignore that which is within you and needs to come out and out. At some point, you would find it downright impossible, but now, while it is only challenging for you to face these emotions, and you get to do it in your own timing, with the support of others and with the support of beings like us, we suggest you allow these emotions to flow through you. Now, if you have been suppressing your emotions or numbing yourself with drugs or alcohol, it's time to stop doing that. It's time for all of you here to lead the way in the shift in consciousness, to open yourselves up and let these emotions out. This is the way that you make room for the higher frequency energies. This is the way that you lead by example, and this is the way that you make the shift easier, more comfortable, and make it possible for the shift to be pure ecstasy and joy for you. It's going to be much harder for those who are not facing what they need to face within them and having done the work on yourselves. You are going to be the ones to hold their hands through the process. You're going to hold space for them now as we are holding space for you now. We also suggest that when you see one of your fellow awakened beings having a hard time emotionally, that you listen, support, and show compassion for your fellow traveler. It is through these types of actions that we'll come to a place where some of you were always doing the clearing and releasing, and others are always doing the supporting. And that is the world that you all want to be living in. That compassion will bring you into the fifth dimension. The journey of your consciousness. You are taking your consciousness to a place it has never been before, and you are restructuring your consciousness with every moment forward that you make. This is a journey of consciousness, and as you make your way through this universe, you activate different points within your consciousness, which requires you to then find ways of making everything work together harmoniously within you. When you bump into something that you have resistance to, or fear, or judge, that's when the lack of harmony occurs, and you feel fragmented. But now is the time where you are taking on much more and utilizing the activations that you are receiving appropriately, so that you can handle more experiences. If you are feeling uninspired by life, if you are bored, if you just don't know what to do, we suggest that you seek out a new experience for the purpose of what that experience will activate within your consciousness. When you realize that what you are doing is not just for your amusement, and it's not just to learn something or experience pleasure, then you can go into the experience with the knowledge that it's going to bring something new and interesting to your consciousness, which will then lead to the restructuring and the need for harmony. So you can process everything in that way. You can begin processing more deliberately what needs to be assimilated, and you can bring about an evolution of your consciousness through experiences that you are choosing for yourself. If you don't choose the experience for yourself, then the universe will choose them for you. Your consciousness craves the expansion that can only come through experience, and when you run into one of these roadblocks of resistance, fear, or judgment, know that it means you just have a little bit more work to do before you can move on to the next experience and opportunity for expansion. You are going to find that this journey that you're on gets more exciting, has more twists and turns, and brings you even more opportunities for experience. So we recommend that you buckle up, pay attention, and ride the wave of the expansion on your consciousness. Everything will develop from that awareness of what is happening, and you will feel more and more like creator beings on a journey of expansion that you started and that you will continue. The progress that you've made. There have been enough instances on planet Earth of the human consciousness moving to a new level that you've all been desensitized to it. You no longer feel the steps forward that you make as you evolve because you have lived it so many times. You have experienced the growth, the expansion, and the evolution of your consciousness to the extent that it is now a commonplace occurrence. It might help if you were to think back to who you were many years ago, and if you can see how much you've changed over a large time frame, then you can get a sense of the large leap forward that humanity has made. We know that you are all waiting for a final leap to take you into the fifth dimensional frequency range, but you don't have to wait for that moment in order to acknowledge and enjoy how far you've come. You have all gained tools, and you have access to process and exercise that you didn't have access to just a few years ago. Now is a time when you can apply that knowledge you've attained. Now is a time when you can practice being fifth dimensional. You can practice holding a higher frequency for as long as you possibly can. You can acclimate your bodies to the higher frequency energies, and you can be patient and relax as you allow this process to continue. And in the meantime, join us in our appreciation and acknowledgement of the human race and the human collective consciousness. We can see the tremendous growth that continues on a daily basis, and we are so happy to be part of this process for you and with you. You are expressions of Source. You all are special and unique expressions of Source energy. You have more resources at your disposal than you often tap into. The depth and infinite nature of Source is at your disposal, and each of you has equal access no matter how you feel about yourself. Even a person who denies the existence of Source, denies their own eternal nature, has access to all that Source is. So imagine what you could do and how much you could access if you were to fully embrace your true nature as Source energy beings. Imagine how much more of yourselves you could bring to the party. Now, declaring yourself as Source could seem to be a bit egotistical. However, if you acknowledge that everyone else is also an aspect of Source, and you are leveling the playing field. The more you declare yourself to be source energy in the flesh and encourage others to do the same, the more you demonstrate to others how easy it is to acknowledge. The idea of blasphemy, heresy, or hubris would scare off so many people from this message, this transmission. We are here to empower you. We are here to help you. And we have only your best interest at heart when we tell you who you really are. Now we know that you already know who you really are, because if you receive in this transmission, then you have already come across the fundamental truth of awakening. However, it is easy to get caught up in your human lives and forget what you have access to within you. And again, you all have equal access, no matter what you think and no matter what you feel. Sometimes it is when you are having one of your darkest moments that you dive down deeply within you to access the flip side of what you are feeling, and you have a moment of clarity, a moment of oneness, a moment of full acknowledgement of who you really are. Big changes. It is very exciting to witness an evolution in consciousness like the one is underway with all of you. You are in the midst of a great leap forward in your evolution, and you are witnessing some of the effects of these tremendous changes. You are seeing more turmoil in the world and perhaps in your personal lives and certainly in your physical bodies, and all that has you wondering whether you are moving in the right direction at all. There are often growing pains that you experience when rapid growth occurs. There are adjustments that need to be made. Now, making these adjustments can be as simple as slowing down, resting more, and drinking more water. You don't need to slow down the growth, however, and you don't need to speed up in order to keep up with it. When you see turmoil in the world or in the lives of those close to you, or even in the lives of strangers, remember the power that you have within you to feel compassion and to offer unconditional love. What you are going to see more of in the coming months and years is a human collective that is supportive rather than one is divided. You are starting to recognize that even though you are diverse and unique, you are all the same at your core. And most of you who are awakened recognize that when something happens to another member of this human collective, it also happens to you. You can feel each other's pain, and when you band together, you can take away the pain that someone else or some group of people are feeling. You have the power within you to soften the blow of these enormous changes and intense growing pains. Remember that the next time you feel overwhelmed by the turmoil that you see and that you experience firsthand. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Expecting big changes. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We are sensing your expectation for something big to occur on your world, to initiate large changes. And we want you to recognize that the path to big changes on your world is through the acknowledgement of the growth and evolution that you can become aware of within yourselves. It is absolutely important for you to grant yourselves the acknowledgement that you desire. Now, if you are looking for big changes within yourself before you hand out those words of appreciation, you are going to continue to wait. First, you must be willing to see that every small step forward for you is worthy of your own praise. Then, with that appreciation, you will begin to see bigger changes within yourself, and then you can experience a big change in the external world. Looking outside of yourself for the change while looking right past all the positive changes that you've made in your own lives is not the way to get to where you are going. Remember that the outer world will always be a reflection of what is going on within you, and it is far more important for you to be aware of what is going on within you than it is for you to be looking for evidence outside of you that humanity is evolving. You can synchronize yourself with a version of the human collective that is making steady progress, simply by acknowledging the progress that you make, the progress that you see in the ones around you, the ones who are closest to you, and then the human collective will begin to reflect that to you as well. You all collectively co-create this world that you see and that you experience, and we know that you would like to see a much different world outside of yourselves. And we just want you to know that you're closer than you think. Trust us when we say that it'll always be an inside job. Raising your frequency. Your frequency matters. Your frequency, the rate at which you vibrate the energy of your consciousness, becomes your life experience. It is as simple as that. However, you have a lot to think about and a lot to do, and you certainly have a lot to process emotionally. All of that leaves you with very little of your precious time to tend to your frequency. You would be very well served by giving it your attention at least periodically throughout your day. It would be advantageous to you to have reminders for yourself, to check in and feel how high or low that frequency is. You can tell by what you are feeling, but you can also tell by what you are thinking and even what you are doing. Certainly, your physical bodies are wonderful feedback mechanisms. If there is something going on with you physically, then there is certainly something going on with you frequency-wise. There is always some underlying vibrational cause to what you are experiencing in the physical. So if you pay attention to what you are doing, what you are thinking, or what you are saying, and how you are feeling physically and emotionally, you'll become aware of your vibration. And once you become aware of it, the next part is to tune into, to zero in on it. You do that by going within. Pay attention to where you feel particular vibrations. Pay attention because it serves you to, and because by giving it your attention, you automatically shift it. You automatically shift the frequency of your vibration. By intending to do so and by focusing on it, you awaken yourself. You are in a constant state of awakening now. The easiest way for you to experience an awakening is to feel into your energetic bodies. Your energetic bodies don't just surround you. They can also be accessed within your physical frame, your physical structure. And giving them your attention, giving your physical and energetic and your emotional bodies your attention, is all that it takes to raise your frequency. Appreciate your energy. It is appropriate for you to look within yourselves and experience pride. It is not egotistical to be proud of yourself. In fact, what we witness more often than not is how you are lacking in appreciation for yourself. We see you hiding your light or not even being aware of the light that you are emanating. We witness this in spite of the fact that we also see how far you've come on your journey, how much you've grown, and how much faster your energy is vibrating. When we look at you, we can see you energetically, and therefore we are not experiencing you through the filters of your mind and your ego. We experience you more purely. Your minds can analyze your accomplishments, compare you to other people, and find fault even when you have accomplished something. We recommend that you begin to experience yourselves more purely. We recommend that you feel for your energy and let that feeling be an indicator to you of how far you've come and how much there is to appreciate about yourselves. When you go within yourselves, you have access to the infinite, the eternal. You have access to that who you really are, and none of it is clouded by any sort of filter whatsoever. When you look at yourselves through the filters of your mind and your ego, you are less likely to experience the magnitude of who you are, and that is because of the limitations that the mind and the ego impose upon your perception. So we recommend that you don't ask them for their opinion. Instead, go right to the heart of who you are and feel your awareness of your energy. Feel your awareness of your vibration, your uniqueness. Feel your awareness of the source energy being that you truly are, and let that be what you focus upon. Let that be what you look for to an accurate assessment of how well you're doing, of how far you've come, and how much love there is within you to share with this world and this universe. You deserve to experience that assessment, and we invite you to do it. Transparency in the shift. This is a time of increased awareness of yourselves and the others that you share your planet with. This is a time of uncovering, discovering, and being transparent to one another. It is one of the reasons why you have so much sharing of information happening through your technology, including the unwanted and invasive spying techniques that are employed at times by people in a position of power. This is not meant to elicit feelings of victimization. This reality that you are creating for yourselves is meant to get you ready for a full telepathic society. Those of you who are empathic are already reading the emotions of others and feeling them within yourselves. Once you transition to being fully telepathic, there will be no more secrets and there will be no more hiding. There will be no reason to try to deceive another to hide a thought or a feeling. And so you are readying yourselves for that eventuality. This is a part of the evolution of your consciousness, because in order for you to be willing to share everything about yourselves, you must release your fears, your shame, and your judgment. When you accomplish this undertaking, which is well underway for all of you, you will not feel a need to hide anything from each other, and you will be willing to speak to one another about what you are feeling, what you are thinking, and what you desire. This openness is going to create a deepening of the connection that you all have with one another, and a strengthening of the human collective, which will ultimately assist you in your ascension process. Now, in the meantime, what would be most beneficial to all of you would be to start by being honest with yourselves. Start by acknowledging how you feel, acknowledging what you want to do and what you don't want to do, and even stating out loud to yourself how you feel, what it is that you want and what it is that you are wanting to release. You all assume that other people in your lives are much more together than you are, and sometimes you base this on how much money they have, where they live, what type of job they have, their mate, and so on. None of that is going to compensate for what a person fears, what a person is ashamed of, and the judgment that a person holds. Recognize that every one of you is in the same boat. You are all releasing. You are all letting go. You are all making room for higher frequency energies. Being open and honest with yourselves and others is paving the way for a brighter future for the entire collective. Be brave and be honest, and you will find that it is quite easy to clear away and to release that which is no longer serving you. Success and failure. There's a great deal of satisfaction that comes with accomplishing a goal. There's a great deal of pride that you can feel from a job well done, a task accomplished. You have a history on planet Earth of recognizing accomplishment, landmarks, and milestones. It is a proud tradition to honor those who have demonstrated a certain amount of success in their field. Now, we appreciate you in your failure. We appreciate you in your lack of success and achievement. So why do we do this? Why would we find there to be any reason to celebrate someone's failure? We see every experience that you have as an opportunity for growth. We see the hardships and the challenges that you face as giving you more to work with than the success and the accomplishments. We also feel that you are achieving more in your failures than you are in your successes. It is easy to pay someone a compliment when they've just achieved something. It is easy to love yourself and appreciate yourself based upon successful endeavors. But what is far more rewarding is to pick yourself up after having fallen, after having failed, and embrace yourself as you are and see yourself as lovable. It is far more beneficial for you to have compassion and unconditional love for yourself than it is for you to achieve that goal, so that you can feel conditional love and support for yourself. We also like it when you succeed, but we especially like it when the success has come from a willingness to take all of your lumps from the time when you did not succeed. We love to see you triumph of the spirit. We love to witness you bringing yourselves from the depth and taking yourselves beyond where you ever believed you could go. There is no real failure. There is only delay, and sometimes delay helps you to appreciate the arrival of something that you've been waiting for. It always does. The only question is whether you appreciate the experience of putting off in the inevitable success, the inevitable triumph, and the inevitable accomplishment. No greater accomplishment will ever be achieved than showing yourself unconditional love. That is why that illusion of failure is so important to your process of evolution. That is why we love sending you unconditional love, regardless of what you've done or not done in your lives. Your strength. You have exceeded our expectations for how much you can handle. You have taken on more processing in a shorter period of time than we believed humans were capable of handling. We know that many of you have reached the breaking point at times, which how much you have been working through energetically and emotionally, and even psychologically and physically. You have proven to be tougher than ever we could have imagined. We are observing you, of course, and observing what it is that you take on, how it is you handle and what you take on, the results of your efforts. There is absolutely no doubt that you are capable of clearing out everything that is of a lower frequency to allow in that which you desire, to allow in the fifth dimensional experience. Your lives are not always as you want them to be, and this is in part due to the amount of processing that is necessary. What we want to suggest to you is that you do give yourselves more of the experience of the higher frequency energy moving through you as well. You may not believe that you are capable of handling higher frequency energy, especially when you are processing so much that is painful. Or perhaps you just don't take the time to do it because it seems like it doesn't get you anywhere. You run high frequency energy through you from time to time, and yet you don't see results in life to indicate that you have been allowing that high frequency energy and projecting it out. But the more you practice, the better you get. The more you practice, the more you can hold, and you can hold it for longer periods of time. You are capable of creating on such a massive scale, and it will take an ability on your part to let go of some of the details of what you are living in order to tap into that creative potential. It will take becoming more of a dreamer than a realist. It will take believing in magic, believing in miracles, and most importantly, believing in yourselves. If you were to see yourselves as we see you, and see the strength that we are aware of, you would be fully embracing your creative potential, and you would begin to construct a life for yourself that had absolutely no limitations placed upon it. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Sensitivity is a gift. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. Sensitivity is a gift. It is not an affliction. It is not something that you need to overcome, and you do not need extra protection around yourself because you are a sensitive being. Sensitive beings are often empaths. This means that you not only feel your own emotions very intensely, but you also feel the emotions of those around you and even of the collective. This is also not a weakness, but in fact a strength. When you are sensitive, you are aware. When you are aware, you can do something about what you are sensing. You are more likely to make informed decisions. You are more likely to know what it is that you are feeling, and you are more likely to have deep connections with other people. The challenging thing about being a sensitive and empathic person is that not everyone else is. And when others are not sensitive or even aware of what they are feeling, and you are around those individuals, you can feel overwhelmed. You can certainly feel overwhelmed by the collective energy of this planet. There's a lot going on here. There are a lot of people feeling a lot of things, and a lot of people unaware of what they are feeling. So what can you do as a sensitive person to take care of yourself? The first thing you can do is to be honest with yourself about what it is that you are feeling. The next thing you can do is to honor yourself for what you are feeling and make decisions based upon those feelings. You can also put yourself in a place where you are tending to your energy with a great degree of effort, and when you do so, you are more likely to experience what it is you want to experience. When you are more sensitive to vibration and energy, and certainly emotion, you have an ability to offer deliberately because you are tuned into the energies. And when you offer your vibration deliberately, you are then the conscious creator of your reality. When you feel very much like you are not the conscious creator of your reality, it just means that you have more processing to do. It means that you've signed up for more in this lifetime, and you're going to do that processing one way or another. If you face it and embrace it and let it move through you, then you can move on, and you can become the conscious creator being who has at his or her disposal an awareness of vibration and an ability to feel it and offer it that most people do not possess. Recreating the past. When you are capable of truly letting go of something from your past, you create space for something new, something better. Letting go often means redefining what it is that happened. Seeing it in a new light will help you to release what it is that you are holding on to. Perhaps you are holding on to the idea that you were victimized, or perhaps you're holding on to the idea that you hurt someone else. Either way, when you look at it as a co-creation, you shift internally. And that internal shift then gives you the space to bring forth something else, something markedly different. You are not here to create the same experiences over and over again, but that is what you do when you are unwilling to let go of that which has been, that which is of your past. You get to be the one who sheds more light on what it is that you've experienced, and that opens you up to receiving more light and more energy from the higher realms. We can bombard you with energy day and night, but if you are unwilling to let go of that which is holding you down, holding you in a lower frequency, you will not be able to recognize that which we and others are offering. What we really want you to recognize is that you created something in your past that was meant to serve you in some way, and until you see it that way, it cannot. You cannot receive the benefit of what you have created until you accept that you created it, and that you created it for a very specific reason. The reason is always that you have something to gain from that experience. Perhaps you need to release a trauma that is from a past life and has many of the same elements of what you experienced in your past in this life. Perhaps you wanted to fully understand what it is like to forgive. Perhaps you created the past experience to catapult you into something quite different. You need to decide that it serves you in some way to have had all the experiences that you've had. And when you do so, you can shift your energy and you can create something new. You can create something consciously and deliberately, something that you can easily see the benefit in experiencing. All aspects of you. When you are ready to explore your consciousness to the greatest extent that you possibly can, you are going to uncover a litany of aspects of who you are. You are almost ready to experience your whole selves and to become your whole selves. What blocks you from doing so is the fear that you will uncover something about yourself that you cannot reconcile, that you cannot forgive, and that you cannot love. To be a whole being means that you must accept all aspects of you, and that means uncovering the parts of you who are lingering around because they have not yet been forgiven, accepted, and loved. You hold the power to do this, and it's easier than you might think. When you see someone in the outside world doing something that you find abhorrent, and you can rest assured that there is an aspect of you that has done the exact same thing in a lifetime. So in order for you to move forward with the integration of all aspects of self, you must be able to forgive the person that you have become aware of and their actions, and it is not easy. You often determine your goodness by how you are capable of refraining from doing such things. That makes it easier to look down upon someone who is doing the thing or who has done the thing, and that would never do. But this is your mission. This is what it means to be unconditional love. This is what it means to be compassion in action. There must be something, some condition, some action that you find reprehensible in order for you to make the shift. We're not talking about the big shift here. We're talking about making the shift from judgment and condemnation to compassion and unconditional love. This is in essence what the big shift is all about. It is an opportunity for you to leave all the baggage behind, the baggage of the third dimension, the baggage that contains your judgments, your condemnation, whether they be of yourself or others. Recognize this, however. When you experience a judgment or a condemnation or both or someone else, you might as well be experiencing it in yourself, because you cannot become aware of something that you are not already in some way, shape, or form yourself. When we ask you to love yourselves, we are asking you to love all aspects of yourselves, and we know it is not always easy, but it is always worth it. Shifting begins within. You have the ability to look at everything in your life from a fresh and new perspective. You often want circumstance in your life to change, and you'll do whatever you can to make these changes happen. But how often do you shift your perspective on whatever the situation is that you want to change? You have ways of looking at things that are habitual. You have ways of looking at things that are learned. And you have ways of looking at things that are so automatic that they don't seem like they are a choice at all. But here is something that you can use to help you shift your perspective on any problematic situation in life. You can see the situation as that which you are using as the fuel to create your reality, as you would like it to be. You need to know and you need to experience that which you do not prefer for many reasons. Firstly, you came here to experience everything. Secondly, these experiences cause you to desire something else, something better. And finally, it is easier for you to actualize vibrationally that which you do want by experiencing the opposite end of that spectrum. Once you have the vibration of that which you do not want as a starting point, you can easily flip that around and experience the vibration of that which you do want. When you let go of your resistance to living that which you do not prefer, there is a bounce-back effect. You are allowing yourself to move in the direction that you ultimately want to go by simply letting go of your resistance to what is in your life and by letting go of your resistance to what is not in your life. Letting go of resistance is as easy as shifting your perspective, and shifting your perspective is as easy as reminding yourself that everything you experience here and now is meant to nudge you along on a journey. And in your journey of becoming who you really are, you get to create consciously and deliberately the most wonderful experience you can imagine. And it's all easier than you think because shifting your perspective takes very little effort. Source energy becomes you. When you are ready to admit to yourself that you are a creation and a creator, you will be ready to embrace all of that potential that is stored within you. When you look at yourselves as powerful creator beings, you hold a quiet confidence within you that enables you to go past where any individual has gone before. When you recognize that everything in this universe is building upon itself, then you will know that you are not here to repeat the same experiences over and over. You will see yourself as you truly are. You are the creation of Source, and you are the result of Source looking back upon itself. No creation will ever stop, and you will never stop becoming more of that which you have been created from. That means that when you are ready to admit that you are Source energy beings, you will also recognize that Source energy is not the finish line. You are not just returning home, returning to the place where you came from. You are the reason why Source energy becomes more of itself, knows more of itself, and extends more of itself out into the unknown. When you realize that the known reality and the known experiences are meant to be built upon and not repeated, then you will see everything in your life for what it is. Everything in your life is a catalyst. It is a starting point, and it is the fuel that you use to flame your desires into reality. We invite you to feel for the newness of every experience because we also invite you to acknowledge that every experience must be new when it is viewed through the eyes of the new source energy. You have opportunities in front of you all day, every day, to recognize your own expansion. You have opportunities to know yourself more deeply as source energy beings, and you are ready to put what you know to be true into practice. You are ready to feel into that which you are created from and that which you are creating with. And you are ready to expand beyond any limitation that could possibly be upon you at any time. Manifesting vibrations. When you have within you a very specific desire, you also have a very powerful tool. That tool you have is your ability to focus on that specific desire. Focus is a key component in creation, but when you give all your attention to one specific desire, your focus can narrow the possibilities. We would like to invite you to use your focus in a different way. Rather than focusing upon that specific desire of yours, we suggest that you focus upon the vibration that the desire itself represents to you. In other words, if you want to go on a vacation to a very specific place for a very specific amount of time, you could access the vibration of that experience. You could do so, even though you've never been to that place. And we see you do this all the time. But accessing the vibration and holding the vibration are two very different things. When you start to think about the logistics of the vacation, you lose the vibration. Now instead, we recommend that you give all of your focus to the vibration of the vacation. You then can feel into more of the vacation than you can possibly imagine. You can feel into the unknown. And that gets you less specific about the actual desire and more specific about the vibration. And when you do this, and you let go of the thoughts about how you're going to get there and who's going to pay for it and so on, then you truly are on the right track. Your ability to focus on a vibration is a gift, and is also something that needs to be practiced. You are wonderful in your focus. You are very adept at focusing on a variety of things, but most of those things are in the physical. When we suggest that you focus on a vibration, we want you to realize that the vibration itself is a manifestation. When you can manifest a vibration with your focus and your intention, you have everything that you need. When you focus instead on one possible reality for you to experience, you are not exactly expanding your horizon. Give yourselves the treat of focusing on a particular vibration. See how good it feels. And know that by doing so, you are creating that reality that you want to experience. And that reality contains your specific desires and so much more. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Explore your emotions. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. You will discover that the deeper you go inside of your emotions, the richer your life experience will be. When you feel an emotion, you have a few tendencies that come up within you. If it's a good feeling emotion, you tend to focus on that which is eliciting the good feeling emotion. If it is a bad feeling emotion, you tend to go to your head and try to uncover why you feel so bad, or you try and fix a situation that has you feeling so bad. If instead you become primarily feeling in your approach to life, you would find that every emotion has much more depth to it than you've allowed yourself to explore. In the exploration of just how deep you can go, you'll feel empowered. You'll feel energy surging through you, and you will feel that your ability to create an emotional state of being is much more significant than your ability to create a circumstance in your life. Once you create something for yourself that you wanted to create, you are almost immediately on to the next creation. You wonder what else you can do, what else you can have, and you can spend very little time exploring the actual manifestation. It's really not about the manifestations. They are like your props in the bigger story of the evolution of you. The evolution of you includes a mastery of your emotions, but you cannot master that unless you are willing to spend some time with them. And that's the tricky part, isn't it? Some emotions you simply don't want to feel. Other emotions seem to be fleeting, like you cannot possibly grab onto them. As you feel into the nuances within an emotional state, you will recognize how much more clarity you can have in your entire life than you have if you have sat and thought about your life for hours and hours on end. Just with your willingness to feel, you open up doors, you encounter new possibilities, and as we have said, you empower yourselves as creator beings. It is only by your mastery of feeling states that you will ever achieve mastery over the physical reality. So spend some more time with your emotions. Give your emotions a voice and explore their depth. We promise you the results will blow you away. Raising your vibration. In your attempts to bring yourself into a higher frequency state, you often employ mantras and visualizations. These are meant to trigger the higher vibrational states within you. And certainly you can have a very high vibrational experience with a visualization, a fantasy, or a mantra that you repeat, and that is self-affirming. We want you to use all the tools that you have at your disposal, including actions to raise your vibrations. So we are not about to rain on anyone's parade here. What we do want to accomplish in this transmission is to convince you that the raising of your vibration is something that happens nearly automatically when you go within and you put your attention on that particular desire. Certainly, when you are in a very low frequency state, you have your work cut out for you. It is going to be a gradual process of releasing the lower frequency energies and allowing in the higher frequency ones. So you may not see or feel the effect of your attempts right away, but this is where trust comes in, and this is where discernment comes in as well. Trust us when we tell you that your desire to raise your vibration has an instantaneous effect. It puts your attention on that which you desire to experience. And we also want to encourage you to use your discernment to feel your way into the higher frequency ranges. You may have been taught the mantra your way or think your way in some way to the higher vibrational states of being. And again, we want you to use all the tools at your disposal. We just want you to recognize when something is effective and when it is not. So repeating a mantra without checking to see whether it's actually affecting your vibration is an exercise in futility. A visualization in a state of anxiety is not getting you closer to that which you are visualizing about. Tuning yourself to a frequency you are offering is a talent, it is a skill, and it is an art form. So use everything at your disposal to get you better attuned to whatever frequency you're offering, and most of all, listen. Listen to the subtleties that are being offered, feel them, acquaint yourself with them. Get accustomed to recognizing when you are moving in the right direction vibrationally. And again, trust that your efforts are not in vain. You are always heard by the universe. You are always supported when you are raising your vibration. In every moment of every day, you are surrounded by higher frequency energies that are encouraging you to let go of what no longer serves you, to let go of that which is low frequency, and to let in the fifth dimensional energies. Mastering emotions. There is an awakening that occurs within you every time you become aware of an emotion that you are feeling. The awakening occurs within you to summon forth that which you need to integrate, no matter what the emotion is. Whether you consider it to be positive or negative, integrating it is a key component in moving forward in your shift in consciousness. You are integrating that which you consider to be good and that which you consider to be bad, and you are doing so because you are ascending with your whole selves, not just the fragments that you like. Energy moves in patterns, and the patterns that are formed will always enable you to restructure your energetic body. You are restructuring and reforming those energetic bodies of yours by accessing emotion. The emotions are moving, and it is your job to allow them to move. It is your job to be the conduit for the emotions, the experiencer of the emotion. And as you play that role, you integrate parts of yourself. Again, some of these parts you would consider to be less than desirable, and others are parts that you've been seeking out. Giving yourselves the experience of being whole and being complete is one of the best experiences you can have as a physically focused human. But it doesn't end there. It never ends. Soon you will be integrating fifth dimensional energies. You will be accessing higher frequency vibrations, and you will be connecting to aspects of yourself that have been fifth dimensional in other lifetimes. You are constantly accessing the energies that are necessary to move you along. Some of those energies feel good to you, and some of these energies do not. When you let go of your judgment of what you are experiencing, and when you release your judgment of yourself for experiencing it, you can move through these emotional states quickly, and you can prolong the emotional states you want to prolong. You are mastering feeling, mastering integration, and mastering vibration, because all of these elements are assisting you in becoming the conscious creator beings that you always have been, but are still awakening to that realization now. Your self-worth. Recognizing your value to this world, to the universe, and to source energy is one of the hardest things that you do. It is hard because you are told from a very early age what it is that you can do to prove your worth. You are told what the rules are. You are shown displeasures and dissatisfaction, and even punishment when you don't follow these rules. and you are told about being rewarded for good deeds by Santa Claus and God. So your value is conditional and largely determined by the things that you do, say, and do not do or do not say. Very few individuals are raised in an environment where their value is a given. And so when you come to adulthood, you will find yourself floundering a bit, not knowing what to do, not knowing how you fit in. This old programming comes up and tries to convince you that you're only as good as what you produce. You all need to get past this one way or another. The easiest way for you to get past this is to recognize when you are doing it to yourself. Recognizing when you are only valuing yourself when you accomplish something, and then decide that you're not going to do that anymore. Decide instead to value yourself because you are an extension of source energy. You're an unconditional love and you are unique. No one and nothing can ever take these truths away. If you're a good carpenter and that is where you draw your value from, and you have an accident and you can no longer do what you do with a hammer and a nail, then your sense of self-worth is in jeopardy. So we'd rather see you place your self-worth within yourself in a place that is untouchable, that cannot be swayed or diminished in any way. We invite you to value yourself simply because you exist, and we also invite you to feel for what value you bring by accessing your energy within yourself and feeling for your uniqueness. Feel for the source energy within you, and when you can't, realize that it doesn't mean you are somehow less than source energy, or that you are blocked from source energy. It just means you're having a hard time. And in these moments, if you truly value yourself, you'll be kind and compassionate to yourself. And this is also what we want for you. You are enough. Often you wonder whether or not you're doing enough. Now, you can wonder this in any number of arenas in your life. You can wonder if you are doing enough for your business or to get that promotion at work, and you can wonder if you're doing enough to be a spiritual person. You can wonder if you're doing enough to be of service to others. All of the doing in the world cannot compensate for a feeling within yourself. Usually that feeling comes from experience that have led you to believe that you're not good enough, not worthy of receiving, and therefore you do. In some cases, you overdo it in an attempt to compensate for the feeling within you. And so, whatever it is that you could accomplish through action will only give you a fleeting sense of that worthiness. You'll only appreciate yourself for a few moments before you give yourself another task, and then you'll operate under the belief that you're only as good as your last success or the last good deed. There's no reason, of course, to prove yourself to anyone, physical or non-physical, human or deity. No one is keeping score, and your doing is never going to compensate. It's never going to get you to where you want to go because that's not what doing was designed for. We suggest that you build yourselves up energetically, that you focus on how much energy you can run through yourselves, how much love you can feel, how much appreciation you can have for what you've already accomplished, and then let your actions come from all the energies you are accessing. Let your actions be a continuum of your feeling, rather than an attempt to overcome a feeling. We see so many of you hoping that your actions will be enough, and we would love to see more of you enjoying the actions that you take because they are actions that you generally want to take. We would love to see more of you being authentic with yourselves about what it is that you truly want to do. And then in the following through with that action, you will undoubtedly summon more energy, more inspiration, and more of an ability to love and appreciate yourself just as you are. Energetic experiences. Before you extend an invitation to an experience that you want to have, you feel into that experience energetically. You do this whether you're aware of it or not. But in order to be certain that it is in fact an experience you want to have, you do feel your way into it energetically. You give yourselves a sneak preview of what that experience will be like when you physically manifest it in your reality. This means that even if to your knowledge you've never experienced something that you desire, you do actually have a sense of what it will be like. You do have the blueprint for that experience. Once you obtain the blueprint through the energetic projection, you have a choice. You can continue to pursue that particular experience, or you can decide that it's not quite right for you. When you decide that you still want to have that experience physically, you often start to think about how you're going to make it happen. And then you'll take actions that you also believe are bringing you closer to what you want to experience. But how often are you going to back to the energetic experience of that desire? How often are you continuing to feel into it? We would like to suggest that you do more of this. We would like to suggest that you relax into the energetic experience of that which you desire. Let go of your thoughts, which are usually just limiting the number of ways in which you can experience it, and hold off on your actions until you are absolutely certain that the actions you are taking are not only bringing you closer to that desire, but are also actions that you generally want to take. We suggest that you get more curious about what the experience is like energetically. This will also help you to sculpt the experience into the precise measurements that you ultimately want. There's always more for you to experience than you imagine, and you are always expanding. When you give birth to the initial desire, you only have access to part of what you actually want to experience. But when you dip your toe in energetically over and over, you can experience all of it, and you can experience it with all of you, with your expanded self. And it is ultimately what you all want. You all want to bring your whole selves to every experience that you have. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Make decisions. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. Deciding for yourself what you want to experience is a big part of why you incarnate in the first place. It is not to get it right. It is not to prove yourself to anyone or anything. You are here to experience life in as many different ways as possible. In so doing, you give yourself the information that you need to create the experience you ultimately want to have. Many of you are wondering at this time what you are supposed to be doing, what your purpose is. Your purpose is to live your life, to sample as much of it as you can, and then make the decisions that are most appropriate for you. You are here to make decisions about who you want to be, what you want to experience, and how you want to get there. This is the ultimate in free will. And it is more important for you to accept yourself as you are than it is for you to get to some state of perfection. You are not here to perfect anything about yourself. The world doesn't need perfect humans. The world does need your diversity, and so all of you being in different places on your evolutionary journey is perfect. All of you making different decisions for yourself is perfect, and all of you giving each other permission to make different decisions about how you want to live and what you want to experience is also perfect. Once you decide that you want to experience something, you create it. The creation of that experience exists, and it exists for you and you alone. Now, once you create something, most of you would like to take the fastest route possible to the experience of it. If your desire burns strongly enough, then that desire is going to take you there more quickly, but not necessarily through the easiest path. The more unattached you are to the experience you've created, the easier the path you will take, and it will be most enjoyable. When you recognize the inevitability of the experience of all of your creations, it is much easier for you to relax and enjoy the ride. And you can take some pressure off yourself because there is no right desire. There's no right way to be. There's only the decision that you make, and whether you are in a judgment of it, whether you resist it, or whether you accept it as a natural consequence of your existence. When you do that, you embrace everything. And when you embrace everything, you choose anything. Different perspectives serve you. This is the time for all of you to relinquish your attachments to one particular perspective of reality. Anytime you find yourself climbing to something as though it were the only truth, you are not giving yourself the opportunity to see a bigger picture. No matter what your truth is right now, we invite you to consider that it is only a perspective. We invite you to loosen your grip on your tightly held perspective of anything so that you can give yourself the opportunity to experience what it is like to have an open mind. We invite you to hold different perspectives and to see how you feel. You may be so ingrained in your particular perspective that you stopped questioning long ago whether it actually resonated with you. Perhaps others have taught you to believe that this perspective is the one right and true perspective that everyone should hold. Just imagine how limiting that would be for humanity if you were to all hold the same perspective. It may sound like a utopian society, but to us it sounds more like boredom. We invite you to see how perspectives that are different from your own serve you. They give you something to compare your perspective to. They allow you to feel things, to give you the opportunity to experience acceptance, compassion, and unconditional love. If you can hold unconditional love in your heart for someone whose perspective is diametrically opposed to your own, imagine how powerful you could be and how easily you could unite people. Unity doesn't mean that you're all thinking the same thoughts or holding the same perspective or having the same exact beliefs. Unity means loving each other even though those others exist with their different perspective. If you can spend some time imagining what it might be like to exist in someone else's reality, you may find that compassion. We are not saying that you have to adapt any one perspective at all. We are not saying that you have to swap your perspective for one that is better or different. We are merely suggesting that you try other perspectives on for size to see how they feel, to see how they can evoke compassion and unconditional love within you. When you do, you will notice how much easier it is for you to get along with people. And when you do, you will notice that other people are getting along with each other. And then you will notice that other countries are getting along with each other. And then you will notice the peace and harmony on planet Earth that you all want to experience. Chapter 4, Receiving Energy. Slow down to keep up. You are making tremendous strides forward in your evolution, and we are matching your strides with what we are transmitting to you. It is a fun game for us to see how much you can keep up with, and then to see if you can go beyond where you have been before. We notice that you're also needing to slow down, and you often give yourselves reason to slow down. Whether you are tired or you have some sickness, you are getting the message loud and clear. And one thing that you may have noticed about life there on planet Earth is that everyone wants to be moving faster. Part of this urge comes from the sense that you get from the higher frequency energy. There is a sense that you need to keep up. And the way that you have traditionally kept up in life is to move faster, think faster, talk faster. So it may seem counterintuitive to you that you slow down. You need to slow down to keep up. You need to go within in order to expand. These seemingly paradoxical experiences are what life is all about for you. Now there will come a time when you will have more of a desire and a need to take action. And if you listen to your bodies now and slow down, your actions will be more effective. If you continue to push yourselves through the pain, the tiredness, the illness that you have, you will make things harder on yourself in the long run. It may help you to remember that in this lifetime you are here to experience something very big. It's something bigger than you could possibly imagine in previous lifetimes. And now that you have gotten a whiff of the fifth dimension, you are all very eager to get there. And again, you don't have to move faster to get there faster. In fact, if you really want to make the gigantic leaps forward, you need to stop everything so that you can go within yourself and feel for that timeline. You are getting a tremendous amount of help, and it's time that you all laid back and received it. It's time for you to let go yourselves and take yourselves off the hook and rest when you need to rest. This certainty is not a sprint, it is a marathon. You keep expanding. It is important for you to all recognize that you have come a very long way. It is impossible for you to go backwards in your evolution. And we want to celebrate how far you've come by recognizing that you are bringing so much more of source energy into your current dimension. That is why you can never go back. You are accessing so much more source energy because of the harshness of the realities that you have faced, and you are responsible for the expansion that is occurring, not just in your world, but in the universe. Where the biggest challenges are is precisely where the greatest expansion occurs. You see, you must summon source energy first, and you do that by living in harsh conditions. And then you must allow that source energy to flow, and you do that when you relax and let it in. And then you get to the experience, the newly expanded state of your world. You get to experience the newly expanded state of your consciousness. Everything is going smoothly now for you, no matter how it might look. The truth is that you need the beings in power who are in power right now to be doing exactly what they're doing, because they represent the minority, and that minority has to be loud in order to have the desired effect. You see, you still need to pull more of the source energy through yourselves, and the only way to summon it is to have the experiences that you're having of the few but powerful who are still wanting to play the third-dimensional game of victim and perpetrator. But as you access more of the source energy that you truly are, and you turn your attention to what you want to create, you take your power back. If you don't agree to play the victim, then the perpetrator has nothing to play with. And as you continue to allow more of source energy to flow into your dimension, you continue to bring yourselves to a doorstep of the fifth dimension, where you'll all know your true power, the true power that comes from within, the power of source. Depositing codes in your fields. We have been sending you some codes that you'll unpack from your energy fields when the timing is right, and the timing will be different for each of you, as you are all on different paths. These codes are meant to activate within you the full expression of who you are as source energy beings. This is the ultimate experience of being physical. Maintaining your physicality while still being able to access the source energy frequency is what you all aspired to do before you incarnated into physical bodies. Now, we are not granting you the ability to do this. You have always had it. You have always been able to connect to the truth of who you really are, while still maintaining physical human bodies. But we and others like us agreed to be the ones to remind you of who you really are. And we give you those reminders through the memories that you have of being higher dimensional. If you were able to fully experience this, we would appear to you as gods, and extraterrestrials have done this throughout the history. They have posed as gods, and even though they had physical form, you believed in them. When you descended through our dimension, you had certain experiences. You felt things that you could only feel as ninth-dimensional beings. And we have access to those feelings and those memories, and that is what we have deposited into your fields. Those experiences and feelings will bring you back to a time where you remembered the truth of who you really are as source energy beings. Now, we can do this without interfering with your process because, as we said, you won't unpack those codes and have those memories that will elicit those feelings until you are ready. But just that they are there, compliments of us, and that there is so much more where they came from. There is so much more for you to discover about who you are and who you have already been. Give and expect to receive. We have discovered the best way for us to give you what you need is to offer it to you freely and without any need of anything from you. One of the reasons why we take this approach is because there isn't anything that we need. However, we still receive from the universe as a result of the energy that we have put out. This practice of giving without the need for compensation is one that we really want to start practicing, because as you give freely, you put yourselves in a position to also receive without needing to compensate anyone. Your world has been using the direct exchange system because of a lack of trust. If you don't trust that everything will come back to you that you put out, then you feel the need to receive something right away. You feel the need for a guarantee, a contract, something enforceable by law. And the less you trust in the universe to bring you an equivalent to what you put out, the less you receive. Therefore, don't wait for someone to offer you a job, and don't wait until you have your business all set up with a perfect business plan in place. Don't wait for anything or anyone to start giving, and when you give, remember also to receive. Remember the importance of feeling that trust and that worthiness to receive from the universe. There is so much that you have summoned in this lifetime and in all lifetimes put together. There is so much that the universe wants to deliver to you, and you open the gateway when you initiate the process by putting more of yourself out there. Once the gates are open, then what you have coming to you can flow easily. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Surveying the Ninth Dimensionals. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have been conducting a survey amongst the various councils and collectives that have been here in the Ninth Dimension, and the results indicate that you are all doing a very good job at receiving what we have been offering to you. For many years, the majority of humans, even the awakened ones, had a type of shielding around you. The shielding prevented you from receiving all that you are being offered from the higher realms. This has been, however, a collective giving up on the part of the awakened ones, and this has resulted in a lowering of those defenses. Many of you have had to give up on the struggle at some point in your lives. You have been faced with adversities like ascension symptoms. You have been faced with tragedies like the loss of a loved one, and you have sought to make connections with individuals and have felt abandoned by them. You have felt the trauma of being human at this time so often in this lifetime that the vast majority of you have given up at some point. And in that surrender, you have received all that we up here have been offering. And now you are beginning to unpack all of it, bits and pieces at a time. Now, you don't have to go through a traumatic experience in order to give up the struggle. You don't have to be crippled by anxiety, fear, and physical exhaustion to be in a state of surrender. You can let in more by consciously deciding that you want to let in more of what we are offering. You can also decide once and for all that you are not the ones who have to do everything. You are not the ones who have to make everything happen. You can rely on those of us who are non-physical and, quite frankly, have nothing better to do. We are here to assist you. We are here to serve you. We are here to provide you with whatever you need and most of what you want. We are loving you unconditionally whether you receive what we offer or not, and that is the greatest gift that we give you. Receiving our energy transmissions. We have taken every single precaution that we can to not overload your system with too much energy. And you need to regulate your energy more consciously now, so that you can become more proactive in the receiving of the downloads that are available to you. Those of you who are awake and aware of what is happening are the ones who are addressing. You are the ones who are capable of managing your energy, balancing and making sure that you are taking care of the physical vehicle as well. You hear things from beings like us about staying hydrated and grounded, resting and connecting with nature, and after a while, you hear it so often it becomes background noise. So now we are going to emphasize it even more. We are telling you that in order for you to be able to handle bigger and higher frequency transmissions, you really do need to take care of yourselves on the physical level. And we also want you to recognize that as you play around with opening yourselves up to the receiving more of this high frequency energy, you are going to notice the physical body is being taxed and being called to do more than it ever has. When you experience ascension symptoms, that's when you know that you've been taking on more of this energy, and you're also getting a wake-up call about taking care of yourselves on the physical level. Now, you will also hear over and over again about the importance of feeding your emotion, allowing them to be exactly what they are and processing them. These energies that you are receiving are going to stir some things up, and you awaken beings on the leading edge here. You are working all of this out as individuals to assist the collective. Therefore, you need to be aware of how much energy you are allowing to flow through you, how much you are not allowing, and the ramifications on your physical and emotional state. And when we see more of you actively participating, we will be able to give more. How much you can receive. We are giving you precisely what you are ready for, and we are noticing that every day that readiness becomes more inclusive. You are stepping up your level of receptivity. You are able to handle more higher frequency energy and information, and that is due in large part to your willingness to connect with each other, with your planet, and with your sun. You are so powerful as individuals, but in coming together with all the support you have on the physical plane, you demonstrate to us how wonderfully well you are expanding in your ability to receive. There is so much waiting for all of you, so much to have yet to receive, assimilate, and experience, but we are certain that you will continue to open yourselves up to the more that is coming. Now, in your conscious decision to connect with one another, with your planet and with the sun, you are telling the entire universe how important connection is to you. When one of you is in need, there is always somewhere there on the physical plane for you, ready to help, ready to be of service. And when you feel that you are alone on this journey, you can always reach down to the earth core. You can always reach up to the beautiful rays that the sun projects upon you. You can let go of any fears that you have around your sun. The sun is there to support you, and you are capable of receiving more in large part because of the upgrades that you have received from the sun. Your earth is stable. When you feel unstable, ungrounded, or unsupported in your life, reach down into the earth and feel for that stability. When you feel that you are ready for the next step in your evolution, reach up to the sun for an upgrade. And when you feel that you have no support among your human brothers and sisters, reach out and feel for it, and don't be afraid to ask for it. There are more humans on the planet right now who want to be of service than ever before. You are ready now to receive more, and those like us in the higher realms are more ready to give you the energy, the information, the love, and the light that you've been seeking. Open yourselves up to receive it. Your requests are granted. We are welcoming in all of the requests that you have sent directly to us. We are feeling the vibrations of these requests. And we are happy to report that most of what we receive is indicating that you are all coming together more as a collective. Your requests are often selfless. Your requests are often inclusive of others. Your requests are largely about creating a better world for everyone, rather than just a better world for just you as an individual. Therefore, we are able to chart your progress by noticing how evolved your requests have come. Now we are also happy to report that these requests are more than that. They are more than just you all seeking help from outside of yourself. When you make these requests, you are holding yourselves in the vibration of them. You are creating that which you are asking for, and you are co-creating with higher frequency beings such as ourselves. Therefore, you are taking on more of a spirit of collaboration, which is very fifth-dimensional. We also want you to know that there are others around you who are coming up with similar requests to yours. Therefore, you are also co-creating in the physical, in the fourth dimension, as a human collective. Again, you are creating a better world for everyone, and it is true that you are stronger when you work together than when you seek to do everything as individuals. We know that you are working more with vibration and with thought and action. We are pleased to see you making this evolutionary jump forward, And we are pleased to give you this progress report. We also want you to know that your requests are being granted, and that now all that is left for you to do is relax and receive. Keep sifting and sorting through your life experience and coming up with these requests. Keep seeing the bigger picture and including your fellow humans, and that fifth-dimensional Earth will be yours before you know it. Joy opens you up. We know that you are all doing very well, and yet we also know that it takes quite a bit of convincing to get you to believe that you are on the right track. Almost all of you believe that you should be doing more, that you should have more abilities, and you should feel more connected, or in some ways that we have not mentioned, you should be better. This is causing most of you to not really enjoy the journey that you're on, and so we want you to value joy. We want you to place a high priority on feeling it, on doing things for the sake of it, and on spreading it around. This has been a challenging lifetime to say the least, and you have many more challenges ahead of you. But why would you want to focus on the hard part when there's plenty for you to enjoy about this journey that you're on? Here is why it is so important for you to seek out the joy vibration. You are all conduits of high-frequency energy. You are the ground crew for those like us who are sending the waves of energy, and we need you to be grounded, interested in your life, and open to receiving that which we are sending. The times when you are joyous are those times when you let down your guard, and you let in more of the high-frequency energy that is coming to you from all parts of the galaxy and all dimensions. When you ground that high-frequency energy, you are immediately of service to your fellow human beings. You not only send out a template for others to live joyously, but you also give permission to the rest of humankind to seek out joy. The more joy there is around, the more likely you are to activate it in someone else. Think about how contagious laughter can be, or dancing or singing. Let yourselves experience the joy of life as it is right now, so that you can let everything else that needs to unfold happen effortlessly, so that you can be those conduits of high-frequency energy that you volunteered to be. Receive our support. We have continued to offer you the support that you have been requiring, and we are very happy to see how you utilize that support to take you to the next step on your evolutionary journey. You have so much support from all across the galaxy and from every imaginable dimension, but if you do not receive that support, acknowledge it, and do something with it, then you don't get the full benefit of the support that is being offered. There is a spectrum of which every single person falls, and that spectrum runs from the extreme of very egoically doing everything yourself so that you can get all the credit and praise to the being who says, I cannot do anything at all, and I need you to do it all for me. The reason why we point this out is because we want you to fall somewhere in the middle of these two extremes, where you are openly and actively receiving our help and support, but also relying upon your own initiative. If you take the support that you are receiving and run with it, you can go much further than if you simply wait for some other being to come along and do everything. This is the integration of divine masculine and feminine energies that are so many talking about and seeking on planet Earth. You need to receive, and then you also need to act. But you are never doing it all alone, no matter how it might look to you, and no one can do everything for you, no matter how much you plead for that particular outcome. So we, and so many like us, are here co-creating with you because we like it, and because you are asking for it. We will continue on this path with you, and you will get better at receiving our support. We will also get better at knowing when and how to offer it as we continue to study you and chat with you whenever we get the opportunity. This dance that we are going together started a very long time ago, and it will never end. We are the Arcturian Council, and we've enjoyed connecting with you. DNA upgrades. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have been on the lookout for some of you who have achieved a certain level of mastery in your lives, because those of you who are leading the evolution of consciousness movement are significant, and your numbers tell us what the rest of humanity is ready for. Beings from all across the galaxy like yourselves are constantly taking the temperature of humanity to see what you can handle energetically and what information is going to serve you the most. There are enough masters present on planet Earth today to warrant giving you the transmission that we are giving you right now. We want you to recognize that you don't always receive the transmissions in the way that you think you are going to receive them. Sometimes our transmissions come through the animals, and sometimes they come through other humans. Oftentimes it is the trees and the other plant life of your world. They act as receptors, and when you connect with them in nature, you receive our transmission. This particular transmission is designed to give you back some of the strands of DNA that were stripped from you a very long time ago. You see, it is that easy to reclaim something that was once lost to you. If you take the time to connect with the animals, with Mother Nature, and with other high-frequency beings, other humans, you can receive the activation that you want. This is why disconnecting from your electronics is so important. This is why meditation is also important, because when you are meditating, you are disconnecting from those devices and you are opening yourself to higher frequency beings who are not human. With the number of awakened masters on your world right now, the time is right for receiving these DNA upgrades. So please, for your own benefit, make sure that you do. Amplifying our transmissions. We have been delivering transmissions to you on a very consistent basis, and those transmissions have been increasing gradually with intensity. We see how much you can take, and then we amplify the projection of energy just a little bit to push you to just a little further than you've been before. Your ability to absorb and assimilate the transmissions that we've been sending you is directly proportional to the amount of introspection that you do on a daily basis. How often are you accepting your role as the creator in something that you are living, and how often are you blaming others for the life that you are living? There's a lot of information right now being spread, and that information is helping you to be informed about what's going on behind the scenes. But it also has the potential to leave you feeling disempowered and playing the blame game. Of course, there are people in power who want to stay in power, people who have more wealth than you can even imagine, who want to maintain that status, and they are the ones pulling the strings of the puppets that you see in the media. However, you don't have to be one of the puppets, and the more you disconnect from the idea that you are a victim, and that there are perpetrators that need to be defeated, and the more you go within and access your power, your sense of who you really are, the easier it is for our transmissions to get through you. The more you seek out the light from within you, the easier it is for you to receive light and love and all the codes, upgrades, and downloads that we are sending you. If there was ever a time for you to let go of your resistance and relax and receive, now is that time. We want to step up our transmissions, but we have to wait for you. We are waiting. We are continuing to love you through all this, of course, and we are very happy to be of service any time that we can. But it is a team effort, and we need you as a member of this team to step in at times, to let go, to surrender to the world that you incarnated into, so that you can awaken within and change it. Receiving love. You are the recipients of a tremendous amount of love and compassion, but not all of you are aware of this, and so you go looking for it in places where it's harder to find. First of all, recognize that the love and compassion that is being sent to you is not conditional. It would be sent you no matter what you did, no matter how many positive or negative experiences you had. However, you do tend to get more attention from beings in the higher realm, like the archangels and ascended masters, when you are taking quite a bit of negative emotion or experience or both. Now, as you recognize that you are worthy of receiving this love and compassion, and you open yourselves up to it, then you allow more to come to you from other sources as well. You're more likely to experience love from another human being once you have opened yourselves up to receiving love and compassion from higher frequency beings. Ultimately, you want that love that you receive to be also offered. It is the best experience that you can have as a physical human being to allow love to flow through you. But again, many of you did not receive it from the places where you would have expected to receive it. And that pursuit by many of you to get the love that has been missing from your lives has taken you into some dark places. But now you know beings like us who are here to help. We want you to know how loved and appreciated you are, and that is why we never stop sending it. Whoever you feel most connected to, whether it's Mary, Jesus, Archangel Michael, Kuan Yin, or any of the number of others, open yourself up to receive their love and compassion, and let it flow through you to your fellow humans. And this is something we guarantee will change your life. The Song of the Universe. If you listen closely enough to the silence, you can always perceive something, and in that perception, you will receive a message. This is one of the reasons why it is so important for all of you to unplug from your devices and get into nature. This is why it is so important for all of you to stop thinking so much and meditating and going within more. The universe is always talking to you, but you have been trained to listen to other people and organizations, news outlets, and preachers. You have lost touch with the sound that the universe makes. You want to hear a voice in your head coming to you from an ascended master or an archangel. But that's only because you have been taught to value words over vibration, and sometimes even over the truth. We invite you to listen without expectation. Listen without having formulated a question. Listen to what the silence has to share with you, and know that you are the one orchestrating it all. You are the giver and the receiver, and you are meant to feel this universe and hear this universe as much as you are to see it. If you really want to understand your connection to all beings in this universe, you need to slow down and listen long enough to hear the call, to hear how the universe is summoning you. Certainly there is a lot to be gained from being on the internet and connecting with other people in all the ways that you do with your devices. But you're always only getting a fraction of the story. But when you tune in and listen, when you open up to receive, that is when you can feel the harmony of your song with the song of the universe. Living in the fourth dimension, you will discover that the more time you spend focusing on a problem, the more time you take away from your ability to receive a solution. You all have a tendency to overtax your minds and to underutilize your ability to receive that which is already coming to you. We invite you to focus more on letting go of thoughts, letting go of problems, opening up to the energies that are swirling around you at all times. We are talking about changing your habits, changing the way that you approach life. As you shift from the third dimension to the fifth dimension, you have the ability to receive more, and you get to do so by thinking less and doing less. The generations that have come before you have taken a great deal of pride in intelligence and hard work. Most of you have been raised with these values in your homes, and we see many of you attempting to think your way through problems in your lives and attempting to act your way into the life that you desire. But if you were to calculate how much time you spend using the third dimensional operating system and how much time you relax, open yourself and receive, you would be astonished by the numbers. You might say that there isn't enough time in the day, but you would find that there is plenty of time because you just need to shift your priorities. You also need to embrace the divine feminine within you. As are in your feminine cycle, life is going to get easier. You are going to want to control those minds of yours, and you'll be able to finally use action as a means of expressing the joy within you, rather than as a tool to accomplish something that could always accomplish through vibrations. This is what you are learning in the fourth dimension, and this is what will carry you into the fifth. Relax and trust your team. You find the avenue through which you will accomplish something in your lives when you are at your most relaxed and comfortable. You do not generally receive thoughts, ideas, and downloads when you are stressed out, when you are worried, and when you are wondering whether the inspiration will ever come. While it is to your advantage to be in a state of heightened desire, it does not always serve you because of the resulting attachment that can arise from that intensity. When you are really, really wanting to experience something, but you don't know how it's going to happen, you don't know when it's going to happen, and you don't know whether it's going to happen, you can start to overuse your physical mind to come up with the right avenue, the right choice, the right direction to move in. Instead, we recommend that you have faith, that you take some of the load off your shoulders for having to do everything, including coming up with that brilliant idea, and let yourselves receive the help that you have summoned. You all could benefit from more trust in this universe and in the helper that you have around you. If you could see or feel the team that you have assisting you, it would set that mind of yours at ease, and you could go out into the world and have fun. Pursue your interest. Do what brings you joy, and let go of the idea that you need to accomplish something or something needs to change in your life in order to bring you to a point of joy and satisfaction. Now, more than ever, you can rest, relax, and receive because you are in a feminine cycle, and the time for making everything happen through action is behind you. We want you to enjoy the rest of your journey to the fifth dimension, and while you may have things you still want to accomplish here in the fourth, it's time for you to learn how to utilize the energies that you have available to you. We recommend that you spend some of your time every day feeling for the support team that you all have around you and those higher frequency energies that you have to co-create with, and you will take it easy. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Integrating the divine feminine and masculine. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. It is the effort that you put into what you do that generally gives you the feeling that you have accomplished something. The more effort you put in, the more you feel responsible for the achievement, and therefore, the better you feel about it. People who breeze through life effortlessly are rarely celebrated on planet Earth. You hold parades for those who struggle and sacrifice to achieve something. You like the stories of a person's meager beginning, and you like to hear about how the person clawed and scratched their way up some sort of ladder to get to the top. But things are changing now, and it is time for you to all reevaluate your ideals. Because you have moved into a feminine cycle, this will become the era of receiving. There is nothing to be gained by struggle, and no amount of effort will ever be able to match a person's offering of a high vibration. Nothing that you could ever do could match the energy that you can download in an instant of letting go, surrendering, and opening yourself up. The time of the divine feminine is here, and it's time to celebrate those who are masterful at receiving from the highest realms that which has always been offered to you. You still get to maintain your divine masculine side as well, but that side of yourselves is not going to be taking nearly as much action. The actions you will take will be much more fruitful and with far less effort. That is true power. The integration of the divine feminine with the divine masculine will result in becoming the creator beings that you have always been, but have yet to experience fully. What you let in. We are happy to give you this progress report, as we can see the improvement in your collective consciousness and the vibrations that you are giving off. We are certain that more of you have allowed in the energies that have been sent to you from those like us in the higher realms. We are also aware of the ones who are not allowing in the higher frequency transmissions, and we send those individuals our unconditional love and compassion. We are aware of the conditions that prevent you from receiving, and we are here to help you to get past those areas of resistance. You are beautiful beings of light and love, and when you see others who are operating from the dark, you begin to close yourself off. You close yourselves off because there's still a fear among many of you that in order to prevent yourselves from being vulnerable to the dark, you must close yourselves off. But as you do, you also prevent that which is the higher frequency from coming in. When you are in the flow, you allow everything to flow. And when you are in a contraction mode, prevention and protection mode, you prevent everything from getting in. Here's what you want to do instead. You want to let those who are playing in the dark inspire you to hold a higher frequency. As you see them doing what they are doing and saying what they are saying, you must also take note of their vibration. And when you do that, you will be able to recognize that it is incompatible with yours unless you go into fear mode. Instead, we recommend that you open yourselves up to a higher frequency, that you set the intention to only receive that which is of a vibrational match to you, and that you allow in all these high-frequency energy transmissions that are coming to you from the higher realms. Receiving energy and information. We have been observing the way that all of you are receiving energy and information, and we have determined the times when you are at your most receptive are when you are asleep, and when you are doing something that brings you joy. When you are engaged in any activity that you find joyous, you open yourselves up and you become the vessel for higher frequency energy that you always intended to be in this lifetime. You don't need to be engaged in something that you would deem spiritual in order to be in one of those joyous and open and receptive states. You could be doing anything at all. And certainly, since doing what brings you joy puts you in an open and receptive state, we recommend that you find what it is for you and you do it. Now, for those of you who cannot seem to pinpoint what brings you joy, we suggest that you simply activate the joy vibration within you. Locate your joy center and focus there. Breathe into it. Let the joy flow through you. And not only will you receive more energy and information, but you will also demonstrate to yourself that you are capable of feeling joy under any circumstance, and that is very valuable information for you to have. Once you receive that which we and other high-frequency beings are sending to you, you will have more impulses to take actions, and those actions will be the ones that will bring you the most joy moving forward in your lives. For those of you who feel stuck or in a holding pattern of some sort, don't worry. Help's on the way. Help is always on the way. When you are in a state of joy, it's just easier for that help to get to you. And the other thing that we would like to take away from this transmission is that when you feel tired, allow yourself to sleep. It's that simple. Sleep is your friend. It's not a sign of laziness. It is something that you still need, and give yourself plenty of it is an act of self-love. Listening to and hearing guidance. You have the ability to listen more closely than you often do. You all desire to hear something that will be of value to you from higher dimensional beings. You all want to hear from your guides, and some of you would like to hear from extraterrestrials, fairies, angels, and ascended masters, but you are not listening close enough to receive their message. You want proof, you want evidence that what you are getting from these other beings is real. Many of you seek to hear something loud and clear, with the reassurance that it is not all in your head. So you might want to hear a name or a different sounding voice. You expect the receiving of what you are getting to be as easy as the asking of the question was. But what if hearing and receiving are art forms that you need to cultivate? Are you willing to put into practice? Are you willing to listen without the threat of disappointment? In other words, are you able to say, if I get something now, that is wonderful, but if it comes later, that'll work too? Have you limited yourselves in the ways in which you are willing to receive the answers that are coming to you? Guidance comes in many forms. Sometimes it comes in synchronicity, and when it does, you like that. But other times you can question whether something is just a coincidence or whether it's really meant for you. That doubt that creeps in is something you want to let go of. You want to release your doubt and embrace the answers that you get. Every little tidbit has merit, and when you acknowledge something and appreciate it, you get more. When you question something in doubt, you give yourself more reason to question and doubt. Hearing your guides and other dimensional beings is a two-way street. They are not going to start yelling in your ear to get your attention. They are going to wait until you are willing to feel something first, to pick up on subtle nuances, and to look for answers everywhere you look and everywhere you are able to hear something. The energies that you've summoned. There has been enough suffering on planet Earth to bring you all a gigantic response from the higher realms. There is no need for further suffering to create a stream of energy that will flow to all of you and give you exactly what you need. Suffering, like everything else, has a purpose, plays a role, and in some ways serves you to a point. But you have far surpassed that point where suffering is bringing you something that is needed on planet Earth. Now is the time to let in the energy that you have summoned. Now is the time to let go of that which is causing you to choose the experience of suffering. When you let go, you are not giving up. You can never truly give up on something that you desire. You can never become disconnected from someone that you have lost to death. But you can let go of suffering and let in the response to that suffering. When you are expecting to receive relief, you subconsciously lay down your guard, and you let in that which you have been asking for. We desire for this message to reach enough of you who are looking for something to cling to, so that you can grant yourselves that reprieve and let in all that you've been asking for. Now, of course, there is personal suffering, and then there is collective suffering. There is the oppression of the human race that you also have in your human history. You've all been oppressed, and you've felt oppressed, and the collective's asking is enormous. Therefore, whether you are suffering personally or not, you can be part of an opening of the floodgates for the collective, so that everyone who is asking can receive the energy they have summoned and can build a new life with that energy. There is so much for all of you to create, and by letting in the help that you've been asking for, you are going to make that process so much easier on yourselves. Receiving streams of energy. We have been taking the tidbits that we can get from our sources, and we have learned quite a bit about what is happening on the galactic level with the shift. We have analyzed the data that we have received, and it is clear to us that the movement forward, the progression of the shift, is resting on the shoulders of planet Earth and her inhabitants. There is quite a bit of talk about the ramifications of the timing of the shift as it occurs on planet Earth, and that information is used to determine how much more help is appropriate to give all of you. All of us who are watching can help without interfering. We certainly cannot do anything for any of you. The question remains, among the helpers in the galaxy, as to how big a nudge to give you. And the debate about whether it is better for you to shift sooner or later continues. And one thing is for certain. There are many, many interested parties in your shift, many more than you are even aware of. And while we are doing everything that we can to help you, the amount of support that you are receiving is immeasurable. Even we are unaware of the magnitude of the energy, love, and information that you are being sent on a moment-to-moment basis. Now, the help that you are receiving is resulting in energy streams that are popping up all around you. You are, of course, surrounded by energy, but when the energy has a common purpose, it gathers with like energy, and it flows just like a river or a stream of water. Therefore, the next time that you find yourself in a meditative state, ask to feel the power and the strength of one of these streams. Let yourselves be taken on a journey. Let yourselves be taken to the fifth dimension on a stream of energy that you have summoned and that others in the galaxy have provided. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. An intersection of energy and information. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. You have brought yourselves to a beautiful intersection of energy and information. This is the point in your journey where you begin to piece things together and make sense of your place in the cosmos. Downloads are coming that will unlock mysteries from within your own beingness. As you recognize the truth of what you are receiving, you will no longer question why you are here and what you are supposed to do. That is the information portion of the intersection. The energies are for support. They are to help keep you grounded, to keep you from feeling overwhelmed. They are also meant to help you maintain your sense of self. You have a sense of self that is based primarily on facts and experiences, tendencies, habits, and personality traits. Now you are beginning to understand that none of these things could possibly ever define who you are as an individuated consciousness of Source. When you receive information about who you have been throughout your many, many lifetimes all across the galaxy, you are getting to know the truth about your existence. You exist to take on various perspectives, to compile data through experiences, and then to create a better universe. Once you see all the angles, you come to the same conclusion, no matter what the experience. Everything is an opportunity to know yourselves more completely as unconditional love. Unconditional love exists within you, all around you, and at every single one of those potentially mind-blowing intersections of energy and information. Open yourselves to receiving. We are happy to assist you and guide you in whatever way that we can, and we are happy to tell you that you are doing a wonderful job of receiving the energy that comes through in these transmissions. You have opened yourselves up to receiving more, and this is a very important part of your evolutionary process. You have been convinced over the years by parents, teachers, governments, and other authority figures that it is important for you to achieve and accomplish as much as you can through your actions. It is the masculine energy taken to an extreme. To think that everything that can and will be achieved will be done so through your action is to limit yourselves tremendously. You want to use all your powers, not just the tangible ones, not just the identifiable gifts that you have. Your ability to receive is very closely tied to your ability to hold a vibration. Holding a vibration and staying in a place of expectation are the tools that are necessary to receive so much more than what you can do with your physical bodies. But you are not taught that in schools. You are essentially taught to be workers and possibly thinkers. What the government fears more than anything else is lazy citizens who aren't willing to do the hard work that is necessary to keep the country or the city or the state running. Now there will always be a place for action in your world. When you take actions with power of vibration behind it, and with an ability to receive the results of those actions, you are far more powerful than if you just put your nose to the grindstone as often as physically possible. So we offer you energy transmissions that you can receive, so that your actions will be more fruitful, more enjoyable, and more in alignment with what you actually want to do. Throat chakra upgrades. We have been noticing the fluctuation in energy around your throat chakra. We have noticed that humanity is receiving the necessary upgrades in order for each of you to own your voice, to have your sense of individuality expressed. And the throat chakra is the energy center responsible for the self-expression. Speaking your truth has not always been easy for you. As awakened beings who are a bit ahead of the rest of humanity, it can be a lonely road and one where you find yourselves being misunderstood or even laughed at for your beliefs. But everyone at this time is being encouraged to speak up, and these upgrades that you are receiving are the part of it. They are giving you the strength to work through the traumatic experiences that you have had in past lives, where you have spoken your truth or you have spoken for higher dimensional beings, and you have been persecuted as a result. Now, what you are playing out in your personal lives is the opportunity to express something to those closest to you. When you are willing to do this, you help to work through those traumatic experiences. There is also a releasing of energy that takes place when you speak up for yourself, or when you speak your truth to someone who you know believes otherwise. There is a great relief in it because you are not holding on to something out of a sense of shame, because that shame is crippling. And that willingness to speak up and speak your truth is what gives you an opportunity to see your perspective as valid. Once you put something out there, then you have the choice as to whether you run away from it or whether you stand behind your point of view. Sometimes just telling someone else what you are feeling can be the greatest act of self-love and self-expression that you could possibly engage in. You don't have to create a magnificent work of art to express yourself. You don't have to sing beautifully in order to put your voice out there. You just have to believe in the validity of your perspective and of yourselves. The frequency we give off. Our messages to you are not just to be understood. They are meant to be felt. There's a vibration embedded in each one of these messages, and that vibration is meant to awaken something within you. It is not meant to get you on board with our truth. It is meant to awaken your own truth within you, to give you an opportunity to feel. Your feelings are capable of unlocking more of your own truth. All you have to do is to listen to them. It is our job to offer that vibration so clearly that it inspires a clarity within each and every one of you. That clarity comes from you more than it does from us. We are not interested in getting you to believe in us or our messages. We only seek to inspire, and we know that all you have your own interpretations of everything we put forth, and that is as it should be. That is as it is meant to be, and we welcome your interpretation. We like to see where the vibration we offer leads you, and even what steps you take to get there. We have a particular frequency that we give off, and many of you are aware of it. We are more than just the Arcturian Council. We are parts of yourselves, parts that require illumination, so that you can move forward on your journey with a greater sense of clarity. That clarity is about who you are, not about who we are, and not about what our message is. As we guide you, we always bring you back to yourselves. We want you to understand how powerful you are. We want you to know you are creating this. You are creating all of it, even your experience of us and our messages. We are excited to see what you will create as you move forward with the activations that we give you, and we are eager to have better and deeper and more intimate connections with all of you, because that enables us to feel more of who we truly are. Acclimating to the higher frequency energies. We have taken the steps that we can to assist you in the assimilation of the higher frequency energies that you are coming to you. You are ready to receive more, and you are doing a wonderful job of acclimating to the higher frequency energy that you experience on a daily basis. This is a universe of polarity and duality, but you are shifting, and as you shift, you experience the higher frequency energies as normal and natural. It is just like adjusting to the hot water in a bathtub. At first it seems hot, and then you adjust to it, and you feel quite comfortable in it. And that's what's happening to the energies. You cannot see or feel the difference because it's happening so gradually, and because you are bombarded by these energies every single day. But we see more of you wanting to be of service and holding compassion in your hearts. We see more of you wanting equality and unity, even though you have your personal challenges and struggles in life. The capacity that you have for holding more light and more love in you is undeniable. There is a perfect balance point that you are all striking. You're balancing all of the energies together. You're not eliminating any of them. You may release some from your field and your physical vehicle, but the release is a release of attachment. Everything still exists, and like adding more hot water to the warm bath, everything still stays in the tub. You just experience it in a more pleasant, more to your liking. Everything that you experience from this day forward is going to be about acclimation to these energies, clearing out space for the energies and receiving all that you can. When you are awakening to this is a knowing that you deserve to up-level your vibration, and you also are awakening to the knowing that it is something that you accept with open arms, rather than something that you earn. We want you to feel worthy of receiving these higher frequency energies, and we will continue to let you know just how worthy you are. A surge of energy from the Mother Earth. There has been a surge of energy rising up from within the core of the earth. It is making itself available to all of you. Its purpose is to support you, to help you feel more connected to Mother Earth. Its purpose is to ground you and to open you up to all the energy that your planet provides for you. It does so freely. It does so because your planet loves you. She is your mother. She is your collective consciousness in physical form. She is the oversoul of humanity, and she is also a guide, supporting you, loving you, giving you everything that you need to survive, and asking nothing in return. Now that the surge of energy from the core has reached the surface, you can expect to feel a difference when you are making a conscious connection to Mother Nature and Mother Earth. You are galactic mutts with DNA and genetic material from all over this Milky Way. However, you were born here on planet Earth, and she has given you life. She has given you physical form, and she has cared for you all the days in all your lifetimes. When you acknowledge the power of that connection that you have to your planet, you feel more alive, you feel more secure, and you feel uplifted, even though your feet are planted firmly on the ground. Her nature is to love, to give, and to be that support that is always there for you. We understand that you have lots of other things to attend to in your lives, but we recommend that you give some thanks, some praise, and some love to this earth of yours. And when you do, you will resonate more with the surge of energy that has risen from the core, and you will use that energy to propel you forward on your journey, to give you everything that you need, and you didn't even have to ask for it. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Higher frequency energies. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have been watching you carefully and observing the ways in which you are not only receiving energy, but also the ways in which you use that energy. When we observe you taking the energy that you receive and using it to create a better experience of reality, we feel joy. Sometimes, however, the energy that you receive must first be run through your physical bodies in order to clear out the space for you to fully utilize that energy. You must have an ability to resonate with it in order to use it, and that can mean that there is some house cleaning to do. Now, when you clean your house, you sometimes discover that there's more dirt and dust and mold and other things than what you knew about before you started cleaning. So the same is true when you run higher frequency energy through your physical body. You don't necessarily know how much there is to clear out to make room for the higher frequency energy until the clearing process begins. This can give you the impression that things are getting worse, that you are getting worse, but nothing could be further from the truth. Accessing that which is of a lower frequency and has been residing within you is the only way to clear it out, and clearing it out makes room for that which is of a higher frequency. Once you have been through one of your dark nights of the soul, it is advisable that you use your next available moment to do some creating. It is advisable because you will have downloaded more of the high-frequency energy that's being given to you at this time, and that high-frequency energy is ready to co-create with you. It is doing more than just giving you a cleanse. It is ready to report for duty. It is ready to be utilized by you. It is ready to create with you new experiences, and experiences that go beyond what you've been able to accomplish in the third dimension. So we suggest that you accept everything just as it is. Accept those moments when you are going through a lower frequency experience and lower frequency emotions, and accept the high frequencies energies that are coming to you. Work with them, play with them, and create with them. When you do, you will put yourself in a position to receive even more. Extreme waves of energy. We are able to give you a reading on the current energetic situation on planet Earth, and it looks like there are waves of energy moving around with high highs and low lows within them. What this means is that you are giving yourselves one last look and taste of extreme polarities. If you feel that you are being tossed around, or if you feel like you are on high one minute and low the next, it is a result of you encountering those waves that are executing a plan. They have the intention of showing you how much polarity there still is, but they also have the purpose of giving you the choice to let go of the way of living. When you feel done with the roller coaster ride, you will choose something that is less extreme and less polarized. You will feel more heart-centered, more present, more grounded, because you will have found the stability within yourself that is necessary in order to experience these waves of extremity. You will demonstrate to yourself that you can handle the downs. You know you can handle the ups, but when the downs come along, and they are measured against such extreme ups, it can be very challenging for you to maintain any sort of equilibrium. No matter where you are and no matter what you are feeling, it is always going to benefit you to return to your center, to find your balance point, and to look for stability within yourself, rather than in the events and circumstance of your life. Even in a state of complete chaos, you can find your center, and you can operate from your heart. You can let these waves toss you around and be the cause of your loss of hope, or you can use them as an opportunity to decide once and for all what type of life experience you would like to have as you move forward. It is, as always, entirely up to you. The choice is yours. We suggest that you say your goodbyes to extreme polarity, and even when in the midst of one of the lows, you will be able to find the strength to get through it. because you will know that this type of roller coaster ride is on its way out. It is the third-dimensional experience, and you are simply having one last go-around before you leave it all behind for the much more peaceful experience of the fifth dimension. Sensing energy. It is one of your greatest strengths, and yet you rarely acknowledge yourself for it. We are talking about your ability to sense energy, to vibe something out. When you realize that you have this ability and you use it all the time, then you also must acknowledge that your ability to sense energy gives you an ability to create using energy as well. Being able to discern differences in vibration is a true talent. It is a gift. Those of you who have been on your conscious journey for quite some time also realize that you are and have been empaths. What this means is that you are sensitive to energy. By being sensitive to energy, you know precisely what energy is needed to create something, and you know intuitively how to access it. You access it within you, of course. You are the source of all the energy that you experience. You are the creator of this reality, and when you acknowledge that all the energy that you could ever want to access is within you, then you are really onto something. Then it just becomes a matter of what you want to create. Something else that comes along with this gift is your ability to know what your desires feel like. Once you get a firm handle on what your desires feel like, then you have everything that you need. You have your ability to sense and discern energy. You have all of that energy that you need inside of you, and you know precisely which energies are going to take you to the desire that you hold within you. Being sensitive means that you are very specific about the way you want to feel, and the way that you deserve to feel is as good as you can possibly feel. Letting go of your belief in limitation is a key component to stepping into your power as a conscious creator being. Remind yourself over and over of what we have transmitted here, and it will help you to create the precise reality and the precise feelings that you truly want to experience. Mining the present moment. Every moment is sacred. Every second of your lives is precious. It is a commodity. Your precious and sacred moments have within them more than you could possibly imagine. If you could dive more deeply into your present moment experience, regardless of what you are doing or not doing, you would find there to be eons of that which you consider to be time available. You would feel just how powerful you are by accessing the potential within each present moment. You would feel more. You would perceive more. You would open yourselves up to countless gateways to other realities. You can accomplish all of this just by being more present, just by being silent, just by tuning into the energy of the current experience in your life. What you need to do in order to fully benefit from the present moment is to convince yourself that there's nothing better for you in the past or the future. Once you realize that the present moment has everything within it, then you are not focusing on getting somewhere else, and you can actually enjoy your current life experience just as it is. You can awaken to the power of the present by giving it more of your attention. Just focusing on breathing and opening your heart will reveal to you secrets of the universe. You are constantly surrounded by other beings, constantly receiving energy and downloads of information. But how often do you stop to tune in to these experiences? We are not talking about asking your guides a question or asking for help in some way. We are talking about tuning in to what you are already receiving, and you can only do that in the present moment. You can only do that by relaxing into the reality of your current experience and letting go of any attachments that you have, any expectations. By being completely present, you allow yourself to feel exactly who you are as an infinite and eternal being with limitless power and potential. We invite you to dive into that present moment because we know that the present is where it's at. Let source energy flow. It is time for all of you to recognize how significant you are. It is time for you to realize that what you are is more important than what you do. It is more important than what you say, more important than what you write, and certainly more important than what you believe. You are powerful beings who have massive amounts of untapped creative potential. If you could work together, join forces with your fellow humans, and direct your energies on something that would be beneficial to all, you would demonstrate to yourselves how powerful you are. However, each individual must first recognize that you are able to access more source energy through yourselves than you've ever dreamed possible. When you are capable of bringing source energy through your unique perspective, you are able to add so much to this world of yours and to the entire universe. This is truly where your significance lies. You change the world by bringing through more of that high-frequency source energy. Now, often you seek a mission, a purpose, or some goal to achieve that will summon forth the source energy that we are talking about. The source energy that is so powerful when grounded into the physical reality. But just by living your lives, just by having your relationship with each other, and by at times just struggling to get by, you are doing all of the summoning that is necessary. You see, it doesn't matter why you are summoning forth more of that energy. It only matters that you allow it to flow through you. And then we encourage you to recognize how your uniqueness puts a particular flavor on that energy that you bring through. It is a flavor that only you can add to the source energy that you ground into the physical. It is your uniqueness, combined with your ability to access source energy and allow it to flow, that makes you so important. There is not one of you who is more important than any other. You are all equal in your diversity. You are all fully capable of bringing through more energy and putting your stamp on it. If you were to just take 5 minutes of your time every day to seek out a place within yourself where you can access more of that source energy and allow it to flow, think of the impact you would have. Imagine how powerful you could be, and feel if you could radiate that source energy out, even for just 5 minutes of your time. And as you demonstrate to yourself just how good that feels, you'll want to do it for longer. You will want to feel that flow of source moving through you, and everyone and everything will benefit without you having to lift a finger. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. End of Chapter 4. More ETs on planet Earth. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We are continuing to evaluate the necessity of a bigger presence of extraterrestrials on your planet. We are in contact with many extraterrestrial beings who want to help and who want to become members of the ground crew with all of you. And we are weighing the help versus hindrance of their presence. You don't want to get into a situation with extraterrestrial beings where you see them as your saviors. For those of you who are unaware, we are non-physical. We are consciousness. So we are not coming, but we are in contact with fifth-dimensional Arcturians, fourth-dimensional Arcturians, and other beings from other star systems who want very much to assist all of you. They see it as a part of their role to help. Their presence can help by their ability to receive higher frequency energies and ground them for you. They can even blend in enough to be teachers and guides, and the advantage of their being on planet Earth with you is that they are incorruptible and beyond any scope of manipulation. Again, the downside is that they can interfere with your evolution of consciousness. If you become fifth-dimensional without doing what you need to do there, you can end up hurting yourselves, especially those who are still unaware at this point. There's a much greater likelihood that they would in fact create some serious problems. And so we are looking down many different timelines and seeking the best possible scenario for all of you. The ETs that we are in contact with will, of course, heed our guidance, and they will also be there supporting you in other ways, even if they are not all on the ground floor with you. And of course, you have help from up here as well, in our dimension, not to mention all the other helpers who are lending their energy, their compassion, their love, and their support. We all know how long of a journey this has been for you, and how challenging, but do not worry, because your ascension is guaranteed. The Andromedan Syrian Alliance. We are pleased to announce to you that there has been a new alliance formed that will give more assistance to the human collective as you continue on your journey. You are aware that the beings from the Sirius star system are of service. That is their goal. They are service-oriented. Nothing brings them more joy than to be of service, and they have reached out on several representatives from the Andromeda star system to create an alliance between the two. The alliance has one objective and one objective alone, and that objective is to seek out new ways to further the evolution of consciousness on planet Earth. Now, as many of you know, there is much being done already, and there are councils, collectives, and federations set up to form similar alliances. This alliance in particular is significant because the beings from Sirius, who are fifth-dimensional, and the beings from the Andromeda star system, who are also fifth-dimensional, have never aligned before. There is a knowing in the galaxy that as Earth goes, so goes the galaxy, and therefore those who are in favor of a shift in consciousness occurring sooner rather than later are banding together, and those who would like to see a shift happen only if it is on their terms are growing more and more outnumbered every day. The momentum is carrying all of you, and the help that you're getting from other parts of the galaxy is increasing. Some of you will meet members of the new alliance while you are asleep. Some of you will astrally project yourself to meetings with the representatives of this alliance. But all of you will benefit whether you are receiving direct communication or not. We have observed these Andromedans and these Syrians, and we can say that their coming together will have a synergistic effect, and the impact will be felt one way or another by all of you. We are within you. We have engaged with you individually while you are asleep, and we have engaged with you as a collective. We have also engaged with you through this particular channel, and there is much more to come. We are helping you through your shift in consciousness, but we are not doing anything for you. We can send you energy, downloads, and even upgrades, but none of these things will result in the evolution of your consciousness. That is completely on you, and that's the way you want it, because you want to experience the changes and to know that the changes has come from within. Now, certainly in moments of doubt and darkness and despair, you will cry out and ask for us to do something for you, but you don't really mean it. So when we do help you, when we do give you a nudge, we are simply encouraging you to do what you already want to do. But again, we are not doing it for you. As we become your helpers in the moments that you shift your consciousness and you recognize us, you're going to recognize also the fact that we are always existed within you as well. This is always an inside job, you see, even when it seems like we exist somewhere out there, in other dimensions. We are simply activating something inside of you that was always present. You know what you need to know because you have always known it. We are just here because at times you need the right button pushed. Ultimately, you will find and want to connect with us as friends, and you will know that everything that you need is inside of you. We will reminisce about the times when you thought that you needed more help, and we may even share a laugh over the times when you called out in desperation. When we look at you, we see ourselves, and the layers of consciousness have yet to be revealed to you are numerous. Therefore, you can get ready for quite a ride as this journey that we are on together continues. Collaborate with us. We have taken the steps necessary to ensure that humanity is not interfered with along your path of ascension. We have acted, so to speak, together with many other beings and councils from across dimensions, and galaxies even, to guarantee that you would have the opportunity to ascend. Now, as you discover that you are working with us, it will become easier and easier for you to take advantage of our generosity and our interest in your evolution. You can begin to see us as parts of you and extensions of you, rather than as beings who are up there, out there, somewhere far, far away. And as we begin to work together more as a team, as a collective, we will be assisting you in ways that you could not even possibly imagine at this point in your evolution. You don't even need to know at this point in your evolution what you're going to need us for and how much we can help. The love that we feel for you increases with every day, with every moment, and the process of ascension as you experience it is felt by us, but on an exponential level. The frequencies that you have been receiving of late are a reflection of the joy that we experience through our connection to you. This ascension process is one big, giant collaboration, you see, and we are not steering the ship any more than you are. We are here for the ride as well. We evolve with you. We are partners in this, and we receive as much benefit from our connection to you as you do in your connection to us. We can see the various roads ahead for humanity, and we will continue to nudge you towards the timelines that give you the greatest opportunities for joy and to ascend with the greatest amount of ease and grace. We love you so, so much, and this is the way that we demonstrate that to you, but we also invite you to feel for it. Meeting with ET councils. You have begun the process of sharing bits and pieces of your experience as humans with the other beings who are visiting your solar system from points all across the galaxy. You have done this by agreement, of course, but those agreements are ones that you struck before you incarnated. A few of you remember the experiences that you had of sharing. Some of you feel that you have a dream when you recollect these experiences. Many of you know that you have been sharing information with these other beings, these extraterrestrials, for a long time. But for most of you, it is a new experience, as the need for new and fresh perspective has increased. Your brothers and sisters throughout the galaxy have been wondering and debating how they can help all of you to ascend. They want humanity to choose the timeline that has the least amount of chaos and the fewest number of catastrophes. The rest of the galaxy is rooting for all of you and wanting you to choose the best possible path for ascension, so you convene with them at night while you are asleep. Many of you have increased your astral travel. Some of you have even agreed to take on implants so that these friends of yours can monitor what you're thinking and feeling and see what you're experiencing. They are searching for ways to help you without interfering, and more beings are stepping forward to be channeled. Therefore, if you already channel, you can expect to be making new connections. And if you've always wanted to channel, now is the perfect time for you to be opening yourselves up to receive. There is so much love and so much aid available to all of you, and now is a wonderful time for you to open yourselves up to receive it. Your helpers from Atlantis. We have been waiting for the perfect opportunity to give you the following transmission, and as it turns out, now is the perfect moment. You have arrived at a point in your evolution where there is no doubt whatsoever in your path to ascension. There is nothing that needs to be done. Your awakened consciousness is enough to anchor in the energies of ascension and to help others do the same. We also see that the timeline in front of you for ascension has become more pleasant and with less catastrophe. So let us give you something that will assist you in making the choice for ease in this process. You have begun to allow in helpers who were on Atlantis at the time of its destruction. These beings know all about where you are as a collective because they have been there as well. These beings are going to inspire you to work more with the earth energies, with crystals and with sacred sites, chakra points, and vortices on your planet. They are going to be your guide in the ascension process, and they are going to awaken within you memories of Atlantis. The only thing that you need to do to make this path the easiest and most joyous one possible is to listen when you feel guided to move in a certain direction. You must be willing to take leaps of faith at times. Know that everything will be aligned for the ascension process to continue without a struggle. And know that you are the ones doing what you need to do to assist in the process and to ensure that it's easier and more joyous for those around you as well. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Making contact, asleep and awake. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have been establishing contact with many of you while you are asleep. Some of you are able to perceive these interactions in dreams, and others of you are unable to determine who and what you are making contact with. We are not the only ones who are reaching out in this way to those of you who are open to these types of interactions. There are many beings and many collectives who want very much to assist humanity, and the best way that we can do that is by reaching out. We want to normalize these types of experience for all of you. We want you to all be talking to each other about the experiences that you are having. We want you to compare notes. We want there to be an open conversation about non-physical beings, orbs, extraterrestrial beings, and other supernatural phenomena. We take all of this very seriously because we are helping you make progress, and we are absolutely excited to see the next leap that you will make as a collective. We are eager to connect with you more openly in your waking states, but not all of you are ready for that type of interaction. All of you have the ability to channel. However, in order to make connection with higher frequency beings like ourselves while in a waking state, you need to ready your consciousness. You need to expose yourself to high frequency transmissions like this one on a regular basis. And in fact, this is one of the primary reasons why some of you feel so attracted to them. These transmissions are readying you for your channeling experiences, and these experiences are imminent. You cannot hold back for much longer that which is knocking at your door. There are streams and streams of energy and consciousness that want to connect with you, that want to make this a bigger party, and that want very much to invite you into the galactic family that we truly are. We are but some of the ambassadors, and we know that many of you are willing to be Earth's ambassadors, and these are very exciting times indeed. Awakening in someone else's dream. We have observed that many of you who are on a spiritual path, many of you who are awakened, are also having a very hard time being on planet Earth. It is as though you are not in the right time or in the right space. When you take into consideration how far you have come in order to be awakened, it can seem to all of you like you have woken up in someone else's dream. This is a very common experience, and it unites you and breeds the compassion that you have within you. Now, you are correct that the lifetimes you have lived on other worlds have been easier and better. You have known some very wonderful lifetimes and experiences in this galaxy, and it is also true that there's a part of each of you that doesn't really want to fit in here. There's that part of you that knows you are more than just human, more than just the ego. And then there's a part of you that just wants to get on with this shift and get it over with. You can do so much more from where you are now than from any other position that you could possibly in while residing in a fourth dimensional frequency range. What you have ahead of you is going to knock your socks off. It's going to blow your minds. What you will have endured will be entirely worth it. But you don't have to wait until that shift is complete to enjoy your lives. You can be in the fourth dimension, but not of it. You can be on planet Earth and acknowledge that you are so much more than an earthling. You can embrace your humanity and your divinity at the same time, and you can fulfill your mission for being here just by being here. You don't have to fall into the model that society has given you for success in order to be a success. Just be who you are and accept all aspects of who you are, including your current location in time and space. Advanced ET technologies. We have begun to look into a particular timeline that is available to humanity, and this timeline may be of greatest service to you and to the rest of the universe as well. In this particular timeline that is available to you, the human collective consciousness would continue on its current rate of evolution, and you would also receive some assistance on the physical level from extraterrestrial beings. Now, many of you are certainly aware you have already received a tremendous amount of help from extraterrestrial beings. However, not only is not everyone aware of this help, but the help has not been evenly distributed among you. Some are benefiting more than others, and this was by design. You all needed a great deal of polarity to give yourselves the experience that you wanted and needed to have. And now there's a great consideration being made around leveling the playing field, so this decision is not up to us. But we are exploring it so we can make our recommendation to the physical extraterrestrials who would actually give you all the help on the physical level. You are getting more and more excited all of the time about connecting with your extraterrestrial brothers and sisters, and yet there is still quite a bit of fear because of the advanced technologies that they possess. Many humans don't like the idea of beings they don't know and were unaware of suddenly joining the human collective, and they also don't like the fact that there would need to be a certain amount of trust to peacefully coexist with these beings. So if this timeline is one that you all choose together collectively, it will be one that forces many individuals to face those fears and to trust in the unknown. Right now, we are seeing that trusting in the unknown is quite beneficial to all of you, and so we are leaning toward making the recommendation that you go down that particular timeline. We believe in you, and we believe in your ability to handle the fears as well as the advanced technologies. Remembering your ET heritage, we have been observing the way that the energies have been affecting you, and we must say that we are very impressed by how well you are receiving the higher frequencies that are coming your way. You are receiving from all parts of the galaxy and beyond because you have many helpers, friends, and well-wishers out there in the stars. And when you receive their help, you become more of who you are. You are not just human, but you are also not just Pleiadian, Arcturian, Sirian, Cassiopean, Lyran, or Andromedan. You are all of the bits and pieces from all the various star systems, and you are bringing all these energies together within you because you need strength and stability. And the best way for you to get that strength and stability is for you to become more of who you are. You are travelers. Some of you refer to yourself as wanderers and starseeds. You've been around and you've had some wonderful experiences in other parts of the galaxy. You've been in higher dimensions in past incarnations in other parts of the galaxy, and so these aspects of you are quite valuable to what you are becoming now on planet Earth. It's like you are flipping on the switches of your highest self, activating it, and downloading those wonderful aspects of who you are and who you have been. When you receive, you have more to give, and you remember more of who you are. Therefore, receiving is a big part of what you have in store for you as you move forward here on your journey to the fifth dimension. You are remembering who you are by accessing who you have been. You are getting activation from all parts of the galaxy and beyond because of what we said. You need that strength and that stability to handle what else is coming your way. And most importantly, you need to be grounded there on planet Earth. You need to accept that you chose this mission for yourself, and that by bringing in more from out there, you change the landscape on planet Earth. You change it for the better, of course. You are making so much progress in such a short amount of time, and we could not be happier with what we are sensing in the human collective consciousness now. We are seeing you take ownership of the fact that you are the extraterrestrials that you've been seeking contact with, and yet you are also doing a wonderful job of grounding yourself there on planet Earth. Galactic memory codes. We have been delivering codes to you within the transmission, and these codes are going to unlock within you the knowing that you have been keeping from yourselves. Some of you suspect that you have been in other parts of the galaxy. You suspect that you are a star-seeder or wanderer. Some of you may even suspect that you are hybrids. But the codes that we are delivering to you within these messages are going to bring you to that place of knowing, to a place of certainty about where you have been, what you have done, and how you came to be on planet Earth. Now, like anything that is planted, these codes must be given time to germinate. They are within you now, and they are unlocking those truths. But it's not all going to happen at once. There's too much information for you to receive it all in one episode. You will be unpacking this information over time, and you will do it in a variety of ways. Some of you will see things, others will hear things. Some of you will receive the information through dreams, and others will have spontaneous memories. However it comes to you, this information will be undeniable. You may need to analyze it, but you will not question whether it is real. You will know. Claircognizance is an underrated ability. It's hard to explain to others how you can just know something and it's less tangible, less relatable and transmittable. But that knowing is just as real, and it can be even more satisfying than the other ways that you have obtained information. You are galactic travelers. You are from all parts of this galaxy, and you contain different energies from all across the galaxy within you. It's time for you to know that, and to experience what that means firsthand. Your world and galactic view. We have a wide array of experiences in our collective past, and these experiences have informed us as to what we would think would benefit the human collective. When we were physical beings, we traveled throughout the galaxy, and at times outside of the galaxy in search of new philosophies, new ways of looking at existence. We have not stopped looking just because we no longer inhabit physical bodies. But when we are physical, we had experiences similar to what you are experiencing. But of course, ours were different because we have been on different paths. Now each of you draws from your own experiences in developing your philosophies, your approaches to life there on planet Earth, and most humans tend to cling to these philosophies. We are talking about something here that is bigger than a belief. We are talking about a worldview or a galactic view, something that you put a tremendous amount of time, thought, and energy into. And it would stand to reason that if you had more experiences or different experiences, you would develop a different worldview. But what if you could only create experiences for yourself that fit in that worldview? What if you were only allowing yourself to experience that which you or someone else had experienced previously? How could you remedy that? Well, the first thing to recognize is that we are all one, and the next thing that you want to take note of is that if we experience something, then so do you. And that is true because we are all one. Therefore, we encourage you to stretch yourselves out beyond your normal scope of what you consider to be real. Don't just think in terms of what you or someone else has been able to experience there on planet Earth. Expand out to include all beings in the galaxy, all beings in all dimensions, or even all beings in existence. And recognize that you can widen that scope. You can allow in more experiences than you can imagine, and it is as easy as letting go of the basis for that worldview. Anything you can imagine and so much more. That is what is available to you now in this now moment. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Our journey together. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. It is beautiful to be a part of your evolution and consciousness. We are so excited to participate in this process. You are the ones who are determining how you go about evolving and expanding. We are just here to help. When we send you transmissions, upgrades, and downloads, we are doing so at the behest of your oversouls. We are working with humanity, but you are doing all the heavy lifting. And it is the information that you are sending back to your oversouls that is determining what help you get and how it comes. So please do not give us too much credit. We want very much for all of you to awaken within you what you already know. We are reminding you that you are creator beings, that you are source energy and unconditional love. And it sounds very nice when you hear it from us, but it would be even better for all of you if you could admit to yourselves who you really are at least 3 times a day. You need constant reminders because of the other messages that are out there in the world telling you that you are small, fragile, and mortal beings. What we awaken within you is the knowing of your true nature. That is why you like us. We enjoy watching all of you because you remind us at times of the journey we have all been on. There is such a deep connection between all of you and all of us in the higher realms, and that is why it serves you very well to feel our presence in your lives, rather than just taking in the information we provide through this particular channel. We will always be a part of your journey, and you will always be very dear and special as far as we are concerned. Reaching out to physical ETs. You have extended yourselves out to the other beings in your galaxy, and they've heard your voices. They have taken all your requests into consideration. We are speaking about the physical extraterrestrial beings that exist in the 5th, 6th, and 7th dimension. These are beings that have a higher vibration than is what is currently being experienced and expressed on planet Earth. They hear your call, and they want to help. What is more important than your asking, however, is your willingness to meet them halfway. If you are willing to raise your vibration, you are more likely to make a connection. You certainly don't want to connect with an extraterrestrial being if you are holding a lower frequency. There are, of course, extraterrestrials in the 4th dimension as well. And like all of you on planet Earth, there are some who are working for the light and some who are working for the dark. So you all want to be holding a higher vibration when you extend the invitation and when you make these requests to your brothers and sisters in the higher dimensions and to the benevolent beings in your dimension. You have the ability to raise your vibration, and we suggest that you practice. Practice by feeling within yourself for your vibration, breathing consciously and intending to raise it. You will be able to tell by how you feel, and when you are accessing a higher vibration, that's when we suggest you reach out. So what you can feel, see what you can sense, see what you suddenly know, give these beings something to work with, because they want to help, but they also want to co-create with you. And in order to do that, you must meet them as equals, as beings who have something to offer. Then you can let the fun begin. The Galaxy's Great Awakening. This age of enlightenment that you are part of actually began in other star systems in the galaxy. This awakening and eventual shift in consciousness that you are taking part in began in the Pleiadian star system and has made its way to planet Earth. Your solar system is the final piece of the puzzle in this galaxy. You are the final domino to fall. Like you as individuals, the awakening of consciousness has moved around from star system to star system. Earth, which is a planet of extreme polarity, has been a challenge for all of you, even though you have successfully awakened your consciousness in other parts of the galaxy. This awakening was meant to be long and arduous, but you signed on knowing that it would be necessary for the process to be long and arduous. You, as the human collective, have summoned so much energy because of what you live there on planet Earth, because of what you have endured. Now that you are making connections to other aspects of yourselves in other parts of the galaxy, you know that the shift is getting closer and closer. Your awareness of these other aspects of yourself and these other star systems has helped you tremendously in reconnecting to the parts of yourself that have already awakened. Now is the time for things to get easier on all of you as you reconnect, as you reintegrate. Considering how far you've come and how long a journey it has been, it is no wonder that many of you are tired, weary, and at the point of giving up at times. But you are ready, as a collective, to bring all that you have already experienced to the solar system to complete the shift in consciousness. Preparing for further ET contact. We are giving you a taste of what it will be like for you to have full contact with extraterrestrials. We have an energy that is foreign to your solar system and to your planet. Our energy is Arcturian. Each star system and each planet, moon, sun, and other celestial body within each star system has a unique vibrational signature. So as you receive our energy transmissions, you ready for yourselves for that which is otherworldly and that which is coming from far, far away. Now the energy that you receive from us with the unique Arcturian signature that it has readies you for further contact with high evolved beings. We are not intending to come across as boastful, but the Arcturian star system is known for having a high vibration and for having very spiritually attuned inhabitants. So you will know when you are connecting with a highly evolved being, because it will feel familiar to connect with that being. That will be due in part to the connections that we have made and are making with you through these transmissions and at other times when you are relaxing or asleep. You will want to interact with these evolved beings because of what they will activate even more within you, and they will be able to help you to navigate through your ascension process. The well-intentioned beings in this galaxy far outnumber those who are seeking to control and manipulate, and that is also true of the beings on planet Earth. So synchronizing, harmonizing with the beings that are going to help you is easier than you might think. Getting over the differences in appearance will be harder. Getting over the differences in customs and practices will be harder. But it will be worth your while to continue to seek out contact with extraterrestrials. Because in getting to know them better, you get to know aspects of yourself as well. And the whole and complete version of you is the version that will ascend. You've been given more power. You have arrived at the point in your evolution where you've been given more power. You've always been powerful beings, of course, but certain activations are occurring that have been initiated by your guides and other helpers that will grant you more access to the power that you have within you. As more strands of your DNA become activated, and as codes within you also become activated, you will become more powerful creator beings than ever before. This power comes to you because you have demonstrated that you are capable of handling it. Many of you who are listening to this message will relate more to the feeling of being disempowered because of the path that you have chosen for yourself in this very important lifetime. And so you need to awaken the sense of power within you. You need to activate the memory of your power, and the easiest way for you to do that is by activating memories of when you existed as physical beings who also knew yourselves completely as source energy beings. Now, you haven't had this experience on planet Earth yet, but you can connect to other lifetimes that you have led in other dimensions, in other star systems, in other times. And you can activate those memories by simply acknowledging that you have led many more lifetimes than you think. You have access to so much more of those powerful memories that you have any idea about. Right now, we want you to accept that this is true, and then we invite you to access these memories, even if all you can remember is the feeling of being powerful. You don't have to remember a specific lifetime, but if you can remember what it feels like to know yourself as a powerful creator being, you are going to help in accessing the power you are being given at this time, in this lifetime. And with that power, you can and will be the agents of change that your world most certainly needs. Light transmissions from the ninth dimension. We have intensified the light that we are shining down upon you from the ninth dimension. We are in control of how much that we share with you. We have no limitation. There is nothing outside of us that is placing any sort of limit on how much light we can shine or what information we can share. We do have moments of contemplation about whether it is appropriate to offer something or to amplify what it is that we have been offering. A decision was recently made to intensify the light bath that you get, and now that the decision has been made, and the light has begun to pour down upon planet Earth, you can expect to experience the lightening of your physical bodies. You can expect to feel lighter physically and emotionally. These transmissions of light are able to amplify the light within you. They are able to trigger that which within you, waiting for the call. And we are that call. We are capable of giving you so much more, and yet we always know what the appropriate amount is. And it is a co-creation, of course. Even though we do not have limitations placed upon us, we are working with the human collective consciousness. We are working with your earth consciousness. We are working with the consciousness of the sun. It is a group effort, and through that collaboration, we are able to determine just how much you are ready for. The effects of our transmission can be felt by reaching within yourself for the experience of that activating of the light within you. The amount of light that you are capable of holding and shining is determined by you. That is a decision that you make. As you activate your own light, what you feel is closer to your source energy self, your source energy origin. You feel more divinity flowing through you, and that is something worth reaching for. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. A major shift in energy. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We are pleased to offer you our assessment of your recent leaps in evolutionary progress. There has been a major shift in the energy on planet Earth recently, and that shift has been felt by many of you who are monitoring the energies from day to day. This recent shift has to do with the collective's willingness to be in this galactic community that you are part of. More and more of you are waking up to the truth that you are not alone in the universe, and you are feeling for the presence of your extraterrestrial friends. By opening yourselves up to other beings, you show a willingness to cooperate. You also demonstrate that the beings who you connect with do not have to be exactly like you in order for you to respect them and take them seriously. This is bringing you closer to one another as a human race. For years and years and eons of your time, the differences between the different races of humans has been a point of separation, And if you can see now that these differences are actually strengths, and see that your points of harmony are greater than the points of difference between you, then you can come together as a human race and ascend together in spite of your differences. This warms the heart of your extraterrestrial brothers and sisters as they see you coming together with one another to form a unified whole of human consciousness. If you can all agree that it is worth your while to see each other as equals, then that goes a long way in bringing you closer to full extraterrestrial contact. And so, letting your points of harmony guide you to a place in your evolution as a collective consciousness is very encouraging to all of us who are watching from the non-physical realms as well. We are excited to see you all coming together, sharing your perspectives with each other, and knowing that in spite of your differences, you can agree on some basic truth about what is decent and was right for humanity. It is necessary for you to reach out beyond the Earth atmosphere to the other beings who are present in order for you to understand yourselves and in order for you to feel yourselves as whole beings. It is necessary for you to understand your galactic origins in order to understand yourself as humans, and not only every single one of you has to believe in extraterrestrials, but enough of you do, and that is what is responsible for the major shift in energy that has occurred. Contact with extraterrestrial beings. If you are capable of receiving our messages, then you must be of a similar wavelength. You must have the vibrational resonance with us that is required to receive these messages. Just as a channel must raise his vibration in order to connect with us and transmit our energy, so must you be able to raise your vibration to receive and integrate that which we offer. What that means for you is that you get to determine for yourself what types of downloads you want to receive. You get to tune yourselves energetically to the vibration of the beings that you want to be in contact with. You get to use your discernment and decide for yourself which messages, which beings, and which transmissions resonate with you at your core. This puts you in the driver's seat, so to speak, when it comes to connecting with other beings who have physical bodies and who you would consider to be extraterrestrials. These beings, no matter who they are not able to affect every single human on planet Earth, no matter what they are offering vibrationally. Physical extraterrestrial beings can only influence those humans who are offering a vibration that is receptive to their offerings. So if you want to interact with high-frequency extraterrestrial beings, all you have to do is tune yourself to their vibration, and then you don't need to put your attention on any other beings that are vibrating at a lower frequency. You get to pick and choose. It is a very big galaxy, and there are many, many different beings who want to connect with you for various reasons. If you want to connect with the extraterrestrial beings who have your best interest at heart, who want to co-create and play and learn more about you, then you just have to put your attention on those beings and their vibrations. They will be the ones that you are in harmony with, and therefore they will be the ones that you connect with, that you receive downloads from, and that you have contact with in the physical. There is nothing for you to be afraid of. All you need to do is pay attention to your vibration. Receive our energy transmissions. We have begun to explore the extent to which you are capable of receiving our energy. We have arrived at the conclusion that you are capable of handling more than we have been transmitting, and this is very good news because we offer you our energetic transmissions so that you can do whatever you want with them. These are not conditional transmissions of energy. You are not expected to do something with that which you are given, and so you have the freedom to explore to extent to which you can use the energy that we are sending to you. We have the utmost respect for all of you, and we know that you will use the energy we are sending to further your ascension process and help others with theirs. We have so much confidence and faith in you that we let you do whatever you want with the energy that we send. And we are also noticing that you have used the energy that we have already transmitted to further the evolution of your consciousness. This gives us a great deal of satisfaction and pride. You might wonder what you can do with these energy transmissions. First of all, be open to receiving them. Secondly, let yourself be inspired. And thirdly, trust yourselves. Trust in your desires and in the goodness that is within each and every one of you. Those who would misuse energy to harm others are not of the vibration that is necessary in order to receive it. So quite simply, it cannot be misused. We see all of you looking to better yourselves and to better the conditions for all beings on planet Earth, and we know your good intention. Open yourselves energetically to receive that which we are transmitting. Even if you are only reading this message instead of hearing it, you can and do receive the energy that is woven into each and every word. You have earned the right to receive more and to do with the energy that which pleases you, that which excites you, and that which you love to do. As you continue on in your journey, you are going to receive more and more from friends like us who are here to help and serve you. And it is all coming to you in the best possible timing. An acceleration of expansion. As you begin to accelerate your rate of expansion, you are going to see the effects of all of the energy moving through you. You are going to realize that there is no end to what you can become and that there are no limits to what you can do. We are pleased to usher you into this particular period in human history. The acceleration is happening right on cue, and whether you realize it or not, you have been readying yourselves for it. Perhaps you have felt the need to slow down and rest more often. Perhaps you have spent more of your time going within or being by yourself. Perhaps you have changed your diet or how much water you drink, and you most certainly have been accessing that which is of a lower frequency and needs to come up and out of you. All of these things are part of the preparations that you have subconsciously been making for the acceleration. It's not that you needed to accelerate your expansion and integrate more of the high-frequency energy. It's that you've chosen to do so as a species, as a collective. You all decide when you are ready for this type of exponential growth. And even though you all experience it differently, the effects are still the same nonetheless. You are actualizing your destiny in this lifetime. You are accessing more of your true selves and integrating that which is fragmented off and has been waiting for you to embrace it. Your evolution will continue to skyrocket as you take on the energies that are hitting your world, and you once and for all realize what is happening. When you accept the intensity of it, you will then feel the effects and know that everything is all right no matter what is happening in your life. One of the ways in which you will experience the expansion is in feeling a loss of time. Your sense of time is going to change, and that is because you are moving outside of linear time in your perception of reality. And you are moving into a time where you will be able to select exactly where and when you want to be. You are able to perceive more as well, and you will continue to be able to perceive more of reality. You will become more patient, which is a bit interesting because you will require less patience, as everything else speeds up in the physical as well. Look forward to this acceleration and enjoy the ride. You have helpers. When you have arranged your schedule and you are thinking about the time you have to complete certain tasks, you may wish to call upon the helpers that you have in order to lighten your load. If you are willing to accept help from above, there is plenty of it to go around. If you want to experience more ease in your life and less struggle, then we invite you to call upon the help that is already there. You often feel as humans that you have to do everything yourself, and you also feel that by doing everything yourself, you are proving yourself to be good and worthy of rewards. But you see, that's not really why you are here. You're not here to prove yourselves to anyone or anything by accomplishing as much as you possibly can. When you ask for help, you usually ask for help with a very big thing in your lives. You might ask for help with a dire financial situation, a long-term sickness, or a very problematic relationship. But how often do you ask for help with the little things so that you can have a little bit more free time and so you can enjoy your lives a bit more? We suspect that you aren't doing it very often. We suspect that you wait until you are desperate before asking. One of the ways to prove to yourself that you do have help is to build up that faith by asking for little miracles every day. Ask for help with your daily routine, your mandatory activities, and see how easy it is to receive. It is much easier for you to receive a small amount of help than it is for you to receive that answer to the prayer you've been asking for years and years. Let your helpers help and let yourselves off the hook. Give yourselves more time throughout your day for fun activities and let your guides and your helpers do some of the heavy lifting for you. That's what they are there for, and by utilizing their willing participation, you are also demonstrating a faith in your helpers and in the grace that is all around you in this universe. These are exciting times. We are excited to see the evolution of humanity, and we are also excited to see how exactly you go about creating a new version of the physical reality. This is the free will universe, and you are taking the physical experience to new heights. You are not here to transcend the physical as you ascend. You are here to create a brand new reality, multiple realities really, and it is still yet to be seen what you are going to create. This is true for you as individuals, and this is true for you as a collective. The only thing that is guaranteed here is that the energies are going to continue to encourage you to clear away that which is of low vibration and to integrate more of the higher vibrational information. You are going to continue to receive codes, downloads, and upgrades, and they're going to have their effect on you and your world. But you have been given free rein to create the realities that you want to experience. The shift in consciousness was and is part of your destiny. But how do you do it, and what do you do once you get there? And what you continue to create is all up in the air. It's all up to you. If you're waiting for some big event to change everything, we encourage you to create a series of small events instead. Create something new for yourself. Create new experiences out of the old. Demonstrate to yourselves how powerful you are, and use the energies that are all around you. See yourselves as being given new tools to create with, and reach out for those tools energetically. You will begin to master your abilities to create as you continue on, as you get more proactive, and as you see the opportunities before you as limitless. We invite you to go beyond the desires that you have held for yourself for so many years in this reality. Reach further than what you can imagine, than what you can dream of, and fill this universe with new experiences that will absolutely blow your mind. Instead, open your hearts and open yourselves to possibilities that can only be accessed by your daring to create with the new energies something completely unknown to your conscious minds. This is a part of your journey. This is the part we are excited about, and we invite you to share in our excitement. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. You have been to the fifth dimension. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. Taking yourselves into a higher frequency range means you are accessing parts of yourself that you have not accessed before. You tend to think of the fifth dimension as a place that you go once you have evolved to a certain point. However, the outside world that you experience, that you would call fifth dimensional, will only and always be an extension of what you have accessed within yourself. There are, of course, many lifetimes that you have lived in the fifth dimension. You did not start out at the bottom and begin working your way up from lifetime number 1. Time is not really linear in that way. So you are going to access parts of yourself that have experienced in fifth dimension, and those aspects of yourselves are going to be integrated into your sense of who you are now. The parts of you, the past life selves that have existed in the fifth dimensional frequency range, have advice for you. They have a perspective, and they have experience in working with the energies that you are beginning to familiarize yourself with now in this lifetime. So you see, you really aren't doing it all yourself, and you certainly are not reinventing the wheel. You have help from higher frequency beings, some of which are you in another form, in another time and space. Now, the easiest way for you to receive their help is by acknowledging them, by feeling for them. You know them energetically, and you also know them physically, as the atoms that comprise the cells of your body have existed in other beings that have come before you. They contain the memories. They contain the information. And they can be activated to give you the strength and the ability to forge ahead in these times when you are still struggling with certain third-dimensional issues. When you meditate, we invite you to feel for the energies of your past life selves that have already experienced the fifth-dimensional frequency range. Invite them in. Open your arms to them and relax in the knowing that this is a team effort and that everyone is on your team. Be your own guru. In your quest for enlightenment, you often seek out a teaching, a guide, a guru, someone who can help you along the way. This is helpful for you, but you can also be limited by the teachings of the guru or the guide that you are following. You can find yourself restricted to only accepting that which fits in the beliefs that you are adhering to. We include ourselves in the guides that we are talking to you about. We don't want to limit you in any way, and so we don't want people to only listen to us, especially if that means that they are not listening to themselves. What we would much rather see each of you do is take something from what the teachers and guides and the gurus offer, but we would also like to see you make these teachings your own. We would like to see more of you creating your own form of spirituality. We invite you to develop your own worldview and to take a little bit from what each of us offers, and then apply these teachings. Use these teachings. See what works for you and what does not. Feel into what resonates with you and let go of the rest. You have been taught since you were children to obey and to follow the rules, and when you experienced religion as children and young adults, you were also given a set of rules to live by. Now that you are thinking for yourselves and applying spiritual practice and spiritual teachings, you also have the opportunity to see them as restrictions. You can turn your spirituality into a test, and you can wonder then how well you are doing. This is not what we want for you. We want to see you inspired and enlivened by the spiritual teachings that you come across, and ultimately, we want you to decide for yourself. Decide for yourselves what works for you. Decide for yourselves who you want to be. Decide for yourself what you are going to be, your own guru, your own guide, and your own teacher, and put your own teachings into practice. This is truly the path of the enlightened one. The importance of being grounded. Being in your bodies has never been more important. It has never been more important to you as individuals and to the collective to be grounded in your physical bodies. You are being urged and invited to connect with your physical bodies at this time because of all that is going on with you personally and with the collective consciousness. The more of you who are grounded, the better results will be of the work that is being done on you. You are constantly receiving upgrades and downloads, and you are also being pulled in the direction of the mind. The mind has a lot of attractive features, and yet being too focused in your minds will pull you right out of your bodies. You will experience a lack of alignment. Your technology has its effect on you because it is very mentally oriented. You are being bombarded with information, opinions, and videos. And while it is wonderful to be informed, it is more important to be informed about what's going on within you. And the best way to ascertain what's going on within you is to be grounded in your physical bodies. So what does that mean? What do we mean by grounded anyway? We are talking about being present with what you are doing. And we are also talking about remembering your physicality. Being spiritually awakened beings, you may have a tendency to see the body as less important. You may see it as cumbersome, as an inconvenience. But the body is a wonderful tool for grounding more high-frequency energy into your physical plane. Being grounded in your physical body allows you more access to those energies. Your bodies are wonderful storage devices, and you can only really know what you are feeling by tuning into what's happening inside your body. Your bodies are capable of so much more than what your minds believe. So give your bodies a chance. Listen to your bodies. Become more interested in being physical with your bodies, in exercising, and in connecting with the earth. You have the capacity to feel so much in your physical bodies, but you must be grounded in them to experience that. So remind yourselves from time to time throughout the day to be sure you are fully present in your physical bodies, feeling what you are feeling and paying attention to what you are doing. Get activated and feel the vibrations. We are happy to report to all of you that there's much peace within chaos and unity within divisiveness. You have an opportunity to seize that which you want to experience out of whatever is happening in the outside world. There are many of you who are coming together to express your views, your perspectives, and you are doing so because you believe in peace and you believe in unity. You are taking that which you want from the predominant experience of the collective, and it is wonderful to witness all of you doing this. When you are activated in the ways that most of you are getting activated at this time, you are stronger. You are a force to be reckoned with. It is much more beneficial to all of you to see what is happening in the outside world as an opportunity for all of you to be the creator beings that you most certainly are. You must realize how powerful you are as individuals, and when you come together with a common goal of bringing people together, and of promoting peace, love, acceptance, and compassion, the impact you have is enormous. So we want you all to recognize how powerful you are. In fact, we want you to feel it. We invite you to feel the powerful vibrations that get activated within you, and to offer those vibrations freely and without attachment. When you are able to see everything that is happening outside of you as an opportunity for you to activate a vibration within you, and to be more creative and more conscious about what you are focusing upon, then you are benefiting, then you are growing and becoming. Then you are being of service to all others, no matter what their point of view. You can either fight against those who disagree with you, or you can be for what you want to experience so vehemently that you are able to completely ignore anyone who disagrees with you. It is important for all of you not to see anyone outside of you as an enemy, no matter what they are doing, thinking, or saying. Instead, see them as the catalyst that got you to vibrate in the precise frequency that you want. See them as the ones who help clarify for you the world that you want to create. Creating a better life and a better world. When you are able to see beyond the present circumstance of your life, when you are able to feel instead into the life that you are creating for yourself, that is when you become the creator being that you are destined to become. When you look at the world events in the present moment and you can only see them as they appear to you, you are missing out. You are missing out on an opportunity to feel for the world that you create whenever you see someone being oppressed, whenever you see countries at war, whenever you see corruption at the corporate or government levels. These are your opportunities for expansion. These are the opportunities to call forth more energy to create something different, something brand new. You're just going to waste energy by railing against the corruption that you see, and you're just going to get depressed if you focus on what is not working for you in your personal life. When things are not the way that you want them to be, of course, you must face the emotions that come up for you in response to those conditions. But it is much easier for you to face those emotions with your eyes closed. And with your eyes closed, you are not focused on the circumstance and events in your life and the world around you. You are focused on yourself. This is where you have the opportunity to enact your own policies. This is where you have the opportunity to connect with your own dreams, your own desires. And this is the opportunity that you have for feeling for what you are summoning forth. And then you can use that energy to create a better life, a better world, a better galaxy and universe for all beings. We are all in this together. And when you summon forth that energy and allow it to flow, you join those like us who are not just observing and not just teaching. We are also co-creating. We are your partners, and we have just as much to gain from your creating a better universe as you do. So when you summon energy, we summon energy. And together we create peace, harmony, and love throughout this beautiful universe. Your galactic selves. We are pleased to give you the following transmissions. It has been a very challenging time for many of you on planet Earth these past several months. When you are activating parts of yourself that need to be reintegrated into the whole, it often creates quite a mess in your lives. The mess is not an indication of how well you are doing. The mess is simply a byproduct of the changes that are occurring within you on a very deep level. You are masters, and you are demonstrating to yourself just how masterful you are. In your evolutionary journey, you need to have your life shaken up at times. One of the reasons for this is to get to the focus on what is really important. Having things get in the way of living the life that you desire is also a way for you to also summon forth more energy. In the coming together of all of your various parts, you take yourselves to places beyond where you ever dreamt you could go. Putting yourselves in challenging situations is the perfect way to do just that. Your inevitable expansion is taking place. As you can see that as the bigger picture, you can let go of the attachments that you have to your life being in a perfect order, or in any order whatsoever. The process of letting go and surrendering to your reintegration is one that you can experience with joy and excitement. When you recognize that what is happening in your lives is so much bigger than having everything in perfect order, you can accept the process and you can receive more benefit from it. The parts of yourself that are being reintegrated now are from lifetimes that were not lived on planet Earth. You are reintegrating your galactic past lives. This is one of the final steps for all of you in coming to terms with who you really are. And it also leads you closer and closer to full physical contact with extraterrestrial beings. When you recognize the truth that you are from all over this galaxy and beyond, you become a part, a conscious creator of the reintegration of your galactic self. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Accelerating your ascension. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We are pleased to accelerate your ability to access deeper states of awareness. It is our pleasure to assist you in bringing you closer to the full knowing of who and what you are. It is quite likely that you are going to experience a major breakthrough in the next few weeks. We are confident that each of you is ready for your own personal breakthrough, and we are eager to assist you in crossing that threshold. It is our choice to assist you in this way, and it is your choice to receive our assistance. We offer you a vibration that is truly the gift that we have for you. We offer you something to feel for, to feel into, and to recognize as existing within each and every one of you. Without knowing anything, without changing a single thought or a single belief, you can accelerate the expansion of your consciousness. This goes beyond thought, beyond belief, and into the fabric of who you really are. We are seeking to jar something loose in there, and we do so by offering our vibration so boldly, and we do so by allowing our transmissions to flow. We give you these gifts because we know that you can and will receive them. It is your destiny to do so, and it is ours to be of assistance in this way. We feel your energy, we know your readiness, and we ask for your consent. We are able to assist you because of the contract that we have with you and with your Oversoul. Believe us when we say that this is a divinely orchestrated. We will continue to offer our vibration as a marker, as a touchstone, as a point of reference for all of you so that you may come to us as your whole selves. Remembering your divinity. Forgetting that part of yourself that is eternal and divine is a part of your journey. It is necessary in order for you to have the experiences that you've had. There is always going to be a period of adjustment when you move from not knowing yourself as divine to knowing yourself as divine. That process is one that is underway with all of you. You can hear it, and you can believe it, and you can even know it. But to experience it is something that you are still moving towards. To experience yourselves as divine means you experience yourselves as whole. You experience yourselves as love. You experience yourself as omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. That is a lot for someone born in the human physical body to allow into their consciousness. The process of remembering that which you already are is more of a process of stripping away those beliefs that tell you otherwise. You cannot look for evidence to convince you of something that you do not believe, because the skeptic within you will continue to question. It will not rest until you give up that quest to prove to yourself who you really are. That's the part of you that is equally divine, but is egoic in nature, and appreciates the finite experience of being separate. Now, awakening to your true nature is something that all of you are going to do. There is not one who is going to remain in the dark forever and evermore. You sometimes create stories to tell yourself that you can get so far from the light that you can never get back. But those stories just give you that opportunity to play the game that you're playing. You, of course, are the light, and the light that you are is going to shine. There's no stopping it. You can obscure the light, you can hide it, but you can't extinguish it. Just as you will never die, you will only change form. You will change how you know yourselves, but you cannot and you will not ever die. Now, releasing that which tells you you are something less than whole and source is something that we recommend you do consciously every single day. Consciously strip away the layers of doubt and confusion, the layers of fear and separation, and bring yourself back consciously to the full knowing of who you are, because that is the most delicious part of your journey. It's much more important than reaching the fifth dimension or having abilities to move through things with your mind or teleport or any of the other abilities that you want. Releasing and letting go, those are the ways to the light that truly are. You can strip away that which hides the light consciously, or you can have it removed. But one way or another, your light will shine as brightly as source, and we guarantee that. Receiving what you've created. We are assisting you, and you are able to receive our assistance. We are unable to give assistance where it is not received. As you formulate a desire for your life, you are able to access desire, but the universe cannot grant it to you unless you are open and willing to receive it. You are conscious creator beings, and you understand how powerful you are. You understand that you not only have the ability to create, but that you create all the time. When you are in alignment with what you have created, you can receive it with very little effort on your part. The less alignment you feel, the more you struggle, the more you try, and the more actions you take out of a belief that they are necessary to get you to that desired outcome. You have all the frequencies of the universe inside of you. Each one is like a button that you push, and what you get depends upon which button you push. You don't have to generate frequencies out of thin air. They already exist. You just have to activate them within yourselves. If you are confused about which frequency you need to activate in order to get you to the desire that you have conjured up, recognize that this is a time of exploration. So even if you activate a frequency of joy and you get something other than what you have dreamt up, you are still succeeding. You are still able to enjoy your experience. And you are fine-tuning your abilities. The expertise that you want to have can only come to you through the exploration. We don't want to call it trial and error because this is an inaccurate description. There are no errors and you don't have to try. But you do need to seek within yourselves the frequency that is most to your liking, and then you can and will see the evidence of the fact that you have pushed a particular button. If you go into your creation process with a sense of adventure and wonderment, you cannot go wrong, and you can enjoy pushing all those buttons along the way. Chapter 6. Love and Service. Co-create with the new generation of humans. We have the perspective on your lives that we would love for you to share with us. Our perspective is that you are making things so much better for the ones who are coming now, the new humans who are being born. And if you could acknowledge that, if you could honor yourselves for making life better for the ones coming in now, you could see that you have more than just one purpose for being here. You're not just here to shift, and you're not just here to unite the galaxy. You're not here to help others shift who are really going to need help when the time comes. You're also here to make these things easier on this new generation that is being born now, and that will experience that shift before adulthood. You are paving the way for this generation, a generation who is also serving a very powerful purpose for the rest of the collective. They are coming in with that knowing that they are shifting. And so they have the luxury of not getting so swept up in the usual third and fourth dimensional trauma and trauma. They get to be the light bearers, holding a higher frequency for everyone, and they are also co-creating with those of you who have been around for a while. So instead of you being preparing them for the harsh life that would normally be in front of them as third-dimensional beings, you get to co-create with them a version of the fifth dimension that will be so beautiful and harmonious. You are the way-showers for so many, and you rarely see yourselves in the positive of the light, but know this, we have this perspective and we see you. We see how you live your lives, we see what matters to you, and we see where you are going, and we are very, very happy to announce you are doing a wonderful job of being the way-showers and the light-bearers and the mentors to those in this new generation who are looking to co-create with those just like you. And if you are receiving this message, yes, we are talking to you. Be our ground crew. We are the holders of a great deal of space for the human collective, but it is hard for most individuals to feel it or acknowledge it. And so we are calling upon all of you who are awakened to be members of our ground crew. If you can tune yourselves to us vibrationally, you can download the energy that we are using to hold that space, and you do it for the rest of humanity. They are more likely to receive the benefits of that space holding from those like you who are on a very similar vibrational level. You are in the same dimension as the rest of your fellow humans, even if sometimes it does not appear that way. Therefore, the work that you do to create a space for the rest of humanity is work that will ultimately pay off. When you hold a similar intention with many of your human cohorts, you act as a collective, even if you are just a subset of the overall human collective. And as a collective have many synergy, you can do so much of your fellow humans just by holding space for them to heal, to grow, to awaken, and to expand. It is easier for you to help someone awaken by holding space for that person than it is for you to talk them into it. People don't like to be convinced that your way is the right way or the better way, and oftentimes convincing has been done by someone with a hidden agenda, by someone who is trying to sell them something. And so you can do so much good by being the ground crew for us and for the other high-frequency beings who are holding space for humanity. You can bring about a greater awakening of the human consciousness with your intention to do so and by believing in yourselves. You can do even more by believing in your fellow humans, even if at times you feel yourself losing faith in them. Believe in who they really are, and you will see the results and feel the appreciation from those of us in the higher realms. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. The power of caring. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have the ability to sense when you are doubting yourselves, and we notice that many of you doubt in your ability to contribute to this ascension process. We notice that you doubt in your ability to be of service to the rest of the collective, or even to one individual who needs help. But you underestimate the power of caring. Now, you don't need to know what you are going to do, but what you are going to say when others are in need of assistance. You don't need to know in advance of that moment. You can trust that your desire to be of service, your compassion, and the fact that you care are enough to bring you into alignment in these moments. And when you are in that state of alignment, when you need to know and what you need to do, and what you need to say simply come to you, just as the words are coming to our channel right now. He doesn't need to know what we are going to transmit before he channels us, and you don't need to know what you will do in order to be of service. You don't need to have a long list of qualifications or degrees in order to come to the aid of someone who is struggling mightily with these high-frequency energies that you are receiving. As you can probably imagine, the energies are just going to increase in their frequency, and so the rest of humanity is going to need help keeping up. Those of you who have been awake and aware have been doing the work on yourselves. You've been clearing out what you need to clear out and allowing in what you want to allow in. And you should not underestimate the value of just dealing with your own stuff. It gives you experience and it gives you the roadmap that you can share with others. The other humans on the planet are benefiting from your presence, and they will benefit even more when the time comes for you to offer a helping hand and a shoulder to cry on. Your compassion is your superpower, and the love that you are is your gift to humanity. Everything else that you do to be of service is a bonus. These minor events add up. We have the ability to sense when you all are taking a gigantic leap forward, and we are having that feeling right now. And you can give the credit to what's happening in your skies, but you deserve all of it because you have made yourselves available to the energies that you have been receiving. What we see in most of you who are awakened is a desire to take the rest of humanity to a higher level. We see your willingness to pull humanity up and carry the weight on your shoulders. We see many of you processing emotions for the other members of your collective, and most importantly, we see you wanting to be of service. When you hold that desire to be of service, there is so much more energy available to you because you have so many co-creators in the non-physical who want to work with willing partners. We are so pleased to see how these partnerships are formed, and we are proud to say that we are partnering with a large number of you who are reaching out to us. The momentum that is nudging you forward now is going to take you to the next minor event, but all of these minor events add up. And you are accessing more of the love that you truly are just by being willing to be the leaders in this movement, a movement that involves the evolution of the human collective consciousness. Your service will, of course, be rewarded, but we know that you don't do it for the rewards. You do it because of the compassion and love that you have within you, and you allow that love and compassion to take priority over your thinking minds. It is time for more of you to acknowledge yourselves for the wonderful work that you are doing. It's time for you to receive the thanks from those like us in the higher realms who are so happy to be partnered with such a beautiful, awakened beings. The thoughts of Source. We have the best possible vantage point to witness your evolution and your ascension. We are close enough to you vibrationally to recognize the huge achievement is underway, and yet we are non-physical, and so we get to see everything. This journey that you are on started with a thought. It was a thought that Source Energy had, and it was the perfect way to begin the journey because from that one thought, so many other thoughts were born. So many experiences were dreamt of. So many possibilities were created. Source created this beautiful unfolding in what would be a millisecond of your time. Every single idea for this process of ascension was formulated in that moment. And now you are the lucky ones. You are the ones who get to navigate through all the possibilities, all the ideas of Source. But what is the point of all of this? Is there a point? Why create the need for this experience? What was Source thinking? In the end, everyone on his or her journey is given a choice. When you choose love, you align yourself with Source. And when you align yourself with Source, you align yourself with power, wisdom, and most importantly, compassion. The best part of the journey for all of you is yet to come, and we are not talking about the process of ascending. We are talking about the moment when you will all choose love, when you will choose to help your fellow humans who are struggling to integrate all of these energies. You will choose to be on service to those who haven't been fortunate to awaken years or even decades prior to the completion of the shift. And in those moments when you are aligned with Source, and with that love that Source has for each and every one of you, you will feel the entire universe on your side. You will feel the angels at your back, and you will feel love for your fellow humans, the likes of which you have never felt before. The most probable timelines. We have been looking at the various timelines that are most probable for the human collective, and we are very encouraged by what we see. We understand how hard it has been for most of you, and we want you to know that no matter how things might look in your life or in the world, you are moving in the right direction. We want to assure you that you cannot make a mistake. You cannot screw things up for yourself or for anyone else, and we want you to relax more. It is through relaxation that you open yourselves up to receive. You will find yourself on the timeline that best suits you, not by working on getting there, but on allowing yourself to flow. Now, people use that expression often, and you might not fully understand what they mean by it. To us, going with the flow means letting the energy take you on a journey and trusting that you are in fact moving in the right direction. It means you don't have to fight against anyone or anything to get where you are ultimately going. In our last transmission, we told you that love united humanity, And now we also want to point out that love is the way to release the resentment, the anger, the angst that you sometimes hold. It is through finding the love within you and shining it more brightly that you not only enjoy your life, but you also solve any and all of the problems that come up for you. Love yourselves enough to grant yourselves freedom from doing things the hard way. Love yourselves enough to receive the help that is coming to you from other humans and from non-physical beings. Love yourself enough to acknowledge that you are enough, that you are doing enough, that you have already done enough to be on that timeline that brings you to the ascension experience with ease and joy. Now is not the time to look for busy work to keep justifying the fact that you are ascending. Now is the time to kick back and enjoy the ride. But don't take us at our word. Trust in the universal plan that has been underway for eons and eons of your time. Third dimensional struggles. We are making a tremendous amount of progress in receiving that which you are offering to us and translating into something that we can use to help all of you. We are channeling you just as much as some of you are channeling us, because what is channeling if not receiving a transmission and translating it into something useful? Now we are discovering that the human collective wants more assistance with the everyday experience that you have, rather than the metaphysical experiences that you want to have. You are asking for help in rising above that which you are living, so that you can live better lives in the here and now. And we can understand that and relate to what you are going through with the day-to-day struggles that you experience. But we also want you to know that there is so much more for you, and we can help you to get to the higher frequency experience. We can help you bring in more of your fifth dimensional abilities. We can help you usher in the shift in precisely the way that you want to experience it. The struggles of day-to-day living on planet Earth are what you can help each other with, and we recommend that you look to other humans for help, because we can also see that there are more and more of you every day who want to be of service. If we could match you up with the ones who are asking for help, we would. But those who are asking for help need to ask those of you who are wanting to be of service, and that's part of their journey. We can and will do whatever is in our power to bring the helpers together with those who want to be helped. And we also continue to be available to any of you who want more of a metaphysical boost. We are helping you expand your consciousness. We are helping you upgrade your physical bodies. We are doing what we can to assist you in accessing these fifth dimensional abilities. And right here, right now, we are hoping that this message facilitates more of you reaching out to one another for help with your physical lives and physical needs and concerns. And when you get those met, you can reach for something more. The love and support of your guides. We have taken a great deal of your experiences into our consciousness to get a better understanding of what life is like for you on planet Earth at this time. We have genuine compassion for you, and we also utilize this information to determine exactly what you need and when you need it. Now consider how much more you are receiving from the beings that have been working with you in your entire lives and every single moment of those lives. Your guides are a wonderful support group, and we sometimes connect with them to commiserate about how you can best be supported. So we know firsthand about their dedication to all of you, and we want you to open yourselves up to the experiencing, the love, and the support of your guides. Don't just think of them as guides who make suggestions to you, because they are far more than that. These are beings who have dedicated themselves to loving you, supporting you, showing you compassion, and they also take charge of your upgrade and downloads. They help to balance the energies that you are receiving. And yes, they do at times nudge you in certain directions that will serve you. Now, someday you will be guides to physical beings after you ascend to a non-physical realm like the seventh dimension, the upper echelon of the seventh dimension, that is. You will be able to assist others in the same way. You will be love, compassion, and support for physical beings who are going through exactly what you are going through now. And you will be able to help because you will know from your own experience what is needed. This universe provides every opportunity for each of you to give back what you have received, but you will always be on the receiving end as well. And that is why this is such a beautiful universe, a universe of reciprocation, a universe of support, love, and compassion. And this universe is expanding, becoming more of that in every moment of every day. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Join Team Ascension. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We are taking nothing for granted when it comes to our participation in the shift in consciousness. There are so many beings in this universe who are working to ensure that the shift not only occurs, but that it occurs in the way that serves them most. We invite any and all of you who want to be part of this conscious creation to move beyond waiting for something to happen. We invite you to join us in ushering in the shift and bringing about an expanded consciousness throughout the entire universe. You don't have to wait for any major event to occur in order to participate. This is a shift in consciousness, which means nothing in the physical realm is going to be responsible for making it happen. It is the true nature of consciousness to expand and evolve, and therefore, as you make it your mission not to do something in the physical realm, but instead consciously evolve, you are joining the team. You have opportunities every single day. They come to you in the choices that you are being given. And you can help yourselves and help the entire universe at the same time by making the choice that is more inclusive than exclusive. You can help by processing your emotions. You can help by making eye contact with someone else and helping that person understand that he or she matters. You can be kind instead of being right. You can forgive. You can send transmissions of love and compassion. You can speak your truth, be true to yourself, and love yourself no matter what you have done or said or thought. As you make a commitment now to joining the team that spans the entire galaxy in all dimensions, you are helping to usher in the best possible shift that we can all experience. We are inviting you to join us, and we know many of you already have, but as you make the declaration, you are automatically accepted onto our little team. Expanding the human collective consciousness. It is wonderful to witness an expansion of the human collective consciousness. We know that you can track, to a certain extent, the expansion of your own consciousness as an individual, but you need beings like us to see the beauty of the human collective consciousness in a state of expansion, so that we can report it back to you. Now, those of you who wonder what it is that you are supposed to be doing to help humanity really need to pay attention to this one, because whenever you are in a state of expansion of your own consciousness, you are impacting the whole. You are a part of this bigger expansion that brings humanity closer to a collective shift in consciousness. That means that you can do so much for so many without leaving your home, without writing a book or even a blog. You can affect the entire collective, and when we see the expansion of the human collective consciousness, we also see how it affects the other beings in the galaxy. We can see how much more formidable of a force humanity is seen as now. We can see how your coming together with one another to inspire change has affected those who are looking in the shadows. We know that the expansion of the human collective consciousness is inevitable, and it will continue. But what is yet to be determined is the rate at which you are going to continue this journey of expansion. The way you affect that rate is by doing the work on yourself that is needed in order to let go of judgment, in order to release your fears, and in order to embrace the aspects of yourself that have been lurking in the shadows of your energy field. Now is the time to accelerate this expansion because the earth is ready, the sun is ready, and all of the higher frequency energies you have been receiving are ready to help. You are the ones who are responsible for the beauty that we have just witnessed, because you are the ones who are awake enough to care about your vibration and the conscious delivery of that vibration to the rest of the universe. Seeing past your differences, we have considered all of the different possibilities for humanity, and we have seen a number of different outcomes. The fact is that you all have been avoiding some very treacherous and unwanted timelines, and you have done so with your willingness to accept each other's differences. Now, we understand that you see on your television and computer a lot of people not respecting each other and accepting each other's perspective. But there are far more of you who are doing so than there are those who would rather disagree in anger and hold on to hate than grant another their free will to have a different perspective than theirs. So what you see played out in media and even in your social media is the minority. What we see is how willing you all are to look past your differences and look for the similarities. We are seeing so many humans wanting to experience oneness. We are seeing so many of you forgiving each other, and we are seeing more of a willingness to work together in spite of the different perspective that you hold. What we recommend is that you turn off your televisions, your talk radio programs, and you stay away from websites that are polarizing you, trying to keep you at each other's throat. There is more to be gained by those in power by instigating these sorts of debates and disputes and arguments. So you, the majority, have to continue to remain willing to sit down with someone who has very different opinions and beliefs than you do, and find the opportunity for connection. Find the common ground. Give others the benefit of the doubt. See past those differences and look for the moment when you can see eye to eye on something. Look for the love that exists within the person who has different beliefs than you do, or different views on gun control or immigration. Look to the heart of the person, feel the love within him or her, and find the compassion within yourself. You will come together as a human collective. We have seen that outcome as well, and we see it as the most likely one. The truth of who you are. We are putting an emphasis at this time on your checking in with yourselves on a more regular basis to determine for yourselves whether you are living in alignment with your ultimate truth. The ultimate truth that you are here to explore is the truth that you are source energy beings. You are unconditional love, and you are infinite and eternal beings. Now, when you are focusing very intensely on something that is happening in your world or in your life, and you lose sight of the truth of who you really are, it is easy for you to get off track and to live your lives as a much smaller being than who you truly are. It is easy to get lost in the details of life and to forget the biggest possible picture, and we are talking about a picture that is bigger than your shift in consciousness. This picture is the picture of who you are and who you came to earth to be. It is more important than what you do. It is more important than what you believe in. The truth of who you are is something that you can live in every moment as you become the living, breathing embodiment of source energy and unconditional love. Everything else seems minuscule by comparison. You will not be knocked off of that track that you want to be on as you hold that truth close to your heart. As you remind yourselves, as you remind yourselves of who you really are, you put your attention where it needs to be. Putting your focus on the truth of who you are means that you allow situations, people, and circumstances in your life to be exactly as they are. That's what unconditional love is. It's you being the love that you are under any and all conditions. And that's what we want for you. That's what we know you want for yourselves, and that's the only way that you'll ever be happy. True happiness comes with alignment with the truth, and nothing else will ever be worthwhile substitute for it. Being satisfied with who you are. If you've ever considered yourself to be the person that you've always wanted to be, then you have accomplished more than most people who've ever lived. Most of you are reaching to become something that you are not in your current moment in time. There are very few who would say that they are exactly who they want to be. It is one of the biggest accomplishments for a human to feel that sense of satisfaction with who you are. Therefore, we wonder why more of you aren't looking for that feeling. Instead, we see you and we hear you wanting to accomplish things outside of yourselves, and yet no accomplishment will ever give you that sense that you are exactly who you want to be. We would love to give you this sense of satisfaction to you, but we cannot. All that we can do is to continue to love you exactly as you are, and to encourage you from time to time to look for the feeling inside of yourself of satisfaction. Satisfaction feels better than acceptance, and it is a gateway to self-love. If you can feel satisfied with who you are, not what you've accomplished, but who you are, then you are really on the right track. Now, you can always acknowledge that you are becoming more in every moment and still be satisfied with who you are right now. You can give yourselves that gift. Those who have, from what we have observed, have led beautiful lives, joyous lives, and that is all that you can really ask of yourselves. And as you do, you will find that it becomes easier to help others from that place of satisfaction with who you are. Your place in the Great Awakening. It is the fortune of humanity to be sitting where you are at this time. It is very fortunate that you have arrived where you are, because you could have taken a much different approach to shifting your consciousness. The position that you are in now is one where you can usher in the golden age of humanity with ease and without the need for catastrophes. What you have in place on the planet are awakened beings scattered all over the planet. These beings are beings of service, and if there's one thing that we see among the awakened that is very encouraging, is that desire that you have to be of service and to usher in this great awakening. Those of you who are anchoring in the bright frequencies and looking to be of service may be in the minority, but those energies are reverberating from all those locations around the world, including the most remote places that you could possibly imagine. You have become more powerful as ones who radiate a high frequency than all the technology that has been used to keep you in the dark and asleep. You have officially tipped the scales. So when you want to be of service, but you don't know what to do, we suggest sending out a broadcast with the intention that it reach some of those beings on your world who are still asleep. Let your message be that of empowerment and acceptance. The power that rests in your hands is the power to give others what they have been denied by society and sometimes even by their own family. You are the ones who can broadcast a signal to each and every member of this human race of yours that they are perfect just as they are, and yet they are still evolving and becoming more of that beautiful energy that blossoms from the center of their hearts. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Being of service to the collective. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. It is a wonderful time for you all to give more of yourselves to the collective energy of humanity. You often think about what you can do to help humanity, how you can better be of service, and oftentimes the actions that you can take seem futile in comparison with the issues that you are facing on your planet. What you can do instead of taking action is to give energetically to the collective. If you want to give joy, for example, you can tap into the energy of the collective of humanity and send a transmission of joy. That simple process can change what someone else is experiencing because you will have shifted the vibration of the overall energy of the human collective consciousness. Now we know you are wondering how exactly is that possible to tap into the energy of the human collective. The truth is you already are. There is no disconnecting you from the collective, but there is intention. Now there's nothing wrong with just intending to experience joy for the sake of experiencing joy. You are still affecting the collective when you do so, because you are part of that collective and there's no separation. You are all connected. We are all connected. However, if you take a moment to set an intention for the joy that you access to be given to the entirety of the human collective, and to be used for the purpose of giving someone else an opportunity to feel joy, that is an effective way of helping all of humanity. If you want to be of service, this is how you can easily do it. If you don't know what to do in order to be of service, please take our suggestion and utilize the power of your intention and the truth that you are all connected to help all of humanity. And of course, in so doing, you are helping yourselves because you are part of the human collective, and because whatever you tap into, you will experience directly. Deciding who you are. You are right where you need to be in your place to uncover the truth about who you really are and why you chose to be here at this time on planet Earth. The answers to those questions lie within you. They are easier for you to answer yourselves than you would be for anyone else, because no one knows you as well as you do. When you are honest with yourself, you can easily understand what your mission is. When you look around at the world as it is today, and you see the things that trigger you, it is easy for you to understand why you would be here now. You're not here to fix a broken world, but you are here to decide who you are in the face of what you see. Are you a compassionate person who does whatever you can to help out? Or do you look the other way and declare something to be not your problem? Now, we are not suggesting that you all go looking for problems in the world. In fact, we suggest the opposite. We suggest that you go looking for your joy. Do what excites you, what turns you on, what causes more source energy to flow through you. And as you do what you love to do, you're going to encounter challenges. You're going to run across situations where you see things and you know things that are happening in the world. And then you will have that moment when you decide who you are going to be in the face of that situation. Are you going to yell and scream about the injustice, or are you going to send love and compassion to all the parties involved and perhaps even open up a dialogue? Are you going to look for solutions or just play the blame game? Are you going to take action when action is necessary, and are you going to offer an appropriate vibration when there is nothing at all that you can do? We will give you an example. When you see that there is war happening somewhere in the world, you can in that moment send love, compassion, and healing energy to all the people affected, and reach for the vibration of peace within yourself. Now, that might not seem like much to a world that is so infatuated with action, but imagine how effective it would be for every single person would do it. And that's the world you want to create, and that's the world that you are creating. Telepathy. You are awakening to the truth that you are all able to detect what others are thinking and feeling. You are becoming more telepathic every single day. Empathy was the first step to realizing that you had this ability. You are far more telepathic than you know or give yourselves credit for. The awakened being cares about how other people feel. Now, what another person is thinking is usually a vibrational match to what they are feeling. If you want to know what someone else is thinking, you can bring yourself into their vibrational range, and then you will experience the same thoughts that the other is experiencing. This is useful when you are attempting to help another person, because oftentimes what other people tell you is not the same as what they are really thinking and feeling. If you want to be of service, it is important to know where the person is coming from. You don't need to stay in any other person's vibrational range for very long in order to get what you need and bring your vibration back up. When a person is in the channeling state, they are bringing their vibration up so that the channel can experience the energetic transmission of the being or beings that they are channeling. So you see, it works both ways. And of course, if you are in the presence of another human being who is holding a high frequency, you will want to match his or her frequency because you will want to experience that same feeling. This happens quite naturally, especially when you expect it to. When you love or admire someone, you tend to bring your vibration right where the other person is. Now, when you are able to operate as telepathic beings all the time, you will feel closer to your fellow humans. You will sense the commonalities that you share, and you will be able to detect the parts of the other person that still need some assistance, some healing, or some reassurance, and that is a wonderful way to be of service to others. Acts of kindness create the shift. You extend yourselves out to each other in the most beautiful of ways. We see you helping each other, being of service to one another, and offering your caring and compassionate words when others are in need. We see you holding space for each other, sending unconditional love to one another, and listening when others need to feel heard. We see you in your acts of kindness, and we see the ripple effect that each small act has upon the consciousness of humanity. And we want you to know that you are creating for yourself such a beautiful shift in consciousness. We and all the other beings who are observing you are impressed with the beauty and sincerity of the ways in which you serve each other. We know that the other end of the spectrum still exists on planet Earth as well, however, it doesn't have the same force behind it. What you have, as the beings who are holding the light, is the full support of source energy. When you come together, you are more powerful than the ones who are hiding in the dark. They are more divided. They know that they cannot trust each other, and therefore they are ultimately weak. The light that is shining from the hearts of those of you who are on the side of the good is overwhelming to the darkness that still exists on planet Earth, and in other parts of the galaxy as well. As humanity goes, so goes the rest of the galaxy, and so we are very encouraged by everything that we see. And we know that you can feel the energies that are a reflection to you of how well you are all doing as a collective. We know that those of you who are tapped into the energies all around you are benefiting by what you are receiving, and you are taking the consciousness of humanity to the next level, and the next, and the next. And before you know it, all of your acts of kindness, love, and service are going to take humanity to the fifth dimension, and your ascension will be complete. How to be of service. As you already know, we are here in service to humanity, and we are happy to be of service to you. You may have noticed that we don't come down from the ninth dimension and land ships on your world in order to do something that will be of service to all of you. It is with our words and through our energetic transmissions that we assist you. Now we see so many of you looking for a calling or a purpose so that you too can serve humanity. You want to help, and we want to help you. We want to help the helpers by letting you know that with your words, with the energy that you transmit, with your kindness, your compassion, and your ability to listen, you are helping and you are of service. We would love to see more of you acknowledging yourselves and then going about and having a good time. We would love to see more of you playing instead of worrying about what it is that you can do to be of greater service. It is your energy, your presence, and your intention that helps humanity more than your actions ever could. When you do for others, often you do out of a sense of obligation or even pity. Now, when the opportunity presents itself for you to do something to be of service, we absolutely encourage you to do so. But what isn't serving you is sitting around thinking about what you can do to be of service when the opportunity is not right in front of you. When there doesn't seem to be anything that needs to be done by you, then take that as a clue. Remember, you are creating your own reality. And if you want to create an opportunity for yourself to be of service through action, you will. In the meantime, we suggest that you utilize your free will and your ability to act out in the world and do the things that give you the greatest amount of joy. Do the things that raise your vibration. And then when you do find yourself face to face with someone who could use some cheering up, or who could use someone to inspire you, you will be there. You will be there offering a higher vibration because you weren't worrying about how you can help. Once you decide that you are enough, and that your presence here on planet Earth at this time is serving the collective, then you can let go of this need to find some grand project that will last years and years, and then you can relax and enjoy your life. By doing so, you will be emanating a higher frequency, and that is something that will help every single person on the planet. Our observations of humanity. We have arrived at several conclusions about humanity from our observations. One of our conclusions is that you take things for granted very easily. It's easy for you to take something for granted that someone else in the collective would consider to be a situation worth celebrating. You have begun to explore the darkness that exists within the collective as well, and you like to segment off yourselves from that darkness. You like to see it as outside of yourselves, but this doesn't serve you. You have to embrace it as part of yourself in order to move past any need to experience it in your world. You also have a tendency to sweep things under the rug. So when something comes up within you, you don't necessarily acknowledge it or face it yourselves. And if it involves another person, you also very likely just ignore it, to not give in to the proper attention, and you certainly do not often bring it up with the other person. That also does not serve you and is the reason why many of you are not getting along with those you are in the closest relationship with. Eventually, you cannot hide from what you are feeling, and it comes up and it comes out in ways that are often very destructive to the relationship. We've also been noticing for quite some time that you have a fascination with acquiring things. You often look at something outside of yourself and see it as the answer to all your problems, and then when you do get it, you realize, of course, that it is not. Now recognize that these are not indictments. They are observations, and we are wanting very much to help you to choose the aspect of yourself that we have also noticed. That humanity possesses many positive attributes is without question. You have a capacity for courage and compassion. You have a willingness to forgive and love unconditionally. You are creative, inventive, and you have endured quite a bit of pain and suffering, and yet you have this ability to make light of things with your humor. You are beautiful beings, and we love you beyond words. When we observe you at your best, we feel that pride and love. And when we observe you at your worst, we send you even more love and compassion, because we know how much suffering is underneath those times when you are at your worst. And we know that love and compassion are the only answer to be of service to you. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. The up-leveling of human compassion. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. You have exceeded our expectations on several occasions, and we are pleased to announce that as a result, you are taking yourselves closer and closer to the completion of your shift in consciousness. You are opening yourselves up more and more to the energies that are flowing to you. You are finding creative ways of expressing that energy and sending it to where it can do the most good. And as you work in that way, behind the scenes, so to speak, you help every imaginable situation on planet Earth at this time. What we have noticed and appreciated most about the human collective is your ability to sense when someone else is in need of help. You are becoming more and more telepathic and empathic, and therefore you don't need to be asked for help in order to give it. Oftentimes your friends, relatives, spouse, children will try to deny what it is that they are feeling. They will want to pretend that everything is okay. But you sensitive ones are able to detect when something is not quite right, and you take the higher frequencies that you are opening yourselves up to, and you offer them to the individuals in your lives that need the most help. This is not even considered a sacrifice to you. You are happy to help. You are happy to direct that energy where it needs to go, and we see you doing this with people that you don't even know at times. That is one of the ways in which you are exceeding our expectations. The amount of compassion that is offered and felt by the human collective goes far beyond what any of us in the higher realms could have predicted. There are certain collectives up here who have more faith in humanity than others, but none of us could have expected the up-leveling of compassion that we have seen in recent months on the collective scale. We are continually blown away by what you are capable of, by how much love is in the heart of humanity, and by your willingness to accept your current circumstance. Many of you are helping others in whatever way that you can, and at the same time, you are feeling that you could use quite a bit of help yourselves. That is the energy that is going to lead to the collective consciousness expanding and ascending, and that is what we are witnessing every single day. Choose compassion. We have begun to understand on a deeper level what it means to be human, and what it means to be human and incarnate on planet Earth at this time. We have a newfound respect and a great deal of compassion for all of you. We tell you this because we want you to have compassion for yourselves. We want you to recognize that no matter how much compassion we feel for you and project out unto you, it is so much better when you give it to yourselves. It is going to make your journey so much easier if you are able to let yourselves off the hook. Instead of measuring your success and instead of analyzing how far along you are as compared to how far along you would like to be, seek compassion for yourself. So what is compassion? Compassion is understanding that the challenges that you face are enormous, that you are doing the best that you can, and you can offer unconditional love to yourself and to others because you know that the journey they are all on is filled with disappointment and loss, failure and suffering. And if you know these experiences yourself and know that others are experiencing them as well, then you can extend the compassion inward and outward. And better still, you will be able to receive it. You will be able to receive the compassion we offer you and others do as well. Compassion just doesn't mean weeping for the unfortunate experience that you and others have had. Compassion is about finding strength in the sorrow. It is about finding the will to continue, and is about allowing everything to be just as it is. When you offer compassion to yourselves, you free yourselves of judgment. You give yourselves a break, and you are able to let go of any need to be anywhere other than where you currently are, and that is liberating. So with compassion comes freedom, and with freedom comes the ability to create something else, something new, something better, and something you can celebrate with joy. Inspiring each other. It is appropriate for you to look to others at times and seek out what they have and what they have accomplished. It is not mere jealousy or envy. You are meant to inspire each other, and when you see someone doing something, being something, or living something that you would like to experience yourself, then you get an initial sense of longing. You activate the desire within you. The trick here is to let the other person inspire you, rather than wanting to take the other person down a peg or two. You also don't need to know how the other person got to where they are. It may be interesting for you to hear the story, but the story will not be your story. You may let the story inspire you as long as you don't let it limit you. You inspire others as well. Others see something within you or see how easy something comes to you, and they feel that desire being birthed within them. And this is one of the many ways in which you are of service to each other merely by existing and living your lives. Being of service doesn't always have to involve doing something for another person, and often it does not. Often, being of service means living your life to the fullest and letting others get inspired by you. You are sending each other telepathic communications all the time, and you are also adding energy to the collective consciousness through everything that you think, do, and say. You are constantly assisting each other, even if that's not your intention to do so. When it is your intention to do so, when you set out to inspire others, that feeling is satisfying. That is another way for you to experience joy. And when others inspire you, tell them about them. Tell them about the impact they have upon you, the desire that you have to live what they are living. Let them feel the joy and the satisfaction of being the one who inspires. Know that you can and will experience that sense of satisfaction yourselves, because you all have many things lining up for you in the future that will be worthy of inspiring others. You are all doing such a wonderful job of living your lives, of reaching far more, and of letting others inspire you. Peace on Earth. We have observed that there's a great likelihood that you will find peace on planet Earth, complete peace, within the next 5 of your years. When we look down to various possible timelines, we see massive changes that result in your world's ability to settle all your differences diplomatically. We see a unifying event occurring that gives you all pause and reason to reflect. There is a tremendous likelihood that you will begin to see each other as allies, because you will have experienced something so magnificent that you will come together as a species and you will celebrate. We know that you all want us to tell you that what the unifying event will be, but there are many possibilities, and all of them are being explored by the collective consciousness. You are all co-creating this event. When you look within yourselves for inner peace, you bring about this event more quickly. When you settle your differences between one another, your petty squabbles, your grudges, you bring about peace on a massive scale. It all starts with a willingness to forgive others, to forgive yourselves, and to relax when you have a difference of opinion or belief with another person. As you let down your guard and stop seeing others as a threat to what you believe in, It becomes easier and easier to do this. And as you relinquish your need to be right or better than anyone else, you draw this big event closer and closer to you. When you are able to recognize that everyone else on earth is linked to you energetically, and that there is no escaping that truth, you let down your guard and become more vulnerable because you no longer see others as a threat. As you all see others as extensions of who you are, you let go of your fear, your resistance, and your judgment, and you bring that peace that you seek to yourself. You cultivate it within you, and you create the event outside of you that will reflect it and will give you all a reason to come together as a collective to live in harmony and equality. That is your journey as a species, and you are well on your way. Helping others ascend. We are ready and willing and able to help all of you in your ascension process. It is a beautiful time to connect with humanity for all of us because, you see, we have the ability to tune into your evolution. We have the ability to feel the progress that you are making. And so by helping you, we help ourselves. When you look around at the others in your world and you see them struggling, you also have the ability to help them. And in so doing, you help yourself. You can feel the shift occurring as well. You can feel the progress in one person if you tune to it, if you pay attention to the signals that you are getting and the energy that is coming off a person. And so, when you help another person, you are helping yourself. You are helping yourself in more ways than one. You are helping yourself because you are all connected and because your shift in consciousness is a journey that you are all taking together. You also get to feel the experience of the other person's shift. Just as sitting by another individual who is making the death transition can be beneficial for the one looking on, so is it beneficial for you to be in the presence of another who is making progress. The energy coming off of that individual is a roadmap for you and your ascension. Even if you are further along vibrationally than the person you are assisting, you still get the full benefit of that energy in that roadmap. We are here to help you, and we are here to help you help each other. We are giving you our energetic transmission through these messages. So it is more than just our word that is assisting you. It is our vibration. It is the space that we hold for you. When you want to be of service to another and assist that person in their journey, remember that the same is true for you. It's not as significant as you might think for you to take action or speak words to assist another. It is also the energy that you transmit, the vibration that you hold, and the space you hold for the other. Those are the things that do the majority of the helping. You can sit with the intention of helping all of humanity, and you can send out that vibration, and all of humanity will benefit from that little bit of effort on your part. And as we have said, you will benefit as well. Give freely. When you are able to find the ability within you to give of yourself freely, you will know what it is like to be the source energy version of yourself that you truly are. When you give without any need for compensation, without any need to be acknowledged, this is when you know what it's like to be source energy. Your gifts that you have, that you brought with you in this lifetime, are the gifts of source energy. Using those gifts to help others is the ultimate experience. It is why you incarnate and you have this illusion of separation. It is also that you can experience yourself more fully as source energy, and there are many ways to accomplish that aim. This is just one of them. And this is just one of the many traits of source energy. Source energy gives and gives freely all that it is. And so when you feel compelled to offer one of your gifts to someone else just because you can, you'll feel lighter, you'll feel happier, and you'll feel more connected. In the moment of your active service, you are more of source energy, more of your true self. And we want you to know that every little bit counts. Even just smiling at someone is an act of service. It is a sharing of peace of who you are. Now, of course, when you offer your gift freely to another, whatever it is, you also become vulnerable. The person may not receive your gift. The person may throw it back in your face. They might not appreciate it. But your willingness to continue to offer that which you can do to be of service is another trait of source energy. Source energy never stops giving. Source energy is unconditional, and when you find yourself being unconditional, you are most certainly tapping into that energy that source so freely gives. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Co-creating with the human collective. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We are pleased to give you the following progress report. As a collective, you are shifting and doing so more quickly all the time. This shifting that has been recently occurred has brought you into a very positive space for the human collective. You could, as a collective, create a much more harmonious world with equality and with all people on Earth thriving in just a matter of moments. So the evolution of your consciousness is tied to other humans on your planet. When you seek to reach out energetically to any or all of them, you help to move that evolution forward. What we are seeing amongst you, and what is quite impressive, is how many more of you are recognizing the power that you have to co-create in this reality right now. Your world is beckoning for this type of co-creation. The Earth itself is sending out signals to get you to come together as a collective and stand for what you believe in. She is egging you on to take more of an active role in your stewardship on the planet. Humanity is ready to start communicating more as a collective. More and more of you are awakening to the fact that you are all connected to one another, and not just by your internet. You are connected to one another energetically and can reach out to all the other humans on the planet with a simple message of peace and love. You have the ability to touch the hearts of all the other humans on Earth and to initiate an even more powerful shift among you. We invite you to feel for the power that you have to move mountains. When you utilize all of the connections that you have, when you put something out there to the entire collective, excluding absolutely no one, it is like conversing with source energy itself. You can accomplish so much in so little time. You are wondrous beings still discovering how powerful you are, and we see it as our job to remind you from time to time that you are the creator beings who experience this reality. And as co-creators with the entire collective, you are more powerful than even we know. Communicating telepathically. We have begun to notice a shift in the ways in which you communicate with one another. We have begun to notice that you are communicating much more than you have ever before in your personal interactions with each other, and we mean this in more than one way. First of all, you are saying more with your words. You are communicating verbally with your intent. Secondly, you are communicating more through telepathy and sending each other vast amounts of information through your telepathic connections. Of course, the stronger the bond between you and the other person you are conversing with, then the more information that is shared telepathically. We are talking about more than just non-verbal communication here. We are talking about sending energy. The way in which you communicate with one another says so much about how far you've come as a collective. You cannot continue to use communication as a way of covering up that which you want to cover up, and you cannot do this because your telepathic communications are getting stronger. The amount of energy moving back and forth between you and every human is increasing. You are becoming more of a collective, and as a collective it is important for you to have unity. We are not talking about sameness, we are talking about harmony, and as you harmonize with each other, you find that your thoughts and the thoughts of another become clear without the need for the spoken or written word. Now obviously you are texting each other quite a bit, and you are emailing, and you are sending messages in all sorts of ways using technology. And this form of communication is seen by some as suspect, as lacking the depth that can be achieved through a face-to-face interaction. But we see you honing your abilities to pick up on the energy of others as you continue to evolve the way that you communicate and how much data is exchanged. The energetic exchanges between you are helping you to have more compassion for one another, and they are helping you to learn from each other. And therefore these exchanges are very valuable to your shift in consciousness as a collective. You can, of course, facilitate the process by becoming more aware of that which you are vibrating, and that which you are picking up on energetically from the other. But know this, you are becoming more effective communicators, whether you are trying to do so or not. And the openness with which you communicate says quite a bit about the degree to which you are willing to love and accept yourself. That is another reason why it is a very good sign to see you all connecting and communicating more than you have ever done before. Celebrate your gifts. In your realizing that you have gifts, that you have abilities, you grant yourself permission to evolve and become more of who you are. When you recognize the talents that you have and you give yourself credit for your unique way of expressing those talents, you open yourself up to receiving more downloads, more information, of course, more abilities. Only when you think that you are not far enough along or that you have shortcomings are you denying or blocking yourself from experiencing more. So perhaps you are very intuitive, and you know that you are, but you take it for granted. So you don't celebrate that gift. Instead, all you do is focus on the fact that you don't have some other ability that one of your friends has. Well, then you are doing yourself a disservice in many ways, and one of the most significant ways is that you are not allowing yourself to discover more. It is easy to take your gifts for granted because they come so naturally to you that you don't see them as gifts at all. If you don't know what it's like to not have that gift, then it can be challenging to celebrate that which you've always known. We are not talking about having a big ego or a spiritual ego. What we are talking about is the complete acknowledgement of that which makes you special and unique. For example, being kind to others is a gift. It uplifts others in the same way that channeling or accessing information through psychic abilities would. But someone who is kind to other people may not see that as a gift, but it certainly is. Celebrate your gifts and explore them to the depth that you can. Give yourselves the pleasant experience of not only acknowledging that you have the gifts that you have, but also of taking them as far as you can. We want you to enjoy yourselves. We would rather see you enjoy the gifts that you have than to struggle to develop a new gift. Wherever you are is perfect. You are perfect. And as soon as you begin to acknowledge how perfect you are and how many talents, skills, and abilities you possess, the sooner more of them can come flooding in. Your focus is a gift. Focusing is a talent, a skill. It is significant in your ability to evolve consciously. When you focus, you connect. You connect energetically to that which you are focusing on. You begin to co-create with the object of your focus. When you focus intentionally, you are actualizing more of that which you focus upon. And when you choose what you are focusing upon, you can deliberately experience more of it, and that is conscious creation. As you hone your ability to focus, you will experience more clarity. You will be more definitive about your decision-making, because you will have information that you will glean from your experience of focusing. Now, certainly, there are things that are trying to get your attention. There are people who are trying to get your attention. There are advertisers around every corner seeking your approval of their product. The media tries to get your attention with scare tactics. Elected government officials want your attention. They need it. And then, of course, you have all the other parts of your life that are clamoring for your attention, for your focus. When you decide that you want to experience something, it is a wonderful opportunity for you to explore just how powerful you are in your focus. Now, if you want to experience something, you don't have to sit around focusing on something for hours and hours of the day. We don't want you to look at this as a chore or something you must do in order to have what experiences you want to have. We are suggesting that you place your attention on that which you truly desire to focus upon, and that you don't get caught up in what other people want you to focus upon. When you see someone clamoring for attention, just acknowledge what is happening, send that individual or group of individuals your love, and shift your awareness to what you want to focus upon. Give yourselves the experience of truly exercising your free will, and do so because you want to exchange energy with that which you are focusing upon, not because we are telling you to focus, and not because you believe you must focus upon it in order to experience it in the physical or in order to have it in your possession. Use your focus wisely. It is a gift. And when you give yourselves the gift of your focus, you are accessing your creative potential. And that is a very significant part of your shift in consciousness. Have more fun. We would like to see all of you take your lives less seriously. We invite you to see all of this that you experience as a game and you are the players. And that means that you are here to play primarily. Everything that you can do can be done with more joy, and we invite you to bring your childlike essence to more of your daily activities. We certainly encourage you to bring it to your job or business. What the world needs more than anything else is for you to be you. And when you are worrying about something, you are not being your full self. When you are playing and dancing and laughing, you most certainly are being your whole self, your true self. And you bring more to this world. You bring more to the universe when you lighten up, and you let your heart guide you to the next fun experience, and the next, and the next. This is a game, but it's not a competition. There are only winners here. You are all winning because you all experience what you set out to experience. You also get to rewrite the rules whenever you feel like it, and the rules that you are rewriting at this time are all about giving you opportunity to have more fun. The more you experience, the more opportunities for fun you find. The more you continue down a monotonous path, the harder it is for you to find the fun. So we suggest that you add some variety to your life, add some adventure, and certainly schedule in more playtime for yourself. Whatever it is that you think you came here to do, to accomplish, it is going to be an ongoing journey. You're never going to get it done, so you might as well relax and enjoy yourselves more. You might as well make your primary mission to be having more fun than you had yesterday. When you bring lightheartedness and humor to a situation, that is also healing. It is a less serious way of going about, but then again, we are here to propose that you take a less serious approach to your spirituality. We invite you to create using playful energy. We suspect that you're all going to take this message to heart, and so we are quite certain that you all want to have as much fun as we are encouraging you to have. So another question is, how much fun can you have? How much joy can you bring to this world? And how much love can you spread around in the process? Put those things at the top of your priority list and entertain yourselves with as much fervor as you bring to any of your spiritual practices. The experiences that you want. Before you decide that you want to experience something, you often experience the opposite of it. You often give yourselves one experience simply to nudge yourself into a certain direction. It is possible for you to want something without having had the experience of its opposite, of course. But when you give yourself the experience of the unwanted thing, condition, relationship, and so on, it spurs you on. It ignites a flame underneath you. It makes you want what you want even more. And what that gives you is an opportunity. It gives you an opportunity to send more of your light and more of your love to the experience you're going to have. You are the primary experience that you are always creating. You and your evolution are the end product of all your experience, whether wanted or unwanted. So when you want to experience something enjoyable, it's really about bringing your highest self to the party. You ask more of yourself when you want to create something that is more than what you've experienced before. You must answer your own call, and that is a very good thing. What we see many of you doing, however, is feeling defeated before you even begin to create that which is wanted. We see this psyching yourself out. You come up with a list of reasons why you cannot have the experience, and then you cling to that list. We want you instead to realize that all of your creations exist within you. So if you exist, then so must the experience that you want to have. As you make the creation of the experience less about what is necessary, about what is out there that needs to happen, and you make it more about feeling inside yourself for the experience, then you line up with it. Then you are in harmony with the particular experience. You put yourselves in alignment with something that ultimately you cannot avoid. You cannot avoid something that you have created, but you can bring it to yourselves in the perfect timing, and you can do so with very little effort. You can do so with a smile on your face. You can do so because every experience that you want to have already exists, and it already exists inside of you. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. What brings us joy? Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have quite a bit of joy that we experience when we witness one of you living your lives exactly the way that you want to live. There is nothing more satisfying to witness than an individual who is in pursuit of what that individual wants. If you were encouraged from the day of your birth to move in the direction of that which interests you, brings you joy, and draws more energy through you, all of you would find yourselves living in a quite different world. If you can recall the last time you saw someone doing what they love to do, use your imagination right now to picture that individual. Now feel the vibration that's coming off that person. That vibration is infectious. When you inspire each other, it's the greatest gift that you can give. When you encourage each other, you are absolutely being of service. When you support each other in doing something that you know is the perfect activity for that person, you add something wonderful to the collective consciousness of humanity. You are still deciding and discovering how you want to live your lives. You are piecing the choices together from all of your experiences. But the willingness to act upon that which is calling you is the best example of courage that we can see on your planet. When you can ignore the naysayers and pursue the life that you want to live, you put yourself in rare company. Those who are willing to move towards that life, to follow their bliss, they are the ones who are the examples that the rest of you need. And when you see someone pursuing the life of their dreams, we know that you feel the same joy that we do. We know that you feel inspired to do the same, and that the person you are witnessing is giving you permission to follow your bliss as well. And when we see one of you inspiring another, that also brings us great joy. Relax and enjoy. Somehow, some way, you are always going to thrive. You are always going to find your way. There is never a need for you to worry, but sometimes you do. And when you do, you have that particular experience. And there's nothing wrong with having any experience. However, we are here to reassure you that you are always going to find your way and that it is natural for you to thrive. Those who are thriving are relaxing. They are taking it easy. They are not caring so much about what others think of them. They are letting life take them precisely where they need to go. And that's what we all want of you to recognize. We want you to understand that it is possible for you to get exactly where you want to go, to be exactly who you want to be, and to do exactly what you want to do without so much effort, without all of the fighting and plotting and scheming. You get to take whatever path you want to take. That is a part of your free will. You get to decide how you do it, how you get there, and how you feel all along the way. But everything that you are moving towards is a part of your destiny. Whether or not you relax and enjoy the journey, however, is not destined. It is a choice. We see you all in your struggle, and we see you all in your mental ruminations, and all we want to do is to convince you that everything will be all right, that it's okay to just take a nap, and that you can forget about the things that you have been troubling you. You can let them go. You can relax and enjoy the feeling of the warm sun and the cool breeze. You can relax and enjoy the sounds of the birds, and you can begin to enjoy the physical experience that is available to you in the now moment. That is truly the key for all of you to have the ride that you want to have. It is about letting go, loosening that grip, feeling the momentum that carries you forth when you are not so particular about a time frame, and when you are not so specific about the details. Just fall into the perfect life that you desire for yourself. As soon as you let go of your doubts that you can live it, you can start to sense it. You can start to see evidence of it, and you can bring yourselves into complete alignment with that which once seemed like a pipe dream to you. Sharing and receiving. When you open yourselves up to another individual, when you share something within yourself that is deeply personal, you are in that moment creating a bridge. You are allowing for more of an energetic flow, a back and forth between you and the other individual. The experience of sharing and receiving heartfelt emotions is what creates intimacy. It creates more of a resonance between you and the individual than you could experience if you were to wear a mask of some kind or hide your feelings. You are energetic beings, and when you share your emotions with another, you are sharing energy. When you share your thoughts, you are sharing energy. And of course, when you share physical affection, you are sharing energy as well. Letting down your guard and being vulnerable will ultimately increase the amount of energy that you have access to. The more you hide, the more you block. The more you block, the less you receive. Becoming transparent is the ultimate in empowering yourself, because as we have said, being transparent will allow you to receive more energy. It will open you up from the inside to the energy that is flowing to you at all times. It is perhaps the easiest way for you to remove a blockage within yourself to just share and express something that is within you. And the more you connect with other individuals in this way, the deeper your connection will be with your guides, with your higher self, with source energy, with all beings in the universe. You will facilitate more of these bridges being built the more you open yourselves up and share and express. The truth of who you are needs to be expressed, even if it is only the truth of who you are in the moment. Even if it is just how you are feeling right now, and in no other way are you defining yourselves by that experience or by the emotions. You don't define yourself by your thoughts, your words. Who you are is source energy. Who you are is unconditional love. Every other experience you have is only temporary. But a willingness to acknowledge that experience and to express it to another, that will help you to recognize the truth of who you are. And in so doing, you will give the other permission to express him or herself as well. And that sort of connection is what you are here to experience with each other. Your shift is right on track. We are particularly excited to announce to all of humanity that you are absolutely on the right track. There is nothing that is happening on your world today that is preventing you from achieving the ultimate goal of this lifetime. That ultimate goal is, of course, the shift in consciousness. There are many who look at events that are happening on your world for evidence of the evolution of humanity. They look for progress. They want to see that things are getting better and that people are treating each other, the animals, the plants, and the earth itself with more love and respect. These are the times for you all to acknowledge that those who are operating from greed and hate are in the minority. It's time for all of you to acknowledge that the numbers of you who are rising up in love and compassion far exceeds the number of those who are acting with complete disregard for others. When you have experiences and circumstance on your world that shine a spotlight on something, that they're giving you all an opportunity to decide who you are. And what we see is that more of you are deciding to be of the light and from the light. We are seeing you shining your lights brighter because of what you see on your planet that is divisive, that is filled with hatred. You are the ones who are deciding to choose love, to choose compassion and understanding, and you are doing an excellent job. No matter what the few are doing to disrupt the peace and love that you hold in your hearts, they are not having a greater influence on the collective than the majority of you are. And as we have said, the majority of you are seeking to spread that peace and the love throughout every corner of your world to create a better world, a more harmonious world, and a world where all of you can thrive in freedom and joy. The hope of humanity. We have a tremendous respect for humanity, and not only because of what you have endured there on planet Earth, but also because of the amount of hope that you still carry within you. You have a never-give-up type of attitude, and this attitude is one that you hold in your personal lives and for the entire human collective. You have had many opportunities give up, and many of you who are receiving this message have felt suicidal at one time or another. Others have wept because you so wanted to just go home, and yet here you are, representing the triumph of the Spirit. We know that things are going to get easier for all of you, and we also know that you are the ones that created the path of ease. All of it is your creation, and the amount of relief that you are going to experience when you put all your struggles behind you is immense. That relief will send out waves of energy from planet Earth. Just as you receive waves of energy, you also give off waves of energy at these times when you experience something huge as a collective. And you are getting ready to set aside the struggles that you have carried with you, the burdens that have weighed you down. You are ready to release them all and be free once and for all. This is a glorious time for humanity, and we are not exaggerating. We are filled with pride to see you come to this point in your evolution. There is a great deal of hope within you, and more of you are reaching that point of going beyond belief and into knowing that life on Earth is going to get so much better. And it's going to get better not because ships will land and extraterrestrials will come out and save the day. It's going to get better because you persevered. You were willing to stand tall and stay strong amidst so many heartbreaks and disappointment throughout all of your many lifetimes there. Now is a time where you reap the benefits of all that you have experienced, and you get to feel the waves of energy that you have been summoning for lifetime after lifetime of experiences there on planet Earth. Your spiritual evolution. We have the perspective on your progress that we wish we could share with you. We want very much for all of you to be as happy with where you are as we are for you. We would love to see more of you measuring your progress by the amount of love and compassion that you feel for others and for yourselves. When you first learned about the truth that you create your reality, many of you began measuring your spiritual progress by how much your reality then matched your desires for it. But of course, there's more to the story. You also need to give yourselves reason to expand and become more of who you really are. And the best way to do that are not to create the reality that is most pleasing to you and not always get what you want. This is how you give yourselves opportunity for unconditional love, self-love, compassion, and unconditional joy. If you didn't first give yourselves opportunity for these experiences, then how could you have them? And you see, when you are not living your perfect dream life, and yet still loving yourself, feeling joy, forgiving others, and accessing compassion for those suffering far worse than you are, then you know that you are right on track. You know you are making the leaps forward in your ascension. You see, once you are fifth dimensional, you will be able to create whatever you want, whenever you want it. But for now, you still experience the illusion that you are not creating it and you are not experiencing it. This is not a test. You are not being tested by Source. You are Source, and you are giving yourselves the opportunity to know that more fully and completely than you could if you just waved your magic wand and made everything in your life, and the rest of the world exactly as you wanted it to be. Find that unconditional joy within you, and you will demonstrate to yourself exactly what we are telling you here and now. You will demonstrate the truth, and you are doing so very well on your spiritual evolutionary journey. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. A collective purging. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We have taken the energies that we have been receiving from all of you, and we have noticed that what you are primarily doing at this time is releasing that which no longer serves you. We are capable of seeing what is entering and exiting your energy field, and we are also able to receive the requests that you make. And so we know that in this phase of the human consciousness evolution, there is more of a desire to let go than there is to create. And that is normal and natural. It is perfectly wonderful, in fact, that you go through these cycles as a collective, as well as your own personal cycles. So then what does it mean to be going through a phase of releasing, purging, letting go of what no longer serves you? It means that you are becoming more aware of your thoughts, beliefs, emotions, patterns of behavior, and everything else that you experience, and you are taking note of what serves you and what does not. You are able to make decisions about what you want to continue to create with and what you want to release. To put it quite bluntly, you are taking out the trash. But we can also see that the majority of you are doing this without judgment. So even though we just referred to it as trash, we can see that you are able, for the most part, lovingly to let go of the lowest frequency thoughts, words, and actions that have been hindering you and holding you back. It is just time for all of you to start playing with new toys. It is time for you to make advancements in your lives and your consciousness as a collective. You can see, if you look at the biggest possible picture, the way that humanity is progressing. You can see that even though there are those who will always resist, there are more of you than ever who want to purge as a collective as well. There are more of you now that want peace, equality, and respect for all humans, for all life forms. So what you are also doing at this time is letting in higher frequency ideas and approaches to life on planet Earth, and we could not be prouder. The Oversoul Connection. We have established a connection with every single Oversoul of every single human being in existence at this time, and we can say that without a doubt your Oversouls are doing a fantastic job of giving you exactly what you need when you need it. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the concept of the Oversoul, it is the next step up from the higher self. It is the way that you organize your consciousness, a sort of home base for all your lifetimes in all dimensions and in all your time periods. Your Oversouls are remarkable beings, and they need no assistance from us. However, in the interest of integration, they have allowed us to offer our insights. Your Oversouls exist on the 10th, 11th, and 12th dimension, and so when we connect with them consciously, it is a type of channeling that we are doing. We can also report to you that every single one of you is working together on the Oversoul level. No matter what your differences are as a human, you all love one another at the Oversoul level. You collaborate, you co-create. It is beautiful to behold the intricate weaving of stories that occur when you observe humanity from that level of consciousness. If you are unfamiliar with your Oversoul, we suggest that you open yourselves up to connect more consciously. And remember that everything exists inside of you as well. And that includes your Oversoul. And so, yes, you can access any dimensional realm by going within, including Source. Someday you will completely re-emerge into your Oversoul. You will ascend to the dimension where your Oversoul dwells. And that will be a feeling of completeness that is unparalleled to anything that you could experience now. However, the more you seek out that connection to the Oversoul being, the closer you will get to that experience in the here and now. And we are here in the 9th dimension to help facilitate just those connections. Your potential. We have an awareness of your abilities, your potential, your true nature as beings of source energy, and we hold that knowing for you. We ask that you do the same for one another. It might be easier for you at times to believe in someone else than it is for you to believe in yourself, and it is all right if this is where you are in your current moment. You can still come to a place where you see yourself as divine and you actualize your potential and abilities. Believing in someone else can be that step that brings you closer to the full knowing of who you really are and what you can do. Now, when you offer that space for someone else and he or she lives up to the expectations, there is a great likelihood that that person will then return the favor. And in holding that space for you, they will reciprocate what is coming to you. What you put out energetically will come back to you because there is no real separation between you and anyone else. There is no real separation between you and your universe, and we know that you understand this. But we are eager for you to experience it. We are eager for you to experience the truth that you are source energy beings, eternal, infinite, and ever-expanding consciousness. You are unconditional love in the flesh, and when you feel that love flowing through you, you are at your most powerful. You reach your potential when you reach for love within you. When you feel love flowing through you, everything else falls into place. You recognize that lack of separation means that you are the universe that you previously thought you wanted to create within. And as you co-create with this universe, coming from a place of love, you reach the potential, and you might even exceed it. In fact, we know you will. Exponential leaps in your evolution. We have been observing you for quite some time, and we are happy to report that the progress that you have been making lately has been exponential in comparison to the progress you were making for hundreds and hundreds of years, thousands even. Your growth is increasing in response to the energies that you are receiving. And additionally, you are benefiting from all the traumas and tragedies that you have been experiencing both in this lifetime and in your past lives. You are not buckling under, you are not running and hiding. You are meeting all of it, that which is of a low frequency and that which is of a high frequency, face on, and the results are impressive. We can see the continued expansion and evolution of your consciousness, and the only thing left for all of you to do is decide what type of fifth dimension you want to experience. Again, given the progress that you are making, the fifth dimension that we see in front of you is one with very little conflict, almost no struggle, and a tremendous amount of harmony. You've already done everything else in the third dimension, and now it's time for you to experience what it's like to be in harmony with one another, with your planet, and with the entire galaxy. The next steps in your process of evolution will be to do less and receive more. Things are going to get easier for you before the shift, because the time is now. The time is upon you to let go of the third-dimensional ways, the third-dimensional paradigm, and the third-dimensional belief that you've been using to create your reality. We see so many of you working with vibration, working with sound, and working with the non-physical beings, such as ourselves, that are helping. You are much more interested now in collaboration than in competition. You are much less egoic now than you've ever been. But when you sense that there is a fragment there of your ego that is hanging on to something, be gentle. Be gentle with yourselves, because you don't need to work so hard. You don't need to make up for the past mistakes, and you don't need to make this ascension happen. It is happening, and you are all doing so well. You are accepting the way life is now to the best of your ability, even though you can feel what is coming your way. And it is quite exhilarating to consider. But consider this. Your progress has gotten our attention enough to where we felt that we needed to give you this progress report. Leaving your legacy. We are beginning to understand the motivation that exists within humanity to have a legacy, to leave something behind. And we want you to know that while we respect all your desires for experience, you never really leave, and therefore having something in the physical that represents the life that you lived is not necessary. You really do not need to change your concept of life and death as you shift your consciousness, because you no longer need to have the death experience in order to transform yourself completely. That is what ascension is all about. Ascension is about bringing yourselves into such a high-frequency state that you transcend death. You become more of who you are without shedding the physical body as you have in so many previous lifetimes. There have been so many deaths throughout your incarnational cycle that it has become something you expect, and you have come to realize that you only have a certain amount of time in each lifetime. Therefore, the need comes up within you to do something, to make your mark, and many of you feel the need now because you sense that a big change is coming. And you still have that third-dimensional need to have an impact on the physical realm that will outlast you. And we just want you to relax now and stop counting the number of years you have left, because again, all of that is changing as you shift and ascend. You don't need to die anymore. You have no need to accomplish something that will be here as proof that you existed. Focus more on existing and less on doing. Focus more on becoming and less on accomplishing, and make this journey easier on yourselves. Let go of this very third-dimensional need to get something done before you die, and embrace your immortality as eternal and infinite beings of light and love. Conscious evolution. You are putting an emphasis on the evolution of your consciousness. Now, this is something that happened naturally without any intervention on your part. But when you put an emphasis on it, you are doing more good than you know. You are choosing to live in a reality where the emphasis on the evolution of consciousness is something that is an invitation that is being offered to all beings. You can live in whatever reality you want to live in, and where you put your emphasis determines which reality you will find yourselves in. From your perspective, there are more and more people waking up all the time, and this is something that we have stated on numerous occasions. However, what is actually happening is you are shifting to realities where more and more people are awake, and this is because of your emphasis on the evolution of consciousness. You desire to be surrounded by others who are putting their attention on their evolution as well, and that desire also helps to align you with the reality that you want to experience. Being in a reality where more people are emphasizing the evolution of their consciousness means an easier path for all of humanity, an easier shift. You are definitely going to have an experience of shifting, but how you do it will be determined by you. It will be determined by where you put your focus and what you choose to do with your intentions, how you choose to spend your days. You are not making the shift happen, but you are making it happen in a more pleasant and joyous way. We just want you all to recognize yourselves as being the creators of the experience that you are having. It is much better experience in most of the alternatives that you are faced with, but because you choose to put an emphasis on raising your vibration, being more of who you are and being of service, that is the reality that you're going to experience as you continue in on this journey. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Grounding more into the physical. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. We are beginning to understand what the human condition has been like for lifetimes and lifetimes of experience for you. We can see how the emphasis on the physical realm has kept most individuals from really experiencing what it is like to be a soul having a physical experience. Now, the more of you who awaken, the more of you we hear talking about wanting to leave the physical. You want to be done with the density and limitation that you've experienced for so long, and we understand this desire. We know where you are all coming from now, but we must suggest that you remain in the physical bodies with that awareness of who you really are dictating everything as you move forward in this life experience. You have the opportunity to become masters who maintain a physical body, and you have the opportunity to bring forth much more high-frequency energy. But you need to stay in your physical bodies for now. Just know that every step forward that you take on this journey brings you closer to your light body experience. You will still have a physicality to you, to your physical body, but it will be easy, more manageable, healthier, and you will never feel the ravage of time. This is what you are moving towards, but you cannot get there by leaving the physical. You must go through the physical experience in the same way you go through an unpleasant, negative emotion to get where you want to go. The more of you who stay focused on your physical bodies and on grounding to Mother Earth, the more high-frequency energy you can ground for the rest of humanity, and the easier you can make this ascension process on the unawakened. You are moving into a time where you will experience so much more freedom and such a lightness of being, so be patient, be in the process, and rest assured that things in the physical are going to get better. The Song of the Universe. If you listen closely enough to the silence, you can always perceive something, and in that perception you will receive a message. This is one of the reasons why it is so important for all of you to unplug from your devices and get out into nature. This is why it is so important for all of you to stop thinking so much and meditating and going within more. The universe is always talking to you, but you have been trained to listen to other people and organizations, news outlets, and preachers. You have lost touch with the sound that the universe makes. You want to hear a voice in your head coming to you from an ascended master or an archangel, but that's only because you have been taught to value words over vibration and sometimes even over the truth. We invite you to listen without expectation. Listen without having formulated a question. Listen to what the silence has to share with you, and know that you are the one orchestrating it all. You are the giver and the receiver, and you are meant to feel this universe and hear this universe as much as you are to see it. If you really want to understand your connection to all the beings in the universe, you need to slow down and listen long enough to hear the call, to hear how the universe is summoning you. Certainly there is a lot to be gained from being on the internet and connecting with other people in all the ways that you do with your devices, but you are always only getting a fraction of the story. But when you tune in and listen, when you open up to receive, that is when you can feel the harmony of your song with the song of the universe. Your beliefs and you. You can believe in whatever you want to believe in, and that is exercising your free will. You are not all meant to believe in the same thing, just as you are not all meant to do the same thing. Variety is very good, but sticking to beliefs is detrimental to your growth. You see, you want to have different experiences, and the only way to have different experiences is to first hold different beliefs. Notice the way that you put that in your language. You hold the belief as it is stuck to you, and you are stuck to it. But if instead you look at beliefs as something you try on to see if it fits, to see if you like it, then you'll have an easier time of letting it go. Then you can see all of this as a practice and exploration. Many of you take your beliefs very seriously to the point that you will fight one another over them. You will hold hate in your heart for someone else because of what they believe and how it contradicts what you believe. Do not define anyone by their beliefs, because then you are adhering to a belief that says that people cannot change. And they certainly cannot change what they believe in. Nothing could be further from the truth. Think about yourselves right now in this one lifetime and how many beliefs you've tried on for size. Now think about all the different experiences you've been able to have because of those beliefs, and you can make peace with the fact that you don't have to be consistent. You're not going to achieve or accomplish anything by maintaining the same belief system for long periods of time. In fact, you will probably just remain in a fixed position, digging in your heels and not being open to receive new ideas and inspirations, new impulses. You want your beliefs to be as in motion as your emotions, and you want to be in the flow. So relax and enjoy your exploration of certain beliefs, but be willing to let them go at the drop of a hat. Transcending death. In the process of awakening, you have encountered much of the darkness that lies within you and within others, and in the face of that darkness you have shined your light more brightly. You have moved from playing a game of survival to opening yourselves up to the potential that has always existed within you. You are here to transcend the limitations of the physical, and one of the easiest ways to accomplish that is to remember that you are infinite and eternal, and therefore you no longer need your survival instinct. You are in fact in the process of transforming your root chakras, which have held information about each of your death and each of your previous lifetimes. Now these wonderful chakras can be utilized to transform matter into whatever you want it to be. You are going to start with energy, of course, and working on the energetic level, you will quickly accelerate your abilities. You will not need technology to transform matter, but initially you will utilize it. More and more of you will come to realize that it is you that is doing the transforming, and you will feel less and less dependent upon the machines to do the work for you. You are transforming yourself as well as carbon-based beings to crystalline-based, light-bodied beings. And when you are finally aligned with your light body, you will not feel so finite and fragile. You will know once and for all your divinity and your infinite and eternal nature. You will move past the idea of survival, and when you do, your lives will be filled with magic as you shed the fears of thousands of lifetimes and embrace the certainty in this now moment that as you ascend, you no longer need death to transform. Mastery over the physical. You are becoming masters over the physical reality in which you dwell. Now, many will tell you that the idea of physical reality is just an illusion, and to a certain extent they are correct. But instead of just declaring the physical realm to be an illusion, you can and you will master it. As you demonstrate to yourself that you can be whoever you want to be in the face of what is happening in the physical realm, you demonstrate your mastery. And when you choose love over fear, you demonstrate your mastery. And then you will get to a point where you'll be able to move things with your mind, walk through walls, fly, and do all the things in the physical realm that you have always wanted to do. Now, you can attempt to do these things by using science and technology, but they are the quicker and easier path. What you really want to do is to master the physical realm using nothing more than your consciousness. Your ability to be in the physical realm and yet recognize yourself as beings of spirit is your number one priority. It is an asset unlike any other. The days of drama and trauma are over for you now. It is time to embrace your mastery and to live the truth of who you are. You set up this particular reality to continue to invite you back into the feeling that everything is finite, that you are out of control, and that you are victims and pawns. But as masters over your reality, you will continue to hold on to the truth of who you are no matter what the rest of the world is doing or believing. And then you will demonstrate your mastery to yourselves, and there will be no more need to exist in the same dense physical realm where you have been incarnating for eons and eons of time. Witness and experience your evolution. You are witnessing your own evolution of consciousness, and in the front row seats that you have, you are able to see for yourself the effects of that evolution. That is, believe it or not, the best part of the shift in consciousness. It's never been about getting there, because that is assured. But you get to experience and witness your own conscious evolution, and that is something to behold. Now, the evolution of your consciousness comes with certain side effects, and you've noticed this. You have ascension symptoms, you feel lonely, and many of you want to go home to other star systems. However, you must be able to feel the changes that are occurring, and in so doing, you help bring about even more changes. That is why it is so important for all of you just to be on planet Earth. You all get so caught up in what you are supposed to do when the main attraction is the witnessing and experiencing of the evolution. One of the reasons why you get ascension symptoms and why you isolate yourself from the other awakened beings who seem to live hundreds, if not thousands of miles away, is because you need to have an inward journey. You cannot witness and experience your conscious evolution if you are so focused on your thriving social life, or all the magical vacations that you get to take. So it is a lonely and awkward journey for most of you. But we promise you that you can enjoy this experience more than you have been allowing yourself to do. Give in to your current set of circumstance and become fascinated by your evolution of consciousness as the rest of the galaxy is. Join us in our enthusiasm for what you are becoming. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. The Human Councils. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. It is beautiful to witness your evolution and to see our small part in that process. We are happy to see that the human collective is taking on so much energy and assimilating that energy for the purposes of creating something your world has never seen before. We can see the foundation has been laid for the creation of a human council, one that has no boundaries, no borders, no national affiliation, one that goes far beyond where your United Nations has been able to take you. This human council will consist of spiritual leaders and teachers from around the world, and it will act as a type of board of directors that will handle the big issues that are coming with the shift in consciousness. You can rest assured that preparations are being made to unify humanity as your ascension event gets closer and closer to you. You are all going to be called upon to do something, to contribute, to help the ones who are lagging behind a bit. This is one of the reasons why so many of you have the feeling right now of being without a fulfilling life's purpose. There will also be a need for smaller human councils, ones that will deal with issues that are closer to a community level. You are welcome to begin forming them now. You are in fact forming them. We have seen several groups coming together to work together to harmonize towards a specific goal. Anytime humans come together to promote something positive on planet Earth, it brings us joy. As we said, we love witnessing your evolution. The new race of humans. There is an awakening that is occurring within humanity because of the new race of humans that is being born on the planet at this time. These children have been born into your reality to carry a high enough frequency to ensure that the shift occurs, and they also make it easier on the rest of you by holding space for all humanity. Their level of consciousness is so much higher than any other generation that has come before them because they have such a clear mission. Their mission is not about doing, it's about being. They are coming forth from all parts of the galaxy. For many, it will be their first ever incarnation on planet Earth, and they will not give in to the lower frequencies that are still present on planet Earth. You see, the lower frequencies are still here because those of you who are on the side of light are still working through some of your issues, and you need the ones on the side of the dark to help you. They help illuminate within you what you need to see, to love, and to have compassion for. And when you do, you align yourselves with the children. The children will not give in to judgment. They are coming forth to love unconditionally. They will lead the way vibrationally, and those of you who have been around for a while will lead the way with your words, your actions, and your compassion for one another. But know this is for certain. It is the children that are being born at this time that will anchor in the higher frequency energies to make the shift possible. You see, it really is a group effort, and this new group of players is the final piece of the puzzle that will propel all of you into the fifth dimension with ease, with joy, and with grace. No comparisons. This is the perfect time for all of you to stop comparing yourselves to others. And here's why we say this is the perfect time to do this. You are becoming aware of your abilities as conscious creator beings. And what you are on the verge of creating is that which has never been seen or experienced or even dreamt of in your reality. Therefore, it makes very little sense to compare yourself or to compare your success to anyone else's. You are all here now to break new ground and to take consciousness into the fourth dimension beyond where it has never been before. This is what creates a new version of the fifth dimension that you are all seeking to experience. It is in letting go of comparisons to what has been that will take you beyond that which has ever been created. It is time for all of you to recognize yourself as the pioneers that you are, taking life on planet Earth to new heights, taking yourselves beyond where you have ever been before. And this is no small task, and the beings that you are collaborating with to make all this happen are creating the synergy with you that makes it all possible. You are working with high-frequency energy. You are working with high-frequency beings, and you are bringing forth the highest frequency version of yourself that you have ever experienced. Therefore, what you are creating cannot be compared to anything else in all of reality. If you are comparing how much money you make or how much money someone else makes or how many houses you have to how many houses someone else has, then you are staying in a third-dimensional consciousness. These types of comparisons have no business where you are going because you are going to be leading such different lives in the fifth dimension. There will be no comparison. There is no purpose in comparing where you are to where anyone else is. You are all so beautifully different, and where you are is unique to you. It is not what defines you, but it does give you an opportunity to make your mark. Your mark will be like no other. And that is our promise to you. Change is coming. We have allowed ourselves to share in the excitement that is moving through the human collective at this time. We know that there are many among you who are sensitive to the energies, and those of you who are sensitive as sensing the changes that are coming. These changes are, of course, coming as a result of how the human collective has evolved, and the changes are coming to usher in a new age. You are all ready for something different, something new. You are all ready for a change to bring about new opportunities for creation. As you remove the shackles of the third-dimensional earth and you feel the energy that is rising up from within you and rising up from the earth core, you know that there is much more to be lived, much more available to all of you than what you have been told. The lives that you are living are but a fraction of what lies ahead for all of you, as you invite in the higher frequency energies, and you allow the changes to occur. Change, even when it is asked for, can be unsettling, and even a bit scary to those who experience it. But you are ready, you are primed, you have made the changes within yourself to bring you to this point in your evolutionary history. You are awakened, and there is a reason why you choose to awaken in this lifetime. Those of you who are raising your vibration consciously, doing the work on yourselves, clearing the negative emotions, you are the ones who are accepting the change for the collective. You are standing with arms wide open, ready to embrace the future of life on planet Earth for the human race. And we are here to tell you that you are doing a wonderful job. Very good news for humanity. We have been witnessing more acts of kindness within the human race, and we can say for certain that these acts of kindness are a result of the quickening of your evolution. It is without a doubt that the energies that are upon you are having the desired effects. We not only see you being kinder to each other, but we also notice that you are carrying less resentment towards those who you previously had quite a bit of resentment for. You are beginning to see the world through the eyes of Source on a more regular and consistent basis. You are bringing yourselves to an elevated state of your consciousness where you are more likely to see the good within each other and less likely to point out the so-called flaws or negative aspects. We can see the energy of the human collective operating more harmoniously than ever before, and we know that this trend will continue. The energies that are upon you at this time are making it harder for individuals to stay in the lower frequency ranges. Those who continue to hold grudges are having a harder time. They are having a harder time maintaining those thoughts. And you are all getting upgrades at this time that will activate within your information and DNA from the Sirius star system. You all carry within you genetic material and energy from the other star systems in the galaxy. With the upgrade and the energy and information from Sirius, you can expect to be more inclined towards active service, and that will bring you even closer together as a collective. In case you didn't realize it already, this is very good news for humanity. Your personalities are expanding. You will discover new depths to your own personality as you begin to integrate more of the aspects of who you've been in this lifetime and in other lifetimes. You are multifaceted and multidimensional, and the parts of your personality that have yet to reveal themselves are the parts that you have been denying for one reason or another. It doesn't really matter how these parts of your personality have been suppressed. All that matters is that you are re-emerging, and you're going to find that you are much more than you ever thought you were previously. If there was a trait that you always admired in others but didn't feel that you had yourself, you can expect that trait to reveal itself to you in the coming weeks, months, and years. You are actualizing these aspects of yourself because you have come to a time where the integration process is being accelerated. This acceleration is due to a variety of factors, including your readiness to handle more of the energy that you are. You are energetic beings, and you are vast beings. Part of your personality corresponds to parts of that energy that you are. So turning on these parts of your personality is activating more of the energy that you are, which gives you more of a complete vision of yourself. You are truly becoming your higher self. You are actualizing different aspects of you that have been hidden, locked away, or even suppressed. Again, this has occurred for a variety of reasons, some of which are due to socialization, some are due to upbringing, or others to do the past life experiences that the aspect of you had. So you can see why you would suppress an aspect of your personality if it reminded you of, even on a subconscious level, a past life experience that you would not like to relive in this one. But you are here now facing everything, and hopefully embracing it as well, because it serves you very much to allow all of these parts of your personality to come forward, to be acknowledged, and to be options that you can activate and experience. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Your expectations are shifting. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. If you are expecting to experience something in your life, recognize that the expectation is usually coming from a place outside of you. You are introduced to programming at an early age that tells you what you can expect in your lives. You are told what it is likely to be your career at a very young age. You start to inhabit what society expects from you as well. If there are high expectations for you, then you generally live up to those expectations. If there are low expectations for you, then you generally live down to those expectations. What is important at this point is not how it all got started. However, it is important for you to recognize that you have the ability to go within yourself and create a new set of expectations for your life. These expectations have nothing to do with testing, with what others expect from you, or even what others have been able to create in their lives. You are here to create something new and different. You are about change, about shifting and ascending, and so you'll be the ones to expect something more from yourselves. You see, you have something within you that drives you to become more, to expect more, and to create more. You have an instinct that tells you that everything you hear about ascension is correct. You have an inner knowing that you are meant for more than the traditional third-dimensional life. So we say that dreaming about what you know is possible is putting yourself in alignment with that probability. You are so much more capable than what society has told you about. You have so many more gifts than what those tests could possibly reveal, and you are so ready to expect and receive more from this reality. Timelines for ascension. We have begun to explore the different possibilities that are facing humanity at this time. We are looking down different timelines and seeing what is in store for you as a collective if you decide to traverse these timelines. And we are here to inform you that there is one particular timeline that looks very enticing from our perspective. So we are just going to suggest that you pursue the timeline in which you feel the emotions deep inside of you to the point where you come to a tipping point in the degree to which you feel compassion for one another. On this particular timeline, that compassion leads to the forgiveness that is also a necessary part of your evolution and your ascension. And so you see, when you take that approach to life, you are not reliant on governments making big announcements about aliens and UFOs, criminals and large organizations that you might call a cabal or Illuminati being brought to justice. And your futures are not dependent upon the big oil companies granting you access to free energy. Your ascension is not dependent upon a redistribution of wealth, a revaluing of currency. It is not dependent upon ETs landing in their ships, disarming all your weapons, bringing you to some sort of moment when you gather together as a collective. It is all in your hands. If you choose the timeline that involves you accessing your deepest and darkest emotions so that you can feel compassion for anyone and everyone that you come in contact with, you can make this ascension process easy and even enjoyable. All of those other eventualities that we have mentioned can only occur when you recognize that none of these individuals, whether they be your nemesis or your heroes, are separate from you. None of them are outside of you. And when you wake up to this knowing, you can live in the world that you want to live in. But as long as you deny these aspects of yourself exist and you deny the pain that comes with that acknowledgement, you will delay the inevitable moment of ascension. That is why we are suggesting that you feel into that timeline and that you choose it for yourself as an individual, taking as many willing participants with you as you can. A quickening of your evolution. Your consciousness evolves at the rate that it is supposed to. It evolves at the rate that is appropriate for you and that you will be comfortable experiencing. Any increase in the speed of the evolution of your consciousness can have unexpected and unwanted repercussions. You are able to sense when it is appropriate time for you to increase the speed of which your consciousness is evolving. Now is the time in the evolution of the consciousness of the human collective where it is appropriate for a speeding up to occur. What do you have to do in order to make this happen, you might wonder? First of all, we suggest that you welcome this speeding up experience. Secondly, we suggest that you attribute anything that you are experiencing physically or even emotionally to this time of quicker evolution. Thirdly, we want you to take very good care of yourselves. We want you to notice when you are in need of rest, relaxation, recuperation, and we suggest that you give yourselves what you need at this time when you sense that you need it. This quickening of your evolution is a planned event. It is happening according to a timetable that was put in place before you incarnated, and the result will be a greater understanding of your place in the universe as a collective, your value as an individual, and how all your past experiences and past lives have led you to this moment. You have built quite a bit of momentum throughout all of your experiences and all of your lifetimes, and that momentum is what will carry you through to the next big moment in the history of your evolution. Right now, you can expect to experience vivid dreams, past life recall, and an opening of your third eye, the likes of which you've not experienced before. Rest, relax, and give yourself what you need because humanity is due for quite a ride. The gentle nudgings. If you listen to the gentle nudgings that you get within yourself, you will find yourself moving in a direction that will satisfy and even excite you. You have a wonderful group of helpers working with you, and they are ready and willing to assist in guiding you towards what you know, and you know is not only for your highest good, but they will guide you towards what ultimately will be the most enjoyable experience. You are taking a lot of information in all day, every day. Most of the information that you are taking in is coming from someone or something outside of you, and it is seeking to influence you to behave in a certain way. Those influencers have their own agenda and care more about their highest good than yours. It is true that your helpers, your guides, have an agenda, but they are also beings of service, and they are beings of service first and foremost. Sensing these gentle nudgings means that you have to shut off the outside influence for a while and go within. Many of you would like for your guides to be louder and easier for you to perceive. They will get that way the more you tune yourself to them, the more you acknowledge and thank them, and the more that you listen to them. They will still be offering the same energy, the same information, doing it in exactly the same way. What will change will be your ability to perceive it. That always follows from a willingness on your part to surrender. When you surrender the need to know, everything becomes easier, and you open yourselves up to many possibilities that you could possibly comprehend or even dream up in your mind. Let go of the need to know how you are going to get to the life that you want to be living, and let go of your time frame for getting to that life. The nudgings are going to get less and less gentle as you move forward because the energies are getting stronger, more intense, and moving at a faster pace. So aligning yourself with your desires means aligning yourself with these higher frequency energies as well. It means letting yourself get swept up in all the excitement and letting yourselves receive a little guidance from the beings who love you so unconditionally. They are your guides, your helpers, your angels, and they are on all call around the clock. The timing of your desires. There is a perfect timing for everything that you want to experience. This timing comes as a result of the energy that you put out, and also it is based upon what you need to experience to further your evolution. So if you're putting out the energy and not experiencing in the physical that which you desire, it is because it serves you to have the timing of that desire come to you at a later date. Now, if everything that you desired were to come to you all at once, it would be overwhelming, and you wouldn't even be able to appreciate every little thing because of that feeling you would have that it was too much too soon. It is more to your benefit to continue to feel the desire within you at due times than it is for you to have that desire fulfilled. You are also giving yourselves exactly what you need, nothing more, nothing less, so that you can continue on in your spiritual evolution, which is far more significant than having something that you desire. We do want you to have what you desire as well, but we want you to see it as the cherry on top rather than the main course. Your lives are taking you places where you've never been before, and you are giving birth to desires that are brand new to this earthly experience. Therefore, it serves you very well to let the desires percolate. If you have no doubt whatsoever that the desire that you have is going to manifest in your experience, then you can relax and enjoy the scenery along the way. You also get to change what it is that you desire and therefore get more than you originally set out to experience. The timing of the fulfillment of your desire will not only be perfect, but it will also be appreciated. You will know that you received what you wanted to receive when it was most appropriate for you to receive it. You will know that all experiences along the way to the fulfillment of that desire had served you in countless ways, and you will appreciate the manifestation of the desire so much more because of the delay. Most importantly, you will have evolved enough along the way to have the best possible experience of your desire. It is you that is the main event here, you and your evolution, the fulfillment of that being the ultimate desire. As you become more of who you are, you become the fulfillment that you have been waiting for. The consciousness of the universe. We have given you messages that are intended to inspire you. We have given you messages that are intended to enlighten you. Now we would like to give you a message to excite you. We are happy to let you know that these are exciting times and that you are capable of taking them yourself to new heights. Not because of the energies that are all around you, but also because you have come so far in your personal journey of ascension. You are ready to experience more, and the more that you are ready to experience is coming to you gift-wrapped as a desire that you have held for quite some time. This is a pivotal point in your evolution as a species because you are accessing the multi-layered, multifaceted energy of the consciousness of the universe. The universe is its own entity, and the universe has a consciousness all of its own. It has a vibrational signature and an identity. Now the consciousness of the universe is expanding, and it is inviting you to come along for the ride. More and more are letting go of the belief that you are nothing more than a human being with a singular lifetime and an ego to navigate through it. And this letting go is giving you more access to universal consciousness, consciousness that is without form and yet contains all form within it. Consciousness that breathes life into every single one of us who exist within this universe. We are excited for ourselves as well as because we know that our evolution is connected to yours. As this universe breathes and expands, you all benefit just by existing, just by allowing the universe to move through you. You give life to the universe that gives you life, and you download more of the consciousness of the universe every day. These are exciting times indeed because you have free will to do anything you want with the deeper access to universal consciousness. Consciousness that goes beyond your oversoul. This is big, and if you feel into it, you can feel the bigness of it. You can feel your infinite and eternal nature, and you can know that there is always more to experience, especially when you are aligned with the consciousness of the universe. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Giant leaps forward in your evolution. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. When you have an experience in your life that takes you to the edge of your ability to process, that is when you know you are making a giant leap forward in your evolution. It is often through the painful experiences, the most challenging circumstance, and the most heart-wrenching moments that you take your biggest steps forward. Now, as you consider these moments in your lives, you often feel like you are drowning in them, like you have miscreated, or like you are a victim of some sort. But if you were to take yourselves out of the details of the experience you are having and shift your perspective on it, seeing it as an opportunity to make a giant leap forward. You would transform the experience and you would transform the circumstance immediately. You don't have to change anything about what you are experiencing in order for you to move through it with ease and grace. You just need to see for what it is. It is an opportunity to grow, an opportunity to become more of who you are. And it is always your creation, which means you are giving yourself the perfect opportunity, the perfect catalyst to springboard you to the next level of evolution. When you are in the midst of one of the very challenging circumstances in your life, you do have everything that you need to move through it. And you are usually in a very big hurry to move through it. So it is our recommendation that you recognize in the moment the opportunity that is before you. And we also recommend that you give yourselves plenty of time to sit with it and to look for the benefit of it. If you could feel the power of the energy that you are summoning in those moments of great despair, you would celebrate the fact that you access so much more. When you are ready to accept that everything benefits you, that everything serves you, and that everything is taking you closer and closer to the higher self that you really are, that is when you begin to play the game at a much greater level. That is when you achieve mastery. And that is when you know yourselves as a creator being who enjoy a good challenge every now and then. What you create. When you discover that you create your reality, you do have a challenging time accepting some of your creations. Why would you ever create a painful experience for yourself once you are an awakened being? What possible good can come from experiencing something that you consider bad? These are the questions that you ask when you understand that you realize your reality and you begin to put your energy towards creating it deliberately. We want you to recognize that this journey of ascension is the ultimate creation. It's not about creating a perfect third-dimensional experience for yourself and then staying grounded in the third dimension to enjoy the spoils of your creation. This is about movement, and this is about movement to an entirely new dimension of reality. Therefore, you create experiences that are going to serve you. Some of these experiences you won't necessarily enjoy, but they will have the desired effect. They will always nudge you forward. They will always continue the awakening process. They will get you to know yourselves more fully as source energy beings, because you will need to forgive yourself. You will need to experience compassion, and you will need to have an unconditional love for yourself and others. In order to know these traits of source energy, you must create circumstances and events that require the fully knowing of them, the full experiencing of them. And so, even though you would not deliberately create a so-called negative experience for yourself, you will create them nonetheless. These are the experiences that spur on the most growth. These are the experiences that get you to summon forth more energy and to know yourselves more completely. But what we see you now doing more often than not is questioning how you created such a mess for yourself. And then we see you being hard on yourself for not creating what you wanted to. And when you take that approach to what you've created, you miss out on the full benefit of it. Instead, we suggest that you accept your creations, and you look for the ways in which you can benefit from them, the ways in which they serve you, and the ways in which you can know yourselves more fully as source energy beings who experience unconditional love, compassion, forgiveness. And in so doing, you create the ultimate experience of this earthly plane, the experience of shifting from a third-dimensional egoic being to a fifth-dimensional higher self. The layers of awakening. There is an awakening process, and that process is multi-layered. You have your discovery of who you really are as a being of source energy. That could be described as the first layer or the first step in awakening. You also come to realize that everything is your creation. As source energy, the ultimate creator being, how could it not be your creation? Some of you take a next step that is somewhat sideways, where you begin to try to convince everyone else that your truth is true and that they should accept it. Some of you always have a tendency in your awakening process to point out to others what they are doing wrong, how they are miscreating their realities. That usually results in a very lonely experience as you discover that most people do not agree with your newfound beliefs. You then awaken to the fact that you must do the work. In this case, the work refers to the release of that which no longer serves you, and this can be a lengthy and arduous process. It often is. It can be the point in your awakening process where you give up, where you stop attempting to lead a spiritual lifestyle. It can be a point where you lose all hope because there are so many layers that you need to work through to get to the original truth that you discovered. The truth being that you are all source energy beings. We all are. Knowing it and experience it are two different layers. Experience it could be described as the final layer. However, you could also say that the final layer is when you have that full knowing of yourselves as source energy beings, and you actually create the reality that you've always wanted to experience. It takes knowing itself as a source energy creator being to get to the last step or last layer in the process. The work that you do, the clearing and the releasing, is all worth it. It is all worth it in the long run, because in the long run you recognize your power. You know yourselves as limitless, eternal, and infinite. You will fear nothing, and you will create everything consciously and deliberately, and you will allow others to do the same. The evolution of your solar system. We will give you plenty of information that will make much more sense when you are further along on our journey. So we are planting seeds with all of you. We are helping, we are assisting in putting things in front of you so that you will know when you're onto something. We give you these bits and pieces because we do not want to overload your systems, and because it takes time to process that which you receive. What we want to give you today is a bit of information about your solar system. Your solar system is evolving. Your solar system is changing. You are not going to be in the exact same solar system that you were when you complete the shift. There will be new planets. There may be 2 suns. You may no longer have a moon. There are lots of things that are shifting, and all this information that we are giving you now is meant to trigger something within you. It's meant to start you down a particular path, a path that will lead you to more of your galactic history and also more of your role in all of this. You all played a part in the creation of the solar system. This is your plan being executed. When you think about the influence that planets have upon you right now, imagine how much more of an influence they will have upon you when you have a few new ones floating around. Imagine the impact of 2 suns, and realize that your desire to experience these changes come from a knowing that these changes are inevitable, and that they serve you all very well. Your galaxy is going to get much smaller and much more accessible, and everything about your solar system is going to shift along with you. You are the benefactors of these changes. You are the ones who bring them about, experience them, and decide on the next ones. So this isn't just happening, you are creating it. You are creating the new solar system, the new galaxy, and the new universe, so that you all may thrive in ways that you were always meant to thrive. You are becoming more of yourselves, and so, of course, the outer world would be a reflection of that. The gifts of your past lives. When you are ready to pay homage to all of your lifetimes of experience, then and only then are you ready to accept yourself as you are today. The person that you are today is unique, that is true, but the person that you are today is part of a much bigger story, and that is the story of your incarnational cycle. All other versions that are out there in these lifetimes have a gift to give you. They offer you wisdom from these experiences. They offer you skills and abilities that they have honed. They also offer you the emotional amplification that you sometimes experience when you are having one of your moments in this lifetime. The emotional amplification is a result of a stockpiling of traumas. Now, when you see all these other versions of you in these past lives as giving you gifts, you then begin to accept the whole of who you are. If instead you see them as the version of you that are responsible for the karma that has been inflicted on you in this lifetime, you are playing the victim. And while it can be fun to blame a you that you can only experience through memories, it is not the way. It is not the way to get you to where you want to go. If instead you would honor the past life versions of you for their dedication to this incarnational cycle of yours, you would begin to benefit from more of their experience. You would also experience less of that backlash from some of the more challenging experiences. When you accept all aspects of yourself, you also accept all the experiences that help to shape and mold the previous version of you. And acceptance is the key for moving on from anything. So rather than cursing your past life selves for being delivered the karma to you that you sometimes experience, bless them. See them as the ones who did all the dirty work in the trenches so that you could evolve into the beautiful being that you are today. A being who is more than capable of cleansing and clearing what has been left for you by these previous versions of you. You are so much more than what you've experienced yourself as in this lifetime. We recommend that you reach out to these past life versions of you to give thanks and to receive the wisdom and the gifts that they have for you. Healing occurs on many levels, and some of these levels are still presenting themselves to you. So we also recommend that you be gentle with yourself through this process of integration. Track your progress. It is advantageous to you to keep track of your progress on this journey. You often attempt to quantify your progress by what you see outside of you. In other words, you measure how well you are doing spiritually by what you witness happening physically in your lives. But we would like you to measure your progress differently because we know that you are progressing, and we also know that the outside world isn't shifting as quickly as most of you would like. So first of all, let yourselves off the hook. Don't ask so much of yourselves, and please do not attempt to prove yourselves or your ability by attempting to manifest something or hone some skills of ability perfection, when instead you look at how you respond, how you react to certain events in your lives and in the world at large. You have all of the information that you need. And as you continue to observe yourself in these various scenarios, you're going to find that you get triggered less and less by the small stimuli. This doesn't mean that you become jaded or worn down by the events and circumstance. Quite the contrary. It means that you are capable of handling that which you face in your life. And as you face that which is in front of you, you are then capable of creating something new, something different. However, most of you want to experience the creation part right now. You want to get to the good part as soon as possible. And we understand that. We understand how being told that you create your reality would put you on a bit of a creating spree. And then if you don't see the results that you want to see, you begin to question the validity of that truth. And you begin to question yourselves. You begin to question whether you are good enough. But the bigger picture here is your evolution. And your evolution requires you to experience certain things that your ego would never choose for itself. When you respond to setbacks, challenges, hardships in your life with a sense of knowing that it serves you, that's when you know you have some real quantifiable progress on your hands. And that's when you know you have a bigger impact on your reality than your reality has the ability to impact you. And that's when you can know for certain that you are masters. And as masters, you are creating. And you are creating new realities, new worlds, new experiences. You are creating the new fifth dimension. We are the Arcturian Council, and we have enjoyed connecting with you. Dive deeper. Greetings, we are the Arcturian Council. We are pleased to connect with all of you. As you look within yourselves for a particular vibration that you would like to feel, let yourselves explore in a deeper way than you've ever done before. Give yourselves a full tour because there is more within you than you have experienced previously. And it is time for you to discover just how high you can raise your vibration. The deeper you go, the higher the vibration. We invite you to explore the regions of yourself that have all the secrets of the universe. We invite you to look within yourselves for full disclosure, for everything you've ever wanted to know about this universe and all that is. Evidence of your shift is going to be accessed within you first. The experiences that you want to have are going to manifest within you first, and everything that you are letting go of vibrationally, emotionally, and energetically is going to come out and up and out of you. The richness of your experience is limitless, but it is necessary for you to access your own soul, your own consciousness, your own energy signature, in order for you to fully feel the highest vibration that you are capable of accessing. One of the ways that you can help yourselves to do this is by putting your attention on every part of your physical body all at once. How often do you do that? How often do you feel your consciousness in every square centimeter? How often do you enliven yourselves in that way? Seeking internal validation will always grant you what you are looking for. Seeking external validation is a crapshoot at best. You are ready to explore all the layers upon layers of vibrations that exist within you, and doing so is going to heighten every experience that you have of the external world. You won't need to see any proof of anything in order to live a very satisfied existence, because you will have unlocked all of it within yourselves and experienced it firsthand. And just when you think you've felt it, dive a little deeper. The physical and non-physical ways. Because you are a physically focused human being, you often look for physical causes to what you are experiencing in your lives. You want to make sense of the world, and you want to make sense of your world in the particular. The physical reality seems more real than any other reality that you could describe. In other words, something solid seems more permanent and therefore more real than something as fleeting as a thought, an emotion, or an energetic experience. Therefore, when you want to make sense of something and you want to be able to depend upon reality to produce you results that you want, you look to the physical. Even though money has become less tangible over the years, you still look to money as a means at which you could get something that you want, like a vacation, a car, or home. But there are, of course, many other ways of having these experiences and these things. When you look at your life and the circumstance of it, you may look at physical factors as having been the cause of where you are today. So if you had rich parents, then you would have a rich adulthood. If you experience physical abuse, then you might continue to experience it as an adult or become the abuser. And you look at the physical factors, the tangible things, as being the most relevant in all these cases. However, in truth, the physical is no more permanent than the ethereal. It's no more predictable or reliable than anything that is intangible. It just seems that way from a certain point of view. When you work with the non-physical, when you work with vibration, it is actually much easier for you to get where you want to go. And it is also easier for you to understand how you got to where you are today through vibration, because not everyone who has the same physical experience gets the same physical result, or has the same physical future experience. What we are talking about here is a rewriting of your brains. We are talking about looking at things from a slightly different perspective, and we are talking about shifting your reality at the most subtle level, which is, of course, not the physical one. So when you want something in your life that you don't have, or when you want to change something that already exists, always look to the vibrational and to the energetic as the means by which you're going to shift your experience of reality. It is an easier way, it is the faster way, and it is in fact the more permanent way. New challenges. Bringing yourselves to a new point in your evolution means that you step up to new sets of challenges. These challenges are what give you a reason to feel something. They give you a reason to summon forth energy. They give you a reason to make a choice. They propel you forward. So when you reach a new point in your evolution and you find yourself facing these challenges, we invite you to see it as progress. Many times you will look at your lives and think that you are doing something wrong because of the challenges that you have in front of you. You will think, how did I create this? What am I doing wrong? Or you will think that you are regressing in some way, as though the absence of challenges is what signifies spiritual enlightenment. It is what you do with the challenges that matters. And as we have said, when you make shifts to higher frequency ranges, you put those challenges in front of yourself because you want something to spur you on. Whether you admit it to yourselves or not, the challenges make life interesting. They light a fire under you. Your challenges are your friends, and when you begin to see them in that way, you shift your perspective on them, and therefore you have more success in facing them. As soon as you switch from believing that the challenges mean you are doing something wrong to recognize that the challenges mean you have leveled up to new vibration, you'll begin to handle these challenges with ease and grace, and you'll welcome them. You'll want to hone your skills as a creator being by continually upping the stakes. When the challenges get bigger, more of you gets revealed. And when more of you gets revealed, more of you gets integrated. And then you begin facing your challenges as your whole self. When you can laugh in the face of them, that's when you know you're playing the game with all your pieces. That's when you know you're at top of the game, and it's so much easier to get there than you think. So as you move through your evolutionary process, you're going to discover that more and harder challenges are what bring more light and more love through you. And that is the ultimate experience, and that is what you all came here to do. We are the Arcturian Council, and we've enjoyed connecting with you. End of Volume 3.